bringing up the failed polygraph test by Scott. I am going to have to talk about the interview. He cut the interview off short after he was confronted with a number of things, and there's some things that I'll need to talk about within the interview, but I understand that I cannot say, Scott, you took a polygraph test, and you failed a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Just go ahead.
My objection is, we all know that polygraphs are non-admissible in evidence unless they stipulate to it. So he can't, and even the probative value is substantially outweighed by prejudicial effect. If it even cracks the window that he is taking a polygraph, they're going to want to know what the results were. What was going on.
He can say, you were interviewed, and you told so and such and such at your interview.
I can talk to, and I'm going to bring up the person who did the interview, which is Pam Rushton with the GBI, and you concluded after 3 hours and 45 minutes, you cut that interview off. That's essentially the core of what I'm going to get into. But I'm not going to talk about.
So what's the relevance of cutting the interview off? Well, how is that relevant? Object to relevancy.
And then I'm going to talk about also some of the things in the interview as well.
But what's the relevance of him in the interview? He can do that.
Right. So
when he was confronted with the fact that he killed his father.
Yeah, by someone who's being extremely rude and aggressive towards him.
okay.
So it's not relevant. It's not relevant on whether or not he's committed a crime or not committed a crime. He is just trying to get into, backdoor this polygraph testimony. And there's a reason why the courts say that scientifically it's not trustable.
I'm not going to talk about the results of the polygraph. I'm not going to say the word polygraph.
And how is he going to answer about what was going on? Because his answer is going to be the way she was treating me and how she was doing that was why I ended it and what was in that context. And that's the prejudicial effect, because there's really no way to unring that bell. It's not relevant because it's not stipulated to. And what's going to do is going to open up the door to something.
Yeah, we're not talking about the results. He still made the statements.
Right, but
So
what
we're talking
relevance?
about his statements that he made to someone on an interview, whether it was let's presume, say it was, he's being interviewed by the police, and we were trying to get in either.
And we have created transcripts of that interview.
Again, it has to be probative under 401 and 402. It is not probative to whether or not he decides to voluntarily go and do an interview and voluntarily end an interview. It's not relevant. They are just trying to get into something to say, to lead to that polygraph. He's hoping, and we're going to have to go take a break, go meet with Scott and say, if you get asked this question, you cannot talk about these things. And if he does, it's just like if a defendant takes a stand or says something and slips into something about his character.
They all know everybody was interviewed by the police and the sheriff's office and everybody. Everybody was interviewed multiple times, so that's not an issue.
No, but the issue is he's walking up, and Mr. Weaver is a very good attorney. He's walking up to that polygraph. That's what he's trying to do.
He's not going to say the word polygraph.
Well, then why is he asking when he just ended an interview that's not coming in? It's not relevant.
Well,
The court previously told us to talk about this before I get into it in court.
what questions do you want to inquire about? What do you want to ask him?
I'm going to ask, there are a number of questions that Pamela Rushton asked him regarding questions he did or did not ask his mother in the year following the alleged murder by Melody.
Are you trying to contradict something else that he has testified to?
But I might have to, is what I'm saying,
No,
Judge.
what would be the point of the testimony? What are you trying to elicit?
I'm trying to elicit. I'm going to ask these questions, even though Pamela Rushton asked these questions. But he was interviewed, and he was a suspect. The district attorney's office had made him a suspect as of 2019.
Well, you can ask him, did you do X? Did you do Y? Did you do Z? Did you tell Pamela Rushton that you did X? Did you do that you did Y? That you did Z?
And we've got a transcript of that.
Okay.
So,
And the problem is trying to come back and answer that and say why he stopped the interview. He stopped the interview because of the way he was being treated.
Well,
that's the GBI's job.
that's the GBI's technique, and that's every other cop's technique in every other case I've ever heard here. So what's the issue with that?
The issue is, Judge, that's not in the context of a polygraph. That's the issue.
We're not going to use the word polygraph, period.
Well, then I would ask that we know the exact question he's going to ask, and we have to instruct our witness not to go down that. And it's not going to be a situation where it's like with the character.
We are going to say he was being interviewed by Miss Whatever at the GBI. Period.
Judge,
That's all. That's the only reference to it we're going to make.
I know the trials are not that simple, Your Honor, where they come out and Mr. Weaver's going to walk that up, and if we can't tell our witness,
I'm going to tell the witness that he's not to mention it. I'm going to tell the witness exactly what I just said we're going to talk about, and that he was interviewed by Miss Rushton at the GBI. And that's.
And if he needs time to talk and prepare his witness,
absolutely, I need time. I can't just come in here and start doing it like this. We told him not to mention it, and now we're completely changing it.
No. What we said from the beginning, and what I said from the beginning when we talked about it, was we would not refer to it being a polygraph. If the interview, if the same questions, if you want to ask the same questions that he was asked by the person who conducted the interview, you can ask those questions. And if those responses are different and there's a reason to get the interview statements in, you can ask them, didn't you tell Miss So-and-so at the GBI when you were interviewed this X, Y, or Z? So again, I'm not sure what the issue is.
So, Judge, Frank has made a really good point. The defense counsel is trying to say that he was a suspect by the district attorney's office, not in the sense of he's a suspect as in the one that committed murder or something along those lines. So I don't think it's proper for the defense just to get up and say, you're a suspect, and just leave it hanging at that. I don't think he can go into the district attorney's office did this or district attorney's office did that. First of all, that prosecutor's not prosecuting this case. And second of all, that's not a situation where he can just say, you're a suspect, because that polygraph dealt with very specific questions. Not only questions about, did you kill your father, or what do you know about it? And so the answers, and we know what those answers are to that, and it's not just as simple as say, you're a suspect, or you're a suspect or the one that did the murder. And I don't believe that's the position of the DA's office at the time, that he was the one that committed the murder. And so if Mr. Weaver's presenting to the court, proffering to the court that our position was that he was the murderer, I do not believe that's ever been the position of the DA's office, not the position of these prosecutors.
I don't know. Y'all are going way far off of.
That's not what I'm getting into. At the end of the day, the jury does get to see the fact that he was under investigation. He was interviewed several times. They can glean from that as they wish. I will not be talking about a polygraph test. The court simply asked at previous hearings that I bring up before I get into it the issue. And I brought it up. And that's all I'm doing, Judge.
And I would ask the court to have defense counsel proffer what his exact questions on. Clearly, he's got a
Mr. Focus,
I'd like to be able to.
Yes, sir.
If I can do, thank you, Mr. Weaver. I would like the court to have the defense proffer the exact questions, because he is tendentious in what he's doing right at the moment. He knows that he is trying to get to a certain spot with Scott Farris on these questions. I think it's only fair for the court to, under 104, to make him actually give a proffer of what his questions can be. Because we can't, under 103, he can't even put prejudicial information to the jury in the form of a question. And Mr. Weaver is very good at his job, and he likes to load it up on the questioning and then do it.
Y'all let the witnesses wander all over the place and talk about all kinds of things that I don't think are relevant to the case so far. So that's a whole, the fact that your witness is going to wander is because that's where what you've trained them to do. Not specifically by conduct, but by action. Not by telling them what to do on the front end, but by not controlling them at all while y'all been asking them questions. And no one objecting to anything, which is fine. If y'all want it to go and get out, I don't care. But
Judge, I think the remedy is that the court tells the witness not to talk about the polygraph, and I'm not going to talk about the polygraph. And that's all.
And we need time to go tell our witness what he can say.
I will tell him here, what areas are you wanting to go into with him about that we need to talk about the interview at all?
That he was interviewed for over 4 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and in that interview, there were multiple times when he didn't ask questions of his mother. He was questioned upon him as to why he did not ask his mother Why wouldn't you look, instead of walking into a house, Scott Farris is the first person to say, where is a gun? No proof that any shooting had occurred was anywhere in the world, but why did he not ask, well, there's a fire, where are the accelerants? Well, my father is dead, are there any missing knives? He didn't ask his mother anything about what happened in over a year. And the questioning around that from Pamela Rushton is relevant to this case. That has nothing to do with the polygraph. That was after the polygraph results. The failed results were revealed to him.
Well, you can ask him you can ask him those questions directly, and only if he says something different would it be.
Right. Pam Rushton doesn't have. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry. And that's correct, Judge. I may not even say the word Pam Rushton, but if he contradicts anything he said in that interview, I should have the ability to go into that interview.
You can.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah, Judge, I agree that topic and those issues, you didn't ask these questions, you didn't do this, you didn't say this, you didn't inquire into this. He can ask all those questions. He doesn't have to then bootstrap it to a polygraph and talk about failed. He did pass on lots of those questions too, and he doesn't want that in. Because he opens the door to that, there is an answer that he does not want in this trial of the polygraph.
Well, again, so you can ask all those questions, and only if he answers something different would the interview be relevant to those questions. If you want to ask him, was he interviewed for 4.5 hours by the GBI? I think that's fair. If you want to say, and didn't you abruptly end the interview?
That's
sure.
fair.
And then y'all can argue about what that means and why or whatever. But again, I think.
I think
but
that's
we don't
fair.
need to go there. It's not rehashing, and the interview itself is not otherwise admissible.
And I do stipulate to the admissibility of that polygraph, by the way.
Well, they're not going to agree. So
Judge, I just need to recess to talk to our witness. This is
we will bring the witness in a second and give him some direction. If y'all need to talk to him specifically, but
we do, Judge.
all right,
100%.
Let's again. What else are you going to want to go into in this topic? Because there's no reason for you to talk about specific details of the interview that are hearsay until they're otherwise admissible. So what else about the interview are you going to want to ask him?
That's essentially it.
Okay, well then, all right.
And Judge, there may be a point.
If we have to object and take it up, I get it.
I know. And if he opens the door to the other answers that we want in, then we're going to have to take this up again outside President's jury. Because there are answers we'd like in too.
We'll stipulate to the admissibility of the polygraph right now.
That's not how it works. We didn't stipulate to it.
I know, but I will. Judge, I understand my instructions.
All right.
Just need a recess. Judge.
Okay, so I'll talk to your witness and then I'll give him some direction when he comes in. All right, Mr. Farris, you got some instructions from the ADAs in the case. Okay, we probably ought to wait on him. Given some instructions by the DAs in the case about what we're going to call the interview. I think Mr. Weaver's going to ask you some questions about you being interviewed probably by various agencies, but specifically the GBI. We are only going to reference it as an interview, not as a polygraph, not as a whatever else y'all would characterize it at. It's just going to be called as a interview, and that it was conducted by Agent
Pamela Rushton.
Okay, and that's all. You're not going to characterize it any other way. And if the state needs to make an objection as we go along, we will. Are you understand those instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
That's all, Judge.
All right, let's bring them back in.
I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
One follow-up on the issue of the debit card. I'm showing you a message between your mother and your father, and it says, who has the debit card? Correct?
Yes.
Right. And is that from your dad to your mom?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then your mom responds back, Scott, why? Correct?
Yes.
Right. And then your dad says, and this is on 5/22/2018, because he's spending a lot. And then your mother asks, on, and then 2 fuel charges of $50 each plus other things. Do you remember that at all?
No, I don't remember it because it wasn't on my phone.
Okay. Did your dad, did he ever confront you verbally about that?
No, I do not ever remember a conversation of that.
All right. And, Your Honor, that was defense Scott 92. And also for a housekeeping matter, we're going to move to admit Scott 94, which was the 6 months of phone records that I referred to earlier. So, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Thrasher 229. And do you remember this picture, this location?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me about this location.
This was down in the basement, kind of right out in front of the bar area, TV hanging up on the wall, just a lounging area.
Lounging area. And in fact, this is an area, there was a TV right there.
Yes, sir.
This is the area where you said you'd come eat your dinner.
I would eat dinner and sometimes lunch there.
Sometimes, but this was kind of like maybe a place you would hang out in the house, yes?
Yes, when I came over to eat, typically I would go down there to watch TV and eat dinner.
Why down there and why not upstairs at the kitchen bar?
Because I like watching TV when I eat.
Okay. But your dad, he would sit at the kitchen bar and read books, correct?
Yes.
So where would your mom eat?
I really don't know. Probably in her bedroom, because a lot of times she wasn't there to eat. If any time I was over there to eat, it was me who fixed dinner for my dad or get us food, and he would eat at the bar and read his book, and I would go downstairs and eat and watch TV.
But speaking of eating, you guys, y'all go to Cherokee Ranch a lot.
Yes, sir.
And that's not there anymore, right?
No, it's not.
I remember it was up on 20, right? As you're
Yes.
heading out towards Cumming?
Yes.
Okay. And it was there for many years. It was a buffet style
Cafeteria style, yes.
cafeteria. Once upon a time, they had some pretty good crab legs there. Do you ever remember that?
Don't ever remember crab
It might have been
legs.
before you moved to Cherokee. But anyway, y'all, how often would you and your mother go to Cherokee Ranch?
Quite often. A lot.
Best guess, times a week.
Minimum 3-4 times a week.
Sometimes more.
Yeah.
And your dad, but he would go separately?
On the weekends, we would go and eat lunch there. When he was home, or if he stayed home from the office, we would go there. Almost every Friday, every Friday night, my dad and I would go there and have catfish.
Catfish on Friday nights.
Yes,
That was
sir.
you and Dad.
Yes.
But otherwise, the majority, you would go with your mother about 3 times a week.
Yes, for lunchtime, yes.
Not dinner?
No.
Right. Just always, just kind of regimented, you're going to lunch.
Yeah, because it was so close and it was always a different menu every day.
All right, so back to the house where you'd eat. You would eat right here on this couch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, going to, and that the exhibit has already been admitted, I believe. I'm going to go to the state's exhibits. This is a conversation with you and your father about the DirecTV guy coming, and that was in early June of 2018, yes?
Yes.
Right. And the appointment appeared to be scheduled, and I believe it was the 12th of June?
I believe it was.
It was
I think
the
I saw
6th.
it
It
early,
was
the
the
6th.
It was the 6th. So you say you were there, and that is when, going back to the Thrasher photo, you say you saw a firearm in this drawer right here.
Yes, sir.
Where the marker is?
Yes, sir. The
That
top
drawer.
drawer of that piece of furniture.
And the gun you saw was a Let me see if I'm. You tell me. Say it. Tell me one more time. What kind of gun was it?
It appeared to me to be a 38 snub nose. It was
Okay.
in a leather holster.
So snub nose means
It
short.
wasn't a long barrel.
It wasn't a long barrel, and it was in a what kind of holster?
A leather holster, an old looking leather holster.
All right. And what did the handle of the gun look like?
That I do not remember.
All right. So did the gun look like this?
No, not like that. It was similar of the actual material of the gun, the nickel looking chrome, but it wasn't rusted like that is.
Okay. So it was a newer looking gun.
Yes.
And the handle, was it a dark handle like this?
I presume so, but I don't remember the color of the handle.
Okay. Did you pull it out of the case?
No, I did not.
Did you pick up the case at all?
No, I didn't pick up the gun entirely. I just kind of barely lifted up, and that was all. I never pulled it out because I had the guy in the room with me, and I didn't want to scare him.
Did the gun look like this gun?
No, because I'd say what is called a blue finish.
How about this gun?
It looked very similar to that right there.
That gun right there? Are you aware that your brother's ex-wife saw a gun in the basement, allegedly, as well, roughly around that time?
No, I did not.
All right. And are you aware that she identified a gun to this jury yesterday that looked like this in the basement?
Okay.
But not in the drawer where you said, in this drawer. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Now, but you saw a snub-nosed gun.
Yes, I did.
Right. And you said you didn't pull it out of the holster, correct? That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right. So how can you tell that it was a snub-nosed gun if you did not pull it out of the holster?
Because it wasn't a type of holster that covered up the barrel tip. And you could see it was wrapped around the gun, but the bottom section of the gun you could see just a little bit. So it was a clear indication it wasn't a long barreled gun like the other picture you showed me. It would, to my knowledge, it was definitely a snub nose type looking one.
And you never pulled it out, which, I mean, you're trained with guns, obviously, from being in the military. So you know that you have to act like every firearm is loaded. So you just opened the drawer, picked it up. Did you check to see if the gun was loaded at all, making sure to not point it towards anybody or anything?
Like I said, I never picked it up. And no, I did not check to see if it was loaded because I never picked it up. I didn't want to pull it out of the drawer and scare the guy that was in the room with me.
Well, this is an interesting question. I want to ask you this. You just left a loaded gun possibly in a drawer where because there's kids there all the time, yes?
Periodically. I mean, no kids lived at the house. My nieces were not there every single day of the week because they lived in Maine.
Okay. What about any of the other kids, Cameron or anybody?
I don't know what to say on that. I mean, my entire life I've grown up, there are always guns around, but I was well educated on don't mess with them. So we never had gun cases when I was growing up. So it's just nothing out of the ordinary for me. As long as it wasn't laying out in the clear open, I mean, no, I didn't think to do anything like that.
And you didn't tell anybody about that gun? You didn't talk to your dad about it?
No, because I forgot. I completely kind of forgot about it.
You didn't talk to your mother about it?
No, because she wasn't in town.
Well, she was obviously in town at some point.
I remember at that time that might have been where she was gone at least a minimum of a week.
But see, your excuse for not talking to your mom, you acted like, and we've shown it, you call her, you texted her all the time, you went to lunch with her 3 times a week. So you act like you didn't talk to her, but the reality of the situation is you did. So you could have immediately picked up the phone, Then maybe at some point after the Hobby Lobby message, like, hey, you want to go to Hobby Lobby? Why is there a gun in the basement? Why didn't you do that?
I mean, I only saw the gun. I mean, I saw the gun and didn't mess with it, so it was just brief. And I ended up finding a remote. And like I said, I did not want to pull the gun out and scare the guy. And, you know, my dad was at work and she was gone, and I just had, you know, trying to help the guy out with that. And I just forgot about it and forgot about it for several weeks. It's not, I mean, it's always just been a kind of common for our household to always have firearms in it. It didn't trigger me to be freaking out and asking a whole bunch of questions to everybody. I mean, we had several guns in the household.
Where were other guns in access in the main house?
They were scattered throughout. Some were in closets, some, you know, for instance, in the picture, you can see one hanging above the sliding doors down in the basement.
Obviously, that one was not loaded.
No. I mean, and they were tucked under beds and in closets, so we just, you know, we didn't have a gun safe.
Do you think that there were a number of guns taken into evidence in this house?
Possibly, if they took shotguns and...
Well, you know, think if you've got them tucked in here and there. I mean, were there lots of guns pulled from this house?
I don't know how many guns were pulled from the house.
I want to talk about your dad's spells. Let's go back and talk about the spells. He would have them how often?
Well, like I said earlier, it varied. He could have one, maybe two a week, or he could go, you know, he could have one and go, you know, a month or two without having one. They were not on a set schedule.
Now, it's something of note that I think you've noted in a previous interview, because you know the three of you were always at Purcell Lane at some point, right? I mean, sure, your mom would go see Rusty from time to time. It was not a secret that she had a relationship, correct?
She tried to make it a secret, yes.
But everybody knew about it.
We all had our speculations, yes.
But everybody obviously knew about it. Your dad included.
I mean, at some point, I think we all found out that, you know, we all knew, but we all, for a long period of time, we had our speculations.
Did your dad ever talk to you about any, you know, email relationship he was attempting to have with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
Would that surprise you? That there's emails between her and him?
Yeah, it would surprise me.
Trying to have a relationship, maybe?
Yeah, because my dad, I've never known of my dad to do anything like that.
Because he didn't talk to you about it?
No, he didn't talk to me about it, so I didn't know anything about it.
But you would agree that, though maybe odd to most, that two people can remain married but have other partners. Yes? An open marriage. Have you heard of these things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know anybody like that?
No.
Not saying to name anybody, but...
No, I did not.
Okay. But you've heard of them?
Yes, I've heard of it.
And your mother and your father essentially lived that way, correct? They had different lives.
Not in that way, no.
Different parts of the house.
They slept in different bedrooms because of his sleep habits, but and that was for the longest portion of my life. But they still used the same bathroom, and their closets were, you know, right next to each other. So they just, you know, slept in different beds because of his sleep habits.
You've been married before, and I believe you said you had a fiance, so you're about to be married again.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that marriage can be complex, very complicated.
Yes, sir.
Right? So, though you might not agree with the way that your parents lived, you could agree with me that two people could live that way and coexist and be perfectly fine.
Yes, but that was not how they were.
So back to the spells. He would have them. And there was some time around April that he went into the hospital. You remember that? April
Yeah,
2018.
when we took him to the emergency room?
Yes.
Yes.
And now I want to say this. He would have spells, obviously, when your mother was out of town.
Yes, he would.
Okay. So how could your mother have been poisoning him with some form of poison if she was out of town and he was having these spells?
I never accused her of her trying to poison him.
Well,
my
I'm
dad,
not saying...
So that I don't, I can't say anything on that behalf, but with the spells, I know he went to the doctor for quite some time and them trying to figure out what was causing these spells.
But your brother Chris did accuse your mother of poisoning him.
Okay, that's his opinion.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the birthday weekend of your dad. That weekend, you guys came up. Who all was at the house?
Oh, my dad. The day that we actually celebrated, it probably would have been my dad, Emily, her husband, Amanda, her boyfriend, Chad. Don't remember if Ella and Addie were there. I don't think they were. Off the top of my head, that's all I really mean. It was always us who did something like that for my dad's birthday. So,
And you grilled out?
yes, I smoked
Smoke.
I smoked chicken for that.
All right, so tell me about you. How much did you smoke? You smoked chicken. There's a lot of parts of a chicken one could smoke.
I believe we bought a couple whole chickens and I, cut them in half and, arrange them in the smoker that way.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I smoke wings a lot, so that's why I was asking. You just did the whole chicken, cut it in half.
Yeah, cut it in half, cut it in sections, and
Do you have like an egg, or what kind of smoker were you using?
I just got one of those electric smokers, like the big upright box. And you just open the little drawer at the bottom, put wood chips in.
So one of the high smokers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did that, and your mom, she cooked the sides.
I believe so. Yes.
And what about the cake?
I honestly don't remember if there's cake or not, but she might have baked one or went and bought one if there was cake. I don't remember a cake.
All right. That weekend, was it a good weekend?
Oh yeah, man.
Nobody got into any arguments?
Not that I remember.
Everything was normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Good family weekend.
Yeah.
Because y'all had a lot of good times up there. I mean, you've said a lot of things about your mother, and you call her Melody now, but she is your mom. But y'all had a lot of great Christmases up there too, didn't you?
Oh yes, man.
Tell me about the Christmas spread that would go on.
Spread as in like in food?
Food and decorations and just the general scene, because from what I've heard, it was amazing.
Like I said, every Christmas was great. When we, even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she always did the interior decorations. She, without a doubt, does an amazing job at, decorating Christmas trees and everything like that. I was the one who did the outside of the house, put lights on the bushes and, the wreaths on the windows and stuff like that. And then when we moved to the farm, she decorated inside of the house. We didn't decorate the outside of the house, but I decorated the horse barn.
Decorated the what now?
The barn.
Okay, what'd you do for that?
Put lights on the bushes, put icicle lights along the roof line, hang the wreaths. It was actually very pretty. All the neighbors loved it.
Would neighbors come drive through? I mean, I know it was your driveway, but did you let them drive through and look at it?
Well, they were able to see it from the road.
From the road?
Yes,
Okay.
so.
Out on Purcell. Not all the way up on Birmingham, certainly, but just down on Purcell?
No, just on Purcell.
Okay. Sounds great. Sounds amazing. And your mother had like trees all over the house from what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, we had more than one tree.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, and the jury has seen countless pictures of this house. And it is ornately decorated, and it is beautiful. And that wouldn't make any sense. See, you've made it out that your dad was this. It appears he was certainly controlling your money and your spending, but your mother has furnished this house with the most beautiful things, and you are aware that she had access to the bank account at any time she wanted with $11,000 in it on 7/3. Did you have that kind of bank access?
If the card I had was to that bank account, yes, I guess I would. But once again, I don't know how many bank accounts my dad had.
But because you weren't married, obviously they're a married couple, so she had financial access to the marital assets. When you would take out money, you didn't have the ability to say, I have an available balance of $11,046.85. That didn't just come out when you did that. You didn't see how much they had in the bank.
No, I mean, anytime that I, went to the ATM to get cash, whatever he put into that bank account that I had the card access to, and I saw the total amount, I saw it, and it fluctuated. It was different limits and all.
But he had specifically set aside an account for you, or do you even know?
All I know is at one point he handed me a debit card and said, here, just use this card, and if I need to put more money into the account, I will do so. And that was everything that was told to me about that.
So, I want to show you some more text messages between you and your mother. We need to switch back over, Judge. I'm sorry. I know, button. A text message between you and your mother on 7/2/2018. So I believe that would have been, and if I could, is the calendar still up there?
It is, it's fine.
You mind if I move your push pins?
Never, sir.
Don't want it to fall out. So, and there's a calendar right here if you need to see it. On Monday, this text is from Monday of that week, the 2nd, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember being bitten? You got it all there. Being bitten by a rat snake.
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me about that. Where were you? What were you doing that day?
Remember I found the snake. It was, I don't remember the exact location. I want to say it possibly around the chicken coop up by the barn or something. I don't remember exactly where I found that snake at, but
it got you. It sounds like the snake found you and you didn't find the snake.
oh yeah, I picked the snake up, and I knew it wasn't a poisonous snake, so I wasn't grabbing. I picked it up.
Okay. And your mom says, "What kind is it?" And you said, "A rat snake." I already relocated him, but it doesn't say but. You say, "He got me while trying to get him out." Right? And then you sent a picture, and I've got a bigger version of it, of what appears to be. So you got bit by a rat snake, and
Yes.
that's your hand, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many times did the snake bite you? Just once?
Yeah, it was just that one time.
Just that one time. Okay. Your mother says, "Wash that good and come get iodine." Sound about right? Did you wash it good?
I'm sure I did.
And you go get iodine?
I don't remember going to get iodine.
You just don't remember.
I don't remember putting iodine on it, no, but I'm pretty sure I would have washed it.
Okay. But you told your mother about it,
Yes.
and she said to go get iodine. Yes?
Yes.
And the iodine was in the house, yes?
Believe so. I didn't have any, and I don't ever remember using any.
Okay. It's been 6 years. Yes?
Yes.
And you haven't thought about being bitten by a rat snake in 6 years?
No, I have not.
But you had gotten iodine out of the house before when you were cut.
I don't remember using iodine until the last time I had a serious cut, and that was a long time ago.
Your Honor, at this time I would admit Scott 87 and Scott 86, which is the text message regarding the rat snake bite and the picture of the rat snake bite.
All right, objection.
No, Judge.
All right, admitted.
So what did you do the rest of the day on the 2nd? Did you play any golf that day? Monday.
I might have. I don't really remember that day particularly, but there's possibly a good chance I played golf. I know I played golf prior to that weekend. That might have been the day I played at Manor Golf Course with my buddies. But I do know I played within a week period of time before that 4th of July weekend.
Do you remember what your mom was doing that day?
No, I do not.
All right. Let's move on to the 3rd. You remember what you did all day of the 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Got up, took care of the animals, and planted the bushes that we just recently bought at Scottsdale Farms behind the backside of the house. It was like some holly bushes. And then once that was done, it was about lunchtime, and then
And that's you and your mom did that? Because y'all went to Scottsdale Farms, right?
yeah, I planted the stuff, and I remember her being on the tractor going around picking up branches and stuff like that, throwing them into the bucket. So yeah, we planted those, and then we decided to go up to Cherokee Ranch to get lunch before I left to go up to the lake house.
What was your dad doing that morning?
I don't remember exactly what he was doing that morning, but he was already at Cherokee Ranch when we got there.
Okay. So he wasn't helping you guys move the, what kind of plant was it?
It was like some holly bushes.
Holly bushes?
Yeah.
Boxwoods or anything like that?
I don't think, no, those weren't boxwoods or some hollies.
Just hollies. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your dad was already up there. Was that the first time you saw him that day, according to your testimony?
I believe that's right. I think that, as I remember, yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him any on the 2nd?
I might have. I don't recall.
How about this? So, I mean, the last time you saw that you've alleged that you saw your dad alive was at Cherokee Ranch. Do you remember the last time you saw your dad before that?
I remember he went with us to Scottsdale Farms to buy those bushes.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he was with us when we went there to buy those bushes.
All right. How about before that? Because you just said you didn't know what he did that morning, but y'all went the day before to Scottsdale Farms?
I believe we did. I'm not 100% sure on which day, but I know he went with us to buy the bushes.
Did you see him any before that?
I'm sure I have. It was the weekend.
Well, okay, that would have been his birthday. So you remember his birthday, maybe Scottsdale Farms, Cherokee Ranch. That was it.
To my memory for right now, yes.
So you left Cherokee Ranch. Where was your mother going that you knew of?
I have no clue.
Did you know anything about going to the dog groomers up in Ball Ground?
Don't recall that.
Don't recall. Did y'all talk at lunch where, everybody was going?
I don't remember the conversations that we had at that lunch that day.
So your dad was at lunch. Did he talk to you when he was leaving, or did he just get up and walk out?
He was still there when I left.
Okay. But did he talk to you?
I remember saying, "Hey, I'm going. I'm going up to the lake house. I'll see you later."
That's what you said?
I said to him.
Okay. Did he say anything back to you?
He would have said, "Okay."
But you don't know. Did he say anything to the effect of, "Why are you going to the lake house? We're doing work at the farm today. Why aren't you doing your job?"
No, he never made that comment to me.
You went, where was that lake house? You referred to, I believe it's in Dawson County.
Yes, sir. It's I can't give you the name of the road and all. I mean, I traveled there so much. It's up where the outlets are. That section of the lake. You could get to it by instead of turning left.
Is it near War Hill?
I believe so. I think the park was kind of
War Hill Park?
across the way of the cove and all. That possibly might have been the name of that cove.
And that would be like where you would put the boat in, or was the lake house like right there?
They had their own dock, so we wouldn't put boats in the
Okay.
water. But their lake house was in a much slimmer cove. I would say if don't remember the name of the park, but there was definitely a park over there, and I would say that's about 200-300 yards away from their dock. So,
How many times have you been to their lake house?
Quite a bit.
What'd you do the rest of the day? I mean, you were there from what, about 2 till 10? According to your testimony?
Of the day of the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got there, had lunch, drove up there, and we went out on the lake and came back, and we were just hanging out.
How about this? So, how many beers did you have to drink that day?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I probably only had like maybe 1 or 2 beers.
All my DUI clients say that. That's all they ever had was 1 or 2 beers. Did you have any shots?
I don't remember having any.
Okay. But you've had shots up there before, right?
Oh yeah.
Fireball?
Yeah, a couple times.
Typically what y'all do? You have the shots of Fireball?
Fireball, Jack Fire. I mean, it's just what we decided
Crown
to do.
Maple? Any of that?
I don't ever Crown. I know we done Crown Peach before and all, but
But y'all would have shots. That wasn't unusual.
yeah,
Okay. So it could have happened that day, obviously.
it could have, but
Hey.
I don't remember. Because it was July 3rd. We weren't really partying like we would
On the 4th.
on 4th.
It was a warm-up party.
Yeah, it was just all of us hanging out.
Okay. What'd y'all eat?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I find this really interesting, Scott. I just want to note this. You remember, you spent all morning in very thorough detail, remembering things about how you were terminated from this job, or all these very long ago events. You go into so much detail about all that. But when we're talking about the day that your father was murdered, you don't remember very much at all. Would you agree that that's odd? I'll put it in a question.
No, I don't find it odd. I'm sorry if I don't remember what I ate that day. I remember the basics of the event. To me, at that time, there was nothing wrong.
So, how did you wind up leaving the lake house that night?
Melody called me. It had been around 10 o'clock or so, and she asked me, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, "I don't know. Haven't really decided, but what's going on?" And she said, "Well, the horses are out." And I said, "What do you mean? How the horses get out?" And she said, "Your father left the gate open." And she was like, "You need to come home and get the horses up." And I said, "Okay, well, I'll be on my way in just a few minutes."
How long did it take you to get home?
It's about a 35 to 45 minute drive, roughly. I
Okay.
wasn't driving right down the road.
So you would have left right about 10, you think?
Whenever she called me, I left, pretty shortly after that. So, Like I said, I remember the phone call coming in. It was definitely dark. It could have been anywhere from like 10 to 11, somewhat, but it was around that time frame. I do remember it was dark.
I want to show you some pictures. You would have came home and went to your barn, right?
Yes.
Your barn apartment.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you some pictures of your barn apartment as it was searched, I believe, on July the 5th. And I kind of want to get a general idea. And this first picture is very dark. But what is it a picture of?
Here's the bedroom.
That's your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Scott's 2. Still your bedroom?
Yes.
Scott's 3. Tell me what this is.
Again.
We're not scanning it. All right. What is that?
It's a dog kennel, dog crate.
Okay. Okay, so this is your dog kennel. Next to your bed?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Okay. How many dogs did you have?
For to use a kennel like that, 2.
What kind of dogs were they?
They're English labs.
Okay. Were they on the property during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And this is another part of your room. So this would have been looking back towards the door or just straight away from the bed?
Straight away from the bed.
All right. And this is a dresser drawer, but did you have other things within the drawer?
Yeah, I had clothes and just kind of all mixed match and stuff in like one drawer. So yeah, there's random stuff in there.
I've got one other picture that kind of gives a better idea about the location of the dresser drawer. So that's your door right here. I mean, none of these pictures are very light, but a lot of that's because it's very dark in your.
Yes, it was a darker.
It's a dark place. None of the walls are painted. It's stained. It's kind of like a hunting cabin. Yes.
Yeah, it was all live edge wood paneling doors, walls and doors.
And you had some deer on the wall, and you had cowboy hats. Yes.
Yes.
And this is your closet. Cross-examination.
It's not there to be able, to clean up because we weren't allowed to be around.
There's your closet, and you go back. And you still have your military uniform, yes? Was that just more of a keepsake, or did you still wear that?
If that appears to be, my field jacket, and I occasionally wear that time to time.
Okay. Still wear it today?
Every blue moon, yeah. It depends on how cold it gets outside.
Just kind of packed. It's just not very clean in your room, is all I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to pick on your overall cleanliness, but I am a little. And this is your nightstand, or what is that? Just a table?
There's a table with some fabric draped over it.
This is on top of your dresser. Yes?
Yes.
And that's that laptop right there. What, would you use that laptop?
At that time, no. I was mainly using that when I was in the military.
So you had it for a long time?
So my dad bought it for me in 2008 for Christmas because, back then, I knew I was deploying, so I knew I'd be able to communicate with them and do, at the time, it was Skype calls and stuff like that. So he bought me the laptop for Christmas to be able to do that.
Okay. So, had that laptop been searched, when was the last time you would have used that laptop?
I do not remember.
Would you have potentially used it that week?
Nah, I highly doubt it. I really don't remember last time.
Okay. What computer device were you using the most at the time?
My cell phone.
That's what you would search things on?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is that the passwords for your laptop? Did you give that to the police?
Possibly. I really don't remember the password for that computer. It's been that long since I've used it.
Okay. Where did that come from? Farris 813836.
I honestly do not remember.
Okay. That is a sufficient answer. All right. This is your washroom, yes?
Yeah, bathroom / laundry room.
All right. So that's also in your bathroom.
Yes.
That's your bathroom sink. Yes?
Yes.
All right, that's your bathroom sink. Here's your shower. I'm going to try to move as quickly as I can. That's your shower, yes?
Yes. Sponge or some sort.
Okay. And this is the bottom of your shower, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the jury, everybody's sitting here wondering, and I've got all these pictures of your shower. But here's what I've noticed, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. And I've got pictures, and we're going to just kind of quickly go through a few pictures of your kitchen and the general rest of your apartment. Please just put those over there. But your apartment's kind of a bachelor pad. It's kind of a mess. Yes?
Man, it wasn't picture perfect, but yeah, I wasn't bringing, ladies up there, so I wasn't worried about having it spotless.
But your shower was. Isn't that odd?
No, I always clean my bathroom.
But your shower was spotless. I mean, compared to you've got feces in the floor and other parts of the house, and you're just very disheveled.
Well,
But your bathroom is very clean. Why is that?
Well, the dog droppings is because I wasn't able to go in and take care of my dog. So, yeah, she was up in the apartment locked up. So I wasn't able to clean up the dog stool.
Is that the door to your, kind of from the outside porch into your apartment?
Yes.
And here's just the last picture. Here's the island. Is this the island in your kitchen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, not super clean, kind of just a general bachelor pad. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you, Scott, some pictures that have been previously marked in this case. We looked at your bedroom, and you had a drawer. I believe it was a dresser drawer. Would this have been your dresser drawer?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, so you got a card from the sheriff's office, a Sergeant Ballard. What is that about? Why did you have a card in there when your room was being searched?
I believe that might have been one of the times that like I said earlier, that I would talk to people in other counties and get an idea of, how stuff was going on about being hired on. So that might have been one of somebody I ran into and talked to. He gave me his card. So that's probably why I would have had it.
And Scott, have you noticed here that you have some loose bullets?
Yes.
Right. What kind of bullets are those?
Without looking at them, I mean, I really don't know the caliber. But it appears those would be the ones that would have came from my grandparents' house. There was a box that my grandfather had some coins, and he had a whole bunch of different stuff. He even had his dog tags in there from when he served, and I think that those are just the drawer that those got put into.
And just for a closer picture for identification purposes, can you, and I can zoom in, I believe, can you make out what it says on this bullet right there?
Well, the one on the right I can make out, and it's a 38 special.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory that those were 38 special bullets?
If that's what it says on them, then yes.
Right. And, in this case, there were a number of bullets in your barn apartment, yes? In the barn, yes?
In the barn, yes.
All right. I think just to keep things clean, I'm going to call this Scott 201. I'm going to set these right here for you to identify if you wouldn't mind.
Just make a record of you doing what you're doing.
For the record, I have opened the box, partially opened and set in front of Scott Farris this box for identification of the bullets inside. What kind of bullets are those?
It says on the caliper 38 special.
Could you please read the brand name?
It says American Eagle Federal.
Okay. Where did these bullets come from?
Where were they found?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you, sir. Where were they in your barn?
Well, any ammunition like that would have been downstairs, possibly either in the feed room or the tool room. And I remembered that I had a friend that came out. There was a group of friends that came out, and one of the persons that came out had some ammunition that they left, and because I remember them, Detective Page asking me about that, and I gave the name of what we called him, his name and what number I had of him, but I haven't been in contact with that guy in a long time. But yes, there was some ammunition that was left from somebody who came out and did some shooting, and I left them. They were left in the tool shed, so they should have been with some 16 gauge shotgun shells.
What are these cartridges?
Looks like 280, but typically they say on the side of the box.
Can you see anywhere on the side of the box?
Am I able to pull one out to get a closer look?
I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in for you.
I don't care.
I believe it's a 380. Would that be a refresh your memory?
Yeah.
To the letter on the.
Oh, very clear there now.
Miracle of modern technology. When I say modern, I mean 12 years ago.
Okay. And if I haven't tendered that, I would ask to admit as Scott 202.
Okay.
Sometimes trials are obviously slow and monotonous, but there's something that I do want to talk to you about, and it is, I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted in this case as Stewart Defense 1. What is this room?
That is the wash stall. That's where we give our horses baths, and we would also wash the dogs there too.
Okay. Would you say that this is generally the area, you are in charge of this area, yes?
Yeah, this is down in the barn where all the horse stalls are.
Okay. All right, now I want to go back to the night of the 3rd. You talked to your mom. What did your mom say? What she called you?
When I was at the lake house,
When you were at the lake house.
she called me and she asked me, when are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know what's going on. And she said, the horses were out. And I asked her how the horses get out. And she said, your father left the gate open. And she said, you need to get home and help get them up. And I said, well, I'll be on my way shortly.
Scott, you did it again. And I noticed this, and do you notice this? You didn't remember anything about your day. Very little, conversation-wise. You don't remember what you said to your dad. You don't remember what your dad said to you. You don't remember any of those things, but you remember every word, allegedly, from that conversation with your mom on that night. Word for word. Is that not odd? That's the question.
To me, no. That was, a major event that it was eventually to come of this situation. So
Nicole, do we have those phone calls? So you drove back and there was another phone call? Yes?
yes, when I got back to the property, once I made it up to the barn, I tried calling her.
You tried calling her?
Yes, and she did not answer.
All right. Do you have the picture? Yes, ma'am. I do. Would you agree? Okay, that's fine. We've agreed to take a brief break, Your Honor. I need to get a demonstrative together.
All right. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll try to keep it 10 minutes. Although if they need to do something, it may take 15. That's what I'm trying to address before y'all confuse everybody.
Okay. Mr. Farris, I was talking to you before we took a brief break about this phone call at 10:52 p.m. on July the 3rd, but I'm not talking about these phone calls that would have happened earlier in the day. I'm just talking about this one right now.
Okay.
Okay? And that would have been when you were leaving the lake, yes?
That seems about right, yes.
Yes? Okay. So then you call your mother at 11:30 p.m. and cancel the call?
I didn't cancel it. I remember when I got to the farm, I tried calling her and it went to voicemail.
Okay.
So, and then she called me back a short time afterwards.
At 11:34 p.m.
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
So when she finally called me back, I noticed when I pulled into the farm, the horses were in the pasture. So I pulled up to the barn and tried calling her.
Meaning the horses were put up. They were
on the property. They were in the pastures.
right. So, but everything, you didn't have to go put the horses up.
No, I did not have to go retrieve them. Like when she called me and said the horses were out, they were not in a pasture. They were either running around the property or they made it off the property.
They could make it off the property?
Yes,
How
they've
would
done
they
it
do that?
before.
So-
They go up the driveway and
Head out per cell?
yes,
Okay. So they're in the pasture.
yes.
Call mom. All right, go ahead.
So I tried calling her. She didn't answer. I proceeded to go up and I made sure the gates were closed and everything seemed all right. And she called me back and I said, "What the hell? You said the horses were out."
You said to your mom, "What the hell?"
Yeah, I mean, I probably along those lines. I was like, "You said, what the hell? You said the horses were out." I might not have said a hell, but I made the reference and said, "You called me and said the horses were out," and she said, "Well, I was able to get them back up."
Okay.
And I was like, "Okay," and I noticed the fire burning when I was pulling up to the barn at the burn pile, and I said, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile because he did talk about burning it prior to that day. And she said, "Yes, he did." I was like, "Okay, well, y'all need to keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't spread." And she was like, "Okay, we will." And then I informed her, it's like, "Hey, I'm waking up very early in the morning. I'm going to play golf with Ted and Phillip, but I'm going to come over and get the debit card and run and get some cash out before I go." And she said, "Okay, just let me know when you're coming over to the house." And that was all that was said in that conversation. And then I just went into my apartment and eventually fell asleep.
And you did like a check, you mentioned, right?
I checked the the gates where the horses were at, make sure they were closed so they wouldn't get out again if they were out.
Other animals you said earlier you checked on some other things.
Yeah, I made sure the goats were in the actual goat pen, and the chicken coop door was closed. So
Which chicken coop?
the one there at the barn.
So you didn't go over to the house?
No, I never went over to the house that night.
Because you mentioned earlier for the first time that you went and checked the chicken coop. You'd never mentioned that in any of your other interviews.
Okay. I mean, I checked everything in vicinity of the barn.
So, you just kind of did a brief rundown of this 4-minute phone call. That's 4 minutes? That's rather long. It's almost 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes. Do you remember anything else that you talked about in this 4-minute phone call? At 11:34 p.m.?
No, I don't remember anything else.
Okay. But you remember what you said earlier?
Yes.
We stipulate to the admissibility of Kuykendall 10, which was the picture of the phone that said, contact mother.
Judge, I'll print off a copy and supplement the record with that.
All right, so that's actually the debit card you went to go get the next morning?
That's not a debit card. That's a credit card.
Of your dad's?
Yes, that would have been my father's.
And the background of that photo, what is that? It looks like it's your bedstand or whatever we would call that? Your nightstand?
I see a golf tee, and that fabric looks like the fabric on the table next to my bed.
Right. So that would be your father's credit card next to your bed.
One of them at one point, yes.
One of them at one point. Well, this was the picture of the search. This has been previously admitted in this case of your room on July the 5th/6th. So that would have been in your room, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get that credit card?
I mean, that was one of the many cards that we used. That might have been the one at one point that I had that my dad got a new credit card, so it was no longer operable. So I guess I never disposed of it.
But it's valid through 0420?
Yes, the date on it.
Right. But he would have kept it in his wallet, yes?
If it was in use, yeah, either I would have had it or he would have had it.
Well, here's my thing, Scott, and I want you to help me figure this out. You are the only individual who has placed wallets in hands of your mother, but you have a credit card of your dad's after his death, and we have seen all of these text messages that your dad always said, give it back. Give it back. Why'd you have that card?
I mean, like I said, I don't remember when that card was used because, sometimes he would get new cards and, when you get a new card, they cancel out the other one or, but, with him asking for the card back, that's, I would have had it and he needed it back for something else.
See, I think this is where you made a mistake, Scott. Don't you?
No.
See, the next morning you went to go get the card from your mother. Yes?
I said I was going to come over and get a debit card.
But you knew that you couldn't get the debit card, which you're not supposed to have this card. But you knew that you could not have gotten the credit card or the debit card from your dad because you knew your dad was dead at that point.
No, I did not know my dad was dead at that point.
But you got up that morning and you had to go keep your story together. And you went and played golf. And you went and played with who?
Ted and Phillip.
And y'all went over to what golf course?
Hampton Golf Course up on 400.
And you played till about 11:30.
Yeah, right around there.
Would it Now, your friend, he came to testify yesterday. He mentioned that you looked tired. Then he said everybody looked tired. So do you think you looked tired that morning when you went to go play golf?
Oh yeah, I mean we had a very early tee time. I mean,
So then how did you get over to the lake?
I drove the truck from the golf course up to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
Several hours until Ted and I decided to go to another friend of ours' pool party at our apartment complex.
And at this point, I imagine you were very nervous, were you not?
That day, no, I wasn't nervous.
Okay. And you came back that evening at some point. What time?
Back to the farm?
The farm.
Yeah, I came home to, take care of animals. It was still daylight, so if I remember right, it was maybe somewhere around 8 o'clock-ish. I mean, it was still daylight outside.
Did you, you saw Ella? I mean Addison, I'm sorry. You saw Addison and Cameron, yes?
Not on the day
Of the 4th?
No, I did not.
Because they were there by that time.
I never saw them.
They'd been on the property. You knew that. And you knew they'd been outside. They'd been all over your property. And it's your property. That's the words that you would use to refer it pretty regularly in interviews. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I might have said, sometimes when I talk to people, I say, my farm, my family farm. But, no, I never once said, this is my farm I bought.
And so you saw Addison and Cameron, and you began to panic a bit, did you not?
No, because I never saw them.
All right. And when did you go to bed that night, or did you?
I did go to bed that night. Once I took care of, all the animals and everything, I went over and walked in and talked to Melody. And
That was on the 4th.
Yes.
Right. So you put yourself in the house, in her bedroom, and on that day, you told her at that time. What did you say earlier? Something about things are about to change. Tell me about that.
So I walked in after we're, taking care of all the animals. The goats were out when I pulled in, got them back up. Everybody was squared away. I went over to the house. Didn't see anybody in the kitchen and all. Noticed, the master bedroom TV was on. Walked in there and Melody was laying in the bed with the dogs. And
Did you storm in your mother's room on a regular basis?
storm in? No.
Just walk in what time of night was that?
I mean, this was just right after I got done taking care of everybody. So
Everybody, you mean?
all the animals.
The animals, okay.
So, man, the door was open, and as you walk up, you can see she was just laying there watching TV.
And you said?
And I walked in, I go, why were all the goats out in the pasture? And she said, your father let them out. And I was like, well, okay, why weren't they put back up if nobody's, out there? And she was just like, I don't know. I was like, well, y'all are going to have to start doing this because at some point I'm going to be pursuing a job in law enforcement and I'm not going to be able to be here to do this kind of stuff. So y'all got to start taking some responsibility of the animals. And she was like, okay.
Did anybody else ever hear this conversation besides you and your mother, allegedly?
No, because she was the only one in the room.
Right. So you told law enforcement this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that happened.
You've told the jury this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that was had.
But that's the time you told. That's the time you decided to tell your mother that I'm pursuing law enforcement and I'm getting out of here, guys.
No, they knew that prior to it. I've always, said it. I've always made comments here every once in a while that y'all got to learn how to take care of these animals.
And I think that's another mistake you made.
I'm going to object. He can't make comments Under
I'll rephrase.
103C, he's got to quit making statements in his questions. It's improper.
Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think that was a mistake you made?
No.
Okay. And then you went back to your apartment. That's your
Yes.
testimony that evening.
Yes.
What did you do over at your apartment?
Laid on my couch and watched some TV and kind of relaxed, and then went to bed.
Do you remember what time?
No, I did not.
Were you beginning to panic at that point?
No, I was never panicking.
Because no one had looked for your father.
At that time, I was unaware that anything happened to my father. There was no reason to panic for anything.
And the next morning, you woke up, and what did you do?
So the next morning, woke up, had my morning coffee, took care of the animals. Was planning on going to get my hair cut and was going to meet Ted at the...
Get some golf clubs made.
I was going to get into a simulator, computer simulator and swing clubs, and they would have been able to give me a printout of what type of clubs I needed to get and stuff like that. I wasn't going to purchase golf clubs then, but I was just getting into the simulator. That was the plan. But when I was leaving out to go do that, I saw Amanda's vehicle up at the house, so I decided to go say hey to her really quick.
And she was there to get Cameron,
I believe so.
Chad's daughter.
Yes.
And you'd met Cameron before, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you walked up. I mean, surely, were you not terrified that no one had realized yet that your father was missing?
And once again, I had no clue anything happened to my father.
Right. That was not part of your plan, correct?
I never had a plan.
You walked over and saw them sitting there talking. And what did you say?
I walked up and immediately I was asked if I knew where my father was.
Okay. And what did you say?
I said, no, I haven't seen him. What do you mean? They're like, well, we can't find him. And then there's the window into the garage. I was like, well, there's his Mercedes, the RTV sitting right there. He's got to be here.
Right. Where'd you go next? Back to the barn?
No, not at that moment. Eventually, I had to go back up there to try to start searching for him. But we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
And you testified earlier that you went down towards the burn pile, yes?
At one point, I went to go check the trail camera after she asked me to go check it.
You already know where I'm going with this. Is that a picture of you going towards the trail camera?
That would have been, yes.
All right. And that was at 12, roughly, yes?
Timestamp on that, yes.
All right. And is that a picture of you going towards it or backing away from the trail camera?
I would be walking towards it.
All right. So is that the moment when you looked at the trail camera by your testimony?
Yes, I was going to check the SD card on it.
And then you deleted it at that point, right? I think your word was habit, yes?
I checked what pictures were on there, and then, yes, I had to have it. I deleted it. I didn't see anything out of the, normal. I went to go, the sole purpose of me going to look to see if my dad might have walked in front of it to see if he could have walked down that way. That's why she asked me to go check it to see if there was anything on it.
But you deleted it at that time. And
Yes.
did anybody else ever hear you, did anybody else hear this conversation between you and your mother?
Amanda was there, I know that for sure.
Okay. And then, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit Scott 73.
No objection.
Made.
And, this was a picture taken right around that time by the trail camera. Who's that?
That would be Amanda.
All right. And what does she appear to be doing?
Walking.
All right. And then this would be a picture of who?
That'd be Melody.
All right. And can you see the time on that?
Yes.
All right. So that's 12:06, and she appears to be doing what?
Walking.
What's up next to her head?
A phone.
Okay, so that's at 12:06. Going back to the other picture, and I would ask you to admit that is Scott 72 and Scott 71.
None of those.
Now go back to this picture, you walking up at 12:12. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you checked it. And had you forgotten it was there? The trail camera?
No, I knew it was still down there.
But you would have, that was another mistake you made that day. Wouldn't you agree?
What mistake?
That you deleted the trail camera.
I mean, I don't think it's a mistake because once again, anytime I check the trail camera, I always delete it to free up that. But at that time, we still hadn't even discovered my dad. So I checked it because to see if maybe my dad walked by to see if he could have been walking down the property edge because we were trying to figure out where he could have been.
At this point, had you told anybody about the missing gun?
No, I have not brought that up.
Okay. You bring that up for the first time after your father is found?
Yes, I brought it up to the detectives.
And so how long after that picture would you say you found your father?
It wouldn't have been much longer because I think the 911 call was, what, 12:30, somewhere before 1 o'clock, I know. So, you know, we were still in the process of trying to locate him.
And I'm going to play you what has been previously been marked as 911. And this is your 911 call. Have you ever heard it?
Have I ever heard it?
Is it up, Judge?
215 my father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near a farm that doesn't. He was burning brush, and now there's stuff in the fire that it could be him. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane run off of?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Scott Farris, Farris.
What's a good callback number for you, Scott?
404-861-2667.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old is
he just turned 68 on the 68, yeah.
68, okay.
Now I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire is still smoldering, and I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen what burned up bodies look like, and this looks like a body.
Okay. All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police and the fire department out there. Just try and leave everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got them on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A member of the fire department, EMT, testified that she was the first on the scene and that you met her at the end of the driveway. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you, after you did that, you looked up at Chris and you told him to get those kids the F out of here. I believe that's what he testified to. You just said, get those kids the F out of here. Right?
Yes, along those lines, I told him to get those girls away from there.
And you testified earlier that when you were there, everybody was there, but your mother was right here above you.
She was
As y'all were
She
looking.
was literally right next to me.
Yeah, well, I believe you said right here above your shoulder, somewhere in there.
I don't recall.
She was next to you, okay? All right. She said she was right next to you. What was she doing when you reached down and grabbed your dad's skull?
She was looking at the same thing I was looking at.
You testified to something earlier that caught me off guard. You said you saw blood vessels. Do you remember that?
Yeah, when I vividly remember seeing it, and I mean, what it appeared to be like little lines. I don't know if they're blood vessels or what, but it didn't look like a rock to me. So it made me, I grabbed a very small corner of it and turned it over and saw the teeth and eye sockets and immediately put it back to confirm.
And you went and met the EMT, and you told the EMT over and over again that you knew what burned bodies looked like because you'd been in Iraq. Just what you said on the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And did you pass Amanda on the way?
From after I called 911 and started heading up to go meet them, yes, Amanda was standing in the driveway.
Okay. And is that when you told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
I never told them.
You never told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
Amanda, no.
You told Chad, didn't you?
No, I never told Chad.
Okay. And eventually, what appears to be every member of, at some point, we got a witness list in this case that covered essentially Cherokee County shows up, right? All of Cherokee County law enforcement, EMTs, fire department, everybody shows up on this scene.
Sorry.
And within minutes, you went and spoke to Detective Kuykendall, yes? You remember him? Tall guy. Nice guy.
Yeah.
Always would apologize before he had to ask you a question, or anybody a question for that matter. Remember him? Not him. The other guy. Tall guy.
Yeah,
You got in the car with him.
yes, I got in a vehicle with 3 other people. One person was the driver, 2 in the back, I believe.
Okay. And is that the first time you decided to tell? That was the moment you chose. You got a hold of Kuykendall and you told him about your immediate suspicions of your mother and that a gun was missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, I told him that I found a gun several weeks prior, and for them to search that house and try to find it, because I didn't try to continue finding it. I only checked that one drawer. So I told them to search the rest of the property.
So when did you search? Oh, sorry, I missed that. When did you say you searched the house looking for that missing gun? Because you were looking for the missing gun before you talked to Kuykendall.
No, when I went down to go check to see if my dad's CPAP machine was there and if his shotgun was there, that's when I remember that gun being in that drawer. So I just went over there to check to see if it was still there. It was not there.
And that was before you told Kuykendall or
Yeah,
Amanda.
that was before we even found my father.
Before you found him,
Yes,
you were looking for a missing gun.
because I remember that gun being there, and I just wanted to make sure if that gun was still there or not.
Okay. So you told Detective Kuykendall, and you love law enforcement, yes? Like you want to be law enforcement.
Yes,
you said
I'm-
you tried even after this to be law enforcement. Yes?
After what?
After your father's death, you tried to get into law enforcement. You testified to that earlier. Yes?
Not after all this happened with my father, because I was told that I wouldn't be able to do anything because I was considered as a suspect in the investigation.
Who told you that?
I don't remember who told me that, but I was just kind of informed on that, and it's kind of a no-brainer if I'm going through such a traumatic event and all. don't see how a law enforcement will hire me on and when I'm being investigated for this.
That's valid. So you then told Kuykendall, from that moment on, they were looking for a gun. Now, when you went into the basement, did you see any blood?
Yes, I noticed one drop of blood.
Where was that drop of blood?
It was heading towards the stairway, kind of the small narrow point between a wall and the bar.
Was it one of these drops of blood?
It would have been number 4.
You saw that one?
I saw that drop.
Is that where you would come in the house, typically, always? You said that's where you would eat your dinner.
I would come down from the stairs and go sit in the chair over there and eat.
The chair with the ottoman?
Yes.
This chair?
Yes.
Where that bullet is? Do you see that bullet? Have you ever seen that bullet before?
No, I've never seen that bullet before.
That's a bullet. And you've never seen that in the basement.
No.
So you say you saw this droplet of blood. Now I do want to go back and note, you days before, you were bit by a snake. And it sounds that you enter and exit through the basement door, or the American doors, as Mr. Fogus puts it. Would it not have made sense that you entered through the basement and gone up the stairs to get the iodine there?
I never would have entered through the basement. If I ever came over to the house, I came in through the garage or the front door.
That's a better picture of the bullet. I'm sorry I couldn't show you earlier. Do you know what kind of bullet that is, sir? I know you do.
There's different types of like rounds and how they expand and all, but I've seen something similar to that with it.
What is that part right there?
It appears to me the plastic, because I know I've seen rounds that have like a reddish or green plastic in the bullet, and that could be range from 9mm to 45 caliber and so forth.
Right. And 38s?
Possibly, yes.
Sure. And so in your experience, what is the purpose of these, this plastic in the bullet? Do you know?
That I do not know.
Okay. You know, like hollow points. Do you know the difference between things like that?
Yes, I know the difference between a hollow point and, target practice type stuff.
So what would be the purpose of that plastic in that bullet?
I really
Don't know?
Don't
Okay.
know.
That's fine. But as you walked up the stairs, you saw no other blood, yes?
No, I saw no other blood.
So and at the top of the stairs, you saw no blood in the dining room. I'm trying to find the picture of the dining room. Here we go. Up here, you saw no blood.
No, sir, I did not.
No blood here.
No, sir.
No blood on this chair.
No, sir.
Anywhere on this rug.
No.
No splatter on the walls.
No.
And you then continued to tell the story of this gun. Who else did you tell the story of the gun to?
That day?
That day.
I only remember talking to, detectives and all.
Okay.
So
Here's something interesting that I would like to ask you. So you've just found out that your father, well, you just allegedly found out, that your father has been burned to death on a burn pile. Yes?
I knew there was human remains in the burn pile. My father was missing, and it had to be a very good percentage chance that it was going to be him.
But your instant thoughts, you go downstairs, you're looking for an alleged gun that was somewhere in the basement that only you saw. Your father's burned to death. You don't think, well, we should probably look to see what accelerants might have been used. You don't go looking for gasoline, do you? Or anything for that matter. You immediately went to a gun. You went and looked for a gun. Yes?
No, I went to try to figure out where my father was, and when I went to go check for the shotgun, I remember that gun being there. It just, something wanted me to go make sure that it was still there or not. I didn't know if it was any anywhere else in the house. Where I last saw it, that's where I went to go check because of her behavior and everything. It's something it was very fishy about the whole situation.
Right, and that is what you've told everyone for 6 years. But you didn't go look for a missing knife. Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You have a property that is a farm property. And on that farm property, I imagine there's some kind of poisons. Yes?
Sure, there's some kind of chemical that if somebody drank it would cause harm.
Okay. But in all of this, and you've testified that you had no idea that there was a bullet in your father until about midnight. And I mean, we've had previous witnesses come into this case and say when they found the bullet in your father's rib. But 10 hours, 12 hours before this bullet is found, you have set them off looking for things. You have been controlling where they go and what they do, have you not?
No, I'm not controlling. I just asked them to search the house to see if they could find that gun because I knew something bad had happened.
That's right, you did. And I know you knew that.
So I took them to the area that we always did shooting. And I think they might have asked if they've ever seen Melody down there. And I
About that
told them I don't ever really.
But you remember in 2019, well over a year after July the 3rd, 2018, you remember then, that's when they started to really look at you. Yes, you remember that. Talking about the bullets. That's when they went back out to the property and combed it for your bullets. Yes?
They asked me if I ever did any shooting, and I said yes. I always had friends over, and they asked, well, can you show us where that area was? I said, yeah, babe, more than happy to. So I took them to the area that we always did shooting. And I think they might have asked if they've ever seen Melody down there, and I, told them I don't ever really remember her being down there. But yeah, I told them where we used to go shooting at. And they asked if we ever did it anywhere else, and I said, no, that was majority of it right there. It was the safest place to shoot.
And then, ultimately, the GBI did interview you months after that Hayes interview. Totally
No.
separate and aside from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. You remember?
Yeah, I remember there's some point, like I said, there was a lot of different people who interviewed me.
You're aware that a .357 can shoot a .38? I said that right. .357 can shoot a .38.
No, I'm not aware of
You're
that.
not aware of that. Multiple times you've testified made statements through the year. You didn't have revolvers, but you did have a revolver once upon a time, did you not?
I had my grandfather's revolver at one point. It was a .357 revolver.
Right.
Long barrel, Yes, I took it with me down to Fort Benning because I did deer hunting and hog hunting down there, and I wanted to use it to hunt hogs with.
And I believe you told Detective Hayes in 2020 that it was stolen from you when you were down in Columbus, when you lived in Columbus.
Yes.
Would it shock you, and that was been about 2012, but would it shock you that my office, and I believe the state has agreed to admit these, that my office conducted an open records request of the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Columbus Police Department. And so at this time I would ask to admit Scott 100, Scott 99, Scott 98, Scott 97.
No, Judge,
Can we switch over to the Elmo one last time, Judge? So you told Detective Hayes that you had a 357 stolen. And he was asking you all this information, and I don't believe it was followed up on, but I did it. And here's what I found. After we requested from both law enforcement institutions down there, Columbus Police, from a date range of 2008 to 2015, specifically we are looking into an incident where a 357 Magnum or other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports, 911 recordings, transcripts, CAD reports, any and all records is what we asked for. I signed it at some point. And we sent it off back in September. And we received an email within days that there are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. Gave him your date of birth at all. So we doubled up and we looked with Muskogee County. And would you believe they found no records either? And they told us to contact the Columbus Police Department. So I'm going to ask you this right now, Scott Farris. That gun was never stolen, was it?
Yes,
You
it
made
was.
no report, did you?
No, I called so we came back from the field. I lived with two other guys. We came back from the field and our house was ransacked, and we called 911. And at the time he said, have you noticed anything missing? I was like, I don't know. We have to go through the house. And once I was able to, put my house back together, he gave us his number and all, and he said, if you find anything missing, let me know. And so I called him and told him that I had a 9mm and that 357. I don't have any VINs on them or anything, but I can't find them now. And then my roommates told him about some of their stuff that was taken as well too.
So you say all that out. But there's obviously no record of it. And you know a 357 can shoot a 38 special. And that gun was not stolen, was it, Scott?
I do not know that a 357 can shoot a 38. I don't see how that's even possible. And I did file a report. I called the police when our house was ransacked, and they came out and, did their part. I have people who witnessed that were a part of it.
And Scott, you know that there was no gun in that basement in your mom's house that she would ever allow to be around those children. You know that. Yes?
I saw a gun down there.
But in fact, you did still have a 357. Yes? That gun that was clearly not stolen, there's no record of that. You lied to Detective Hayes. You're lying now to that jury.
Objection, Your Honor. This is purely argumentative. This is improper, counsel.
I withdraw it.
No, Judge, I object. It's purely improper.
I was going to let him answer it.
Well, then I'll then answer the question.
And what was the question again?
How about I do this? You used that 357 to shoot your father, did you not?
No, because I never shot my father.
And that 357, I don't know where it is, but you went to Lake Lanier the day after you shot your father, did you not? You went to the lake, yes?
Yes, we went to the lake after playing golf.
Did you throw that 357 into Lake Lanier after you shot your father?
No, because I have not seen that 357 since 2012, I think it was, when my house was broken into.
And did your father, in fact, confront you that evening about being out again? Because through the text messages, we clearly have seen that you're constantly hiding from your father to go play golf, to go hang with your friends and not do your job. And he was always controlling your money, yes?
No, he wasn't controlling my money.
Did you shoot him at the barn, Scott?
I never shot my father.
Did you take that bullet and put that bullet in the floor in your mother's house?
I never knew of that bullet.
you would agree with me that it's absurd that there is no blood of any serious measure of your father's in that house consistent with being shot in the house. Yes?
I haven't seen the evidence amount of, the only picture of blood that I've seen is what you've come across the screen. I haven't been told about how much blood was found in the house. All I know is the one drop of blood that I noticed, but I don't know.
You knew how to work a fire. Yes? You worked fires with your dad. You put one out. Remember? You went in there and you stuck your hand through the wall and you were trying to put the fire out in the wall years before. You remember that, yes?
Yes.
Were the hairs on your hands singed? Can you hold your hands up? Were they singed at all from that evening?
I don't remember. On the evening of what? You talking about the fire that I was trying to put out in the house?
Yes, that one.
So during the daytime when fire department came and I saved my parents' house from fully burning down, I don't remember the hair on my hands being singed.
How about on July the 3rd?
There's no way I could do that because I was never around a fire on July the 3rd.
Did anybody from law enforcement ask you if it was? Your hands were singed?
No, I don't ever remember if
They only ever did an accelerant test, yes?
they did some kind of test. They swabbed my hands there in the driveway of the house. I do remember that. I don't know what it was for, but they asked if they could swab my hands, and I was like, yes.
You are how tall?
6'6", I know.
Could you stand for the jury, please?
Sure.
And how much do you weigh?
Currently I'm about 280.
You can have a seat. You understand that you are the only person on the property who could have physically pulled off what the district attorney's office and the state has alleged that your mother did. You're aware you're the only person. You even said so in your own interviews that she would have had to have had help. Didn't you say that?
There's a possibility, a chance of that, she could have needed help, but, yes, it has came across me many a times because of my size and the size of my father. Yes, I was going to be looked at like that, but I had nothing to do with it. But I've also seen, you always see people on the news being able to do stuff under, how would you say it, when their adrenaline's rushing and stuff. They're able to do things that they thought they'll never be able to do.
Well, Scott, you would agree. I'm asking, this is my question, and I'll sit down. It's your proposal to this jury that something that's strange and odd on the news about these stories of adrenaline and picking up cars and all these very odd things, that would be somehow how your mother pulled off moving a 300-pound man in the house instead of the very obvious solution, which is that the one person on the property who could move him did move him, and that's you. That's all I have.
Just my redirect. I'm gonna be fast.
All right, we'll see. Go ahead.
And Mr. Weaver, for the record, these videos that we're gonna mark, do you mind if I just say the date on them? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
These are in August, I believe, of 2015. Is that right, Scott? Judge, if we can switch.
Yeah.
What you do.
Yeah, no objection.
Judge, at this time, I'm continuing into evidence S. Farris 12 through S. Farris 15.
Any objection?
I don't think so. Any objections?
Mr. Weaver, any objections?
No.
Scott, this is S. Farris 12. These are text messages between yourself and the defendant. Do you see these on the screen here?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then we're going down March 12, 2018 through beginning at 9:47 a.m. and going through 12:57 p.m. First one says, bring hex key set to take a shower apart, going to Ferguson's. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one at about 2 minutes later says, it's incoming to your phone, says, then get a job and move off my property. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one says, I have had enough of this place. I promise you, I'm at the end of my rope with you and Gary. Do you see those?
Yes.
S. Farris 13, this is between yourself and your mother on your phone, and May 13, 2018, and looks like it's incoming from your mother and says Gary ? You see that?
Yes.
And then on down it says hello. Then the next one says, I don't know where he is. Have not seen him all day. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
And then you have incoming. You might make sure he's alive. See that one?
Yes, sir.
Then at the bottom on May 13, 2018, 5:49, outgoing, it looks like you sent one. He is back and he is in his office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So at times your mother would actually look for your father, right?
Yes, she would text me to figure out where he would be at.
So she had the ability to go and look for him when he's missing.
Yes.
And then here's a S. Farris 14. This is between Amanda's your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Amanda Farris, and then phone calls between Amanda Farris and the defendant. These text messages here.
And this is from between Amanda and Melody?
Right. So
Okay.
February 5th, 2018. Do you see the one here with Amanda Farris, and it says they have plenty of money?
Yes, I do.
Next one says, but Gary was going to do that wedding to spite me. So here's comma. 2016, who was getting married in your family?
That, well, I get what?
Well, excuse me, 2000. This has been 2018. 2016, did Emily get married?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, because Chris and Gemma got married before Chris and Emily.
And then February 6, 2018, this message here, do you see the one that says, wonder what Scott is going to do when he comes home. I have his stuff thrown out and the Mexican living in my barn. You see that one from your mom? By your mom?
Yes, sir.
And then February 6, 2018, one by your mom, it says, he went yesterday after sleeping till noon, get his hair cut, beard trimmed, beard oiled, went to visit Randy and Riley, stayed out all night. Then today, don't start doing anything till 2. I'm so far past done. His job is to report to G. Wayne. What's your father's name?
Gary Wayne Farris.
What I do has an unlimited credit card. Do you see her talk about you having a credit card?
Yes, sir.
And I think the defense had this one here about my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change here. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Counsel asked a lot of questions about these guns and ammunition and all these things. He's pointing to you. Is he not? That you're the one that killed your father?
He's trying to, accuse me of doing that. Yes, towards me.
Has anything that he's presented you or anything that I presented you changed your answer from earlier today that you did not murder your father?
No, there was absolutely nothing here that changed my opinion because I did not murder my father nor help her move him.
Is anything that's going to come out of this trial going to show that you murdered your father?
No.
Nothing further on.
All right, you step down.
Judge, we do ask him to be still retained.
All right.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, excuse me, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And scoot on close to that microphone so we can hear you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Theophilus Pierce, but I go by Ted.
How do you know the Farris family?
I met Scott probably about 10, 11 years ago.
And how close would you say you and Scott are?
He's probably one of my closest friends.
Would you visit Scott where he lived at the farm?
Occasionally. I've been out there a few times.
What would you guys do together the most?
We played a lot of golf together.
Where would you play golf?
Mainly a place called Hampton Golf Village in North Forsyth.
Why there?
It was close to where, I guess closer to where I lived. My brother-in-law lived close to there. He'd play a lot with us, and it was a relatively inexpensive golf course. We play a lot of twilight golf.
Did you say relatively inexpensive?
Inexpensive, yeah. So 25, 30 bucks around, you know.
So where is it that you live?
At that time, I was living in Dawson County at my family's lake house.
Okay.
I traveled a lot for work, so I wasn't home often.
What part of the lake? What lake was that on?
Lake Lanier.
What part of the lake was it?
It would be considered the north side of the lake.
So this was back in 2018 you lived at the lake house there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what year did you meet Scott?
Probably somewhere in the 2014, 2015 year, I would have to say.
How did you meet him?
I met him through my sister. She worked at a restaurant in Johns Creek that I would go up to pretty regularly, and he would go up to there because they were friends. And so she introduced us.
And so Scott, is pretty close to your whole family?
Yes, he is.
Were you with Scott the first week in July of 2018?
I was.
How every day? How frequently were you with him?
That week, definitely the first 3 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we spent a lot of time together.
Were you at the farm the week before for Gary's birthday?
I do not recall if I was there or not.
About how many times would you say you visited the farm?
I've probably been out there no more than 6, 7 times, maybe 8 times.
In 2018, what did you know to be Scott's job?
Scott managed the farm, took care of the animals, maintenance around the farm, pretty much anything his dad needed on the farm was Scott's job.
Did you know how he took care of the animals?
In terms of, I mean, he fed them, he'd, ride the horses, he'd make sure they got out in the pastures when they needed to. Basically just like, as I envisioned it, what you would do to take care of animals at a farm.
Sure. And if his mom were to call him back to the farm and you were with Scott, what would he do?
He would usually go back. It would probably depend on what the issue was, but in most of the time he would go back because it was usually a big enough issue he needed to get back to get something taken care of.
Sure. So I want to talk about that first week in July of 2018, and we have a calendar here in case you need to look and see what days of the week we're talking about. So I want to talk about this week right here, okay?
Okay.
And what was your job in 2018?
In
2018.
2018, I worked for a company that manufactures dental x-ray equipment.
Okay.
And I still do.
Okay.
I'm still at the same company.
Were you in town that first week of July?
I was. I took that week off work.
Oh, you had the whole week off?
I took the whole week off, yeah.
And what did you do on Monday, July 2nd?
On Monday, July 2nd, I believe we played golf at the Manor that morning.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and our friends Joe and Ryan.
Do you remember what time you teed off?
It would have been morning, probably 9-ish, I'd guess, on that day. I picked up Scott from the farm that morning, and we went to the Manor because it was relatively close to where he lived.
And what did you do after you played golf at the Manor?
I dropped him back off at the farm to get his truck, and then we went to a place called Rosati's for lunch.
All right. What did you do after Rosati's?
I left and went home.
And did you and Scott go your separate ways?
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I'd say that'd be, if I recall, sometime middle afternoon. If we had finished up with golf that day, it would have been around 12:31. And then we would have went and had probably a drink and some lunch at Rosati's, and then, probably 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you know if you and him communicated the rest of that Monday? at all?
I do not recall if we may have, but it would have been a text or two at minimum, not a lot of conversation at that point.
Okay. So the next day would be Tuesday the 3rd. Did you see Scott that day?
I did.
What did you do?
Scott came up to the lake house, and we went out on the lake for the day.
Around what time did Scott come up to the lake house?
Probably early afternoon would usually been about the average time he would show up.
What did you do at the lake?
Took the boats out, probably did some surfing off the back of the wakeboard boat, probably took out the pontoon boat. I believe we went and watched fireworks from the water that night from one of the marinas up there. But that'd be about an average day on the lake.
Do you know, did Scott stay for dinner?
Yes, he did.
How late did he stay?
Scott left just before 11 p.m. on that night.
Was your house equipped with any security cameras?
Yes, I had a Nest security camera at my front door, or front porch driveway area.
And after finding out what happened to Gary, did you have the opportunity to pull that footage?
I did.
And what did you pull?
I pulled the footage of Scott leaving that evening just for the timestamp out of more curiosity.
State moves to admit I guess it's just Pierce 1.
No objection.
I submit.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and publish this, Mr. Pierce. I'll go ahead and actually also move to admit Pierce 2, the screenshot of the timestamp.
No objection.
Pull this up first. This is Pierce 2 that I'm showing you. Is that the clip that you pulled down from
Yes,
Nest? And did you take that photo of the clip?
I took that photo with my cell phone, yes.
Okay. And so does that show the date and time of the clip itself?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember what day you pulled that down? And I say pulled that down, I'm inferring that you pulled that off of a cloud or some account that you have with Nest.
Correct. It's off my Nest account that I had at the time.
And you downloaded that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when?
I initially downloaded it back probably in 2018, but lost that thumb drive, and recently was able to gain access again to my Nest account and was able to re-pull the footage down just a couple days ago.
Was it already saved in your account?
Correct, yes.
From when you first pulled it
From
down?
when I first pulled it, yes, ma'am.
And did you pull it down after finding out what happened to Mr. Farris, Gary Farris?
I did.
I'm going to go ahead and publish Pierce 2. I'm sorry, Pierce 1, the video clip. And so is 10:55 the time that that clip saved?
Yes, ma'am.
So once he left that night, when was the next time you saw Scott?
The next morning at Hampton Golf Village, we had I believe a 7 a.m. or 7:15 a.m. tea time.
When you arrived at Hampton Golf Village, was Scott already there?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe Philip and I arrived around 6:45.
Had you heard from Scott before arriving at the golf course?
He did text me a little bit earlier that morning asking if we were awake and ready to go.
So you golfed at Hampton Golf Club on, that would be the day of the 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take you to do that round?
That round was probably about 4.5 hours, typical round.
18 holes?
18 holes, yes ma'am.
So that puts you around lunchtime.
Correct.
What did you do next?
We went directly back to the lake house.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and my brother-in-law, Philip.
So did Philip golf with you that day as well?
Yes ma'am.
You went back up to the lake house. Did you guys stop anywhere?
No.
Once you got to the lake house, what did you do?
Probably went back down to the dock, went back out on the boat for a little bit. I left at some point in the afternoon for a few hours to go visit a friend at, I believe, a pool party in downtown Cumming, and then came back up to the lake house a little bit later.
Was Scott still there when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
arrived back? And did you guys go back to that pool party later
We
that
did.
evening? Tell the jury about that.
After I got back up to the lake house, everybody had kind of started packing up to go home. My mom went home. My sister and my niece and my brother-in-law went home. And I was planning to go back to the pool party, and Scott came with me because it was on his way home. So
What time was that, do you think?
probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock, I'd say.
How long was that drive from your lake house to the pool party?
About half an hour. 20 minutes to half an hour.
How long did you stay at the pool party?
I don't recall how long I stayed. I might have been there a little while.
How long was Scott there for?
Maybe an hour,
He
hour
did
and a
not
half.
stay as long as you
He did
did?
not stay as long as I did, no ma'am.
Did, when Scott, let me go back to the night of the 3rd. When Scott left the night of the 3rd, did he say why he was leaving?
He had gotten a phone call from his mom, and the horses had apparently gotten out, and he needed to go home and take care of that.
Did he tell you why he was leaving the pool party on the 4th?
Just no specific reason, just to go home.
Did you all, when was the next time you heard from him?
I heard from him the following day on, I believe, the 5th, Thursday the 5th.
Okay. Did you guys have plans that day?
We did.
What were your plans?
We were supposed to go meet a friend of ours, club fitter at PGA Superstore down in Roswell to get fitted for custom golf clubs.
Did you end up doing that?
I did, yes.
You did go?
I did go.
Okay. Did you hear from Scott that day about what happened to his dad?
I did.
Okay. When he called you, did he say anything about what happened?
He had called me a couple times, if I recall correctly, that day. He had called me initially to tell me his dad was missing, and they were starting to look for him. And then a little bit while later, he called me again and said he thinks he found his dad's remains, or he found something that day.
Have you ever met Melody Farris?
Briefly, a couple times at the farm in passing. No, like, real conversations though.
Would Scott share anything with you about his family when you guys would hang out?
Not a lot, no. I mean, we don't really talk about that.
After all of this happened with his dad and Scott finding the remains, how was Scott when you guys would hang out?
Afterwards, I mean, outside of, being upset and frustrated with everything that was going on, he was still pretty much the same Scott, just in terms of still a good friend, still there, would still talk to you when you needed it, but he was different in terms, he was sad. He was sadder than normal.
Did he ever open up to you about his dad?
Not really. I didn't ask. It was a hard subject to bring up.
Did Scott eventually get a job after finding his dad's remains?
He did.
What job did he get?
For a little while, he was doing odd jobs, helping a friend of ours out with like cabinetry work and like just kind of home remodel, general contractor stuff. But then he got a job at a friend of ours owns a nursery in Forsyth County. He got a job working for him full time.
Did Scott continue to take care of the animals on the farm?
He did.
How do you know that he did that?
I talked to him pretty regularly. I mean, he was still out there, and we were still, we're still friends. So I mean, he would still tell me a lot of what was going on.
Who was providing the feed for the animals and doing all of the work that needed to be done?
He was from working. He was trying to keep it going as long as he could.
Did Scott love the animals on that farm?
He absolutely loved the animals on that farm.
How do you know that?
He always, he talks about it now all the time, but I know he did. He absolutely loved working for his dad. He loved being out there on that farm.
1 second, Judge. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. Just a few brief questions. So 7-2 that Monday, you guys went and played golf at the Manor Club, which is kind of closer to where Scott lived.
Correct.
And y'all went to, like, what time was that tee time?
I want to say it was probably around 9, maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock that morning.
Okay.
I want to say. I don't 100% remember, but.
And you took the whole week off of work. Were y'all planning just like a guys' week, a golf week? What was
No,
going on?
I traveled a lot for work, so when there were holiday weeks, I would typically just, for myself, just take the week off work and just kind of do whatever I wanted to do.
So Monday it was you and Scott and your brother-in-law.
No, on Monday it was me, Scott, our friends Joe and Ryan.
Okay. All right. And y'all played at the Manor, and then you went to Rosati's,
Yes, sir.
and that's a pub over in Cumming.
Yes, sir. Off exit 13.
Sports bar?
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
And how long were y'all there?
A couple hours, probably. 2, maybe 3.
So if you could get, how much did Scott drink that day? Can you remember?
I don't keep tabs on what he was drinking or how much, but no more than, maybe a couple beers at golf and maybe a drink or two at lunch.
Sometimes you guys smoke marijuana too, right?
I never have, no, sir.
But Scott does with you.
I've never seen him do it, but I've heard of it, but I don't know how much he did back then, no.
Okay, so you didn't see him smoke any marijuana that day?
Not on that day, no, sir.
All right. And what time did you say you guys got done with Rosati's?
It's 3:30 probably mid to late afternoon.
All right. And he drove home by himself?
Yes, sir.
Then Tuesday the 2nd, y'all played at where?
Tuesday would have been the 3rd. We did not play golf on Tuesday.
Okay. What did you see him at all? On the
Yes, he came up to the lake house and we spent the afternoon and evening with
What
my
time?
family on the lake.
Do you remember?
He probably got up there early afternoon. I'd say probably around 1 o'clock. That's pretty average.
Yeah. What did you guys do on the lake?
Same thing we always did. We'd either take the wakeboard boat out and go do some surfing off the back of it, or we would just leisurely take out the pontoon boat and just kind of putz around the lake. I've got friends that live on the lake. We'd go, dock hopping as we call it, go visit friends at docks and hang out and just hang out on the lake, enjoy the weather.
How much do you think you guys had to drink that day?
I'm the boat driver, so I typically did not drink very much out on the lake when I was driving. Again, I don't keep tabs on what anybody else was drinking, but Scott was not a heavy drinker that I recall, so maybe a couple beers.
Maybe a couple of beers?
Maybe a couple beers.
Did you see anybody take any shots that day?
My sister and brother-in-law sometimes would, but that day was not a very heavy drinking day. We had a less than 1-year-old on the boat, my niece, so we were just enjoying the weather and just kind of being chill.
And you remember this phone call that he received that night from his mother?
Well, I don't 100% remember it, but I know he got that phone call because he told me he got that phone call.
He told you he got that
Yes,
phone
sir.
call. When did he tell you that?
Right before he left.
Right before he
Right
left. So
before
you
he
didn't
left.
hear the phone call?
No, sir.
Right. And what made you, in your mind, think, well, I need to go and get in my nest and pull up this video of Scott leaving? When did that happen in your life?
Probably a couple weeks after everything had happened, and I knew I was going to get a phone call from Detective Hayes. There was some questions, and I guess just for my own memory, I was like, "What time did he leave?" I watch a lot of TV, so I watch a lot of crime dramas and
So
stuff
you
like that.
you thought Scott's probably a suspect, or you already been alerted to the fact that Scott was a suspect?
I don't know if I'd been alerted to that. I just, for my own memory that day, because once I got back to the lake house that night, I probably had a little bit to drink. Once I was done driving for the day.
That night?
That night of the 3rd, probably, yes.
Yeah, so probably.
Because I lived there, so I slept there. I didn't have to go anywhere.
Right. You're pretty definitive about a lot of things that happened in those days, but you believed yourself to have probably been intoxicated by about 11 o'clock, yes?
I don't know about intoxicated, but
But
you
couldn't
know,
drive a car. You'd say that, right?
I wouldn't have, no sir.
All right. Scott, prior to this, you guys would go play golf about how often?
I wouldn't play as much. Again, I traveled a lot, but on weeks where I was in town, we'd try to get a couple rounds in of twilight golf if we could.
Do you ever remember Scott telling you, I can't today, Dad says I got to work, stuff like that?
Not to those exact words, but there were times he couldn't play because
Okay.
he either had stuff he had to get done on the farm or whatever.
But he would complain sometimes that his father wouldn't let him go play golf, right?
I've never heard him complain about his father.
Okay. And you're his best friend, right?
One of his closest friends. I mean, I don't know if I call best, but we're good friends.
How would Scott pay for things? Do you know that?
No, not really. I mean, he had a credit card or a debit card. I mean, he'd always pay with credit or something, a card.
Were you aware that he didn't have a credit card in his own name?
I was not aware, no sir.
Okay. He had to use his father's credit card for everything.
I did not know that, no sir.
Okay. And then Wednesday morning, you guys went and played golf,
Correct.
correct? And y'all went to Hampton.
Yes, sir.
Did that used to be called Hampton Farms? Because you call it Hampton Village. I didn't know if it was
It's always been called Hampton Golf Village to me.
Hampton Golf Village. And that's up closer to Dawsonville on 400?
Correct. It's north Forsyth County.
Right. Because then you guys went over to the lake.
Yes, sir.
Where is that lake house, by the way?
It's in Dawson County, South Dawson County, off Highway 53
Okay.
and War Hill Park.
War Hill Park. There we go.
Yes, sir.
And how did he seem that morning?
He seemed himself. We were all a little tired. I mean,
Everybody was a little tired.
Well, I mean,
because your brother-in-law testified to the same thing.
not a morning person myself, so I mean, I was always just a little tired, but it was kind of something we had started doing, playing golf in the morning on 4th of July for, I think this was our second or third year.
So it was a tradition.
We had started one, yeah, we wanted it to be one.
And it was something that you guys were going to keep no matter what, right?
We were going to try to, yeah.
You seem to remember in relatively good detail a lot from that weekend. So what was Scott doing prior to leaving the party that afternoon?
On which day?
The 4th.
On the 4th?
Yes.
What do you mean by what was he doing?
What was he doing?
Well, we
At
were
the
just
park?
hanging out with friends at a pool.
At a pool?
Yeah, just, I mean, there were like 15 people we knew there, and we were just talking, hanging out.
Where was
shooting.
this pool?
An apartment complex somewhere off exit 14. I couldn't tell you the name of the apartment complex right now, but it was pretty close to the highway.
Do you remember all the people that were there?
I could probably name 7 or 8 off the top of my head. It's the same typical group of friends that we always hung out with or always were around and still are around to this day.
Was there a keg at this pool party? I mean, most pool parties have
I
a keg,
don't
right?
recall there being a keg, no.
Shots?
I don't recall that either, no sir. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I do not recall seeing it.
Beer?
Sure,
Mixed drinks?
probably.
Probably. You don't remember?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring anything because I wasn't drinking. Scott didn't bring anything because he was heading home afterwards, and so we
Do
went
you
by
know that
there.
for sure, or is that a probably?
That's a probably, but I didn't see him drink anything.
So you don't remember?
Not 100%, no sir.
You either remember or you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor.
You ready?
Thank you, Judge. When Scott called you to tell you about Gary, did he say anything about his mom?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, I wonder if my mom finally did something.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
No follow-up.
All right, you can sit down.
State calls Emily Payne.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Emily Farris Payne.
Where do you live, Emily?
I live in Tennessee. I live in Spring Hill, Tennessee, which is about 25 minutes south of Nashville.
Okay, I'm going to scoot this down a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
You kind of speak over it.
Speak
There
over
we
it?
go, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay.
A little quieter than the last couple of witnesses.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Melody Farris?
She's my mom.
And is Gary Farris your dad?
Yes, he is.
When did you all, as a family, move to Georgia?
I believe it was in 95. We moved from Hoover to Atlanta.
How old were you when you moved here?
Well, I was going into the 2nd grade in Alpharetta, so believe like 8, I guess is how old I would have been. Yeah.
Were you around when your dad was in law school, or did you come after he had graduated?
So I was born like literally right before he graduated from law school. So I was at his graduation from law school, but I was an infant. Yes.
Okay. And so you have always known your dad to work at Byrne Foreman.
That's correct. Yes.
How was your dad's work ethic with that firm?
Very good. He was very loyal to Byrne Foreman. He always took it very seriously, at least from my perspective. Yeah, I mean, he was dedicated to it. So, yeah, he took it very seriously.
When you grew up, how was your parents' relationship when you were younger?
It was good from my perspective. You know, from everything that I saw, they were very loving with each other. You know, like physically, touchy-feely kisses, hugs. I mean, they certainly, from my perspective, seemed like to have a healthy relationship. Yes.
And from your perspective, did that change at all?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it did change later in the years. I would say not till I got into college was there a difference.
Do you know what caused that change?
Yes. Basically, my mother began having an affair with Ted Wiley, and when my dad found out about it, that's pretty much when things went south.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Wiley for a little bit. Around what time did you become aware of that relationship?
Probably 2009, maybe 2008, 2009. I specifically remember when I found out about it. I just can't remember exactly the year, but I think it was in
Sure. How did you find out about it?
My dad called me. He called me. I was working, and he called me when I was working, and I took a break to talk to him. And he told me that my mom had moved in with Ted, and that they were in a relationship. And that was pretty devastating.
Who was Ted Wiley? How did you know him?
So Ted, sorry.
That's okay, take your time.
Ted dated my Aunt Sherry, who is my dad's sister. They've been together for a very long time. I mean, like, I remember Christmas gatherings when Ted was around when I was like 7. I mean, he's been around for a very long time. But Ted was dating my Aunt Sherry. Yes.
And you had mentioned that your mom moved in with Ted, and that's the information that you had at the time.
Yes.
How long did she stay gone?
It was quite a while. It was, I mean, certainly longer than a month. I want to say it could have been like 3 months. We couldn't really get a hold of her during that time. And, you know, it was so long ago, it's a little bit of a blur, but it was a good chunk of time for sure.
At any point during the Ted Wiley affair, was there a financial situation that you became aware of between your parents?
I mean, yeah, my dad had called me and said that, like, right before she kind of, for lack of a better word, disappeared, she had withdrawn a significant amount of money from their home equity line of credit tied to the house.
And how was your dad when he told you about that?
I mean, he was upset. I kind of can understand where he was coming from. If my spouse did that, I would be upset. I think anyone would, without communicating. But I think that was very troubling for him, because she had never done anything like that before.
Did you say she had never done?
She had never done anything like that before.
At some point over the next year or so, did your parents rekindle, for lack of a better word?
I think there was an attempt made. I moved back to the Atlanta area, and I feel like that's kind of when she came back home, was when I moved back to Atlanta. And I don't know how much effort was put into rekindling the relationship, but she came back home.
Okay. What year was that? You mentioned it was when you moved
2011.
Back. 2011.
Yeah. Because that was, after I graduated, so 2011.
So you moved back to the Atlanta area after you graduated?
Yes, from college, yeah.
Did you move back to the Alpharetta house or somewhere else?
No, I was in an apartment in Dunwoody when I moved back.
So at that time, did that affair change your parents' relationship in your eyes?
Yes, absolutely. Changed,
How so?
Completely changed everything. I just think that he lost trust that was once there, and it was just like we all knew it happened, but there was no explanation from her end on why it happened, or that there was no apology. So it was really hard as a family for us to move on, because it was almost like, we're just not going to talk about that now. But I definitely felt like it was still going on. If, for example, if I were to go out to lunch, I would see her texting him. So it's like, things like that. But yes, it was a very bad toll that was taken on our family. Hard to recover from that.
Did your parents' financial relationship change?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So my dad removed her from bank accounts, or he, I guess, closed joint, open new. So she no longer was on the bank accounts. So she couldn't, she didn't have access the way that she did before.
I want to move forward a little bit to, let me ask you this. When did you move to Tennessee?
2015 is when I moved to Tennessee.
So your parents had the farm when you moved to Tennessee?
They did, yes.
Were you around when they were making the decision to purchase the farm?
I was.
What was your understanding of why they moved out of Alpharetta into a farm?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it was probably a good try to start over. When my mom was in Florence spending time with Ted, he had horses, and they would go horseback riding. It was a pretty big deal. And my mom seemed to really enjoy that. So I think buying kind of like a horse farm was kind of like my dad's way of trying to make her happy. I know that's a little strange, but I just think it was a chance to start fresh. I think from his perspective it was that, but I don't know why together as a couple they decided to move, but I think it was a chance to start over, for sure.
So then you moved to Tennessee after they moved into the farm?
Mm-hmm.
Did you, would your mom visit you in Tennessee?
She would.
And at some point, did you get married in Tennessee?
I did. Yes, I did.
And well, before that, did your mom kind of rekindle a relationship with her cousin Martha Jane?
She sure did, yes.
Tell the jury about that a little bit.
So, I can't really remember what year it was that Martha Jane had surgery. I'm sorry, I do not know what kind of surgery she had. But my mom kind of volunteered herself to go up there and help her with that. That, from that point, is when the relationship with Martha Jane came about and became stronger.
Where did Martha Jane live?
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And did you ever go with your mom to Tullahoma?
The only time I ever went to Tullahoma was, I think it was once. We were going to go visit my grandmother, my mom's mom. I think it was for Mother's Day. It was going to be like a Mother's Day kind of visit. And so I drove from Franklin, Tennessee to Tullahoma, Tennessee to ride together with my mom and Martha Jane to Florence, Alabama to visit my grandmother. And I believe that was the only time that I ever visited there.
Okay. So you fast forward a little bit, end up getting married in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tell the jury a little bit about what happened at your wedding.
I mean, it was a good wedding. I was the bride, so I was a little, I was like probably in another world compared to everyone else. But our family was there, obviously, and I mean, everything was pretty normal with the wedding, but I don't know. I guess. Rusty Barton came to the wedding. I knew he was invited. My mom included him on her guest list. He was there, and at that point we were kind of aware that maybe something more was going on with him, between her, my mom and Rusty, and he came to the wedding, and from what I understand, they were like dancing together, like canoodling, if you will, during the reception.
You mentioned that you all sort of knew prior that something may have been going on. Mm-hmm. How did you know that?
Well, she would like talk, like, so before I even moved to Tennessee, if like I was like out with her, like if we were like running errands or going shopping or something like that, like she would talk about Rusty. Like she would just like bring him up, and you know, she would say something about like, oh, he's such a great grandfather to his grandkids, or blah blah blah, and I was just like, okay, like that's nice. But I don't know, when I told my mom that I was moving to Tennessee, I expected her to be upset, and she wasn't. She was almost giddy. And that, to me, was like another sign to me that it's like a reason for her to go to Tennessee, is because I'm up there now. And then there was one night after we had moved to Tennessee, my sister was in town. She was working for Tory Burch at the time, and she had to help out at the Green Hills location. And so she was staying with me, and we had planned a dinner with my mom, and I believe I knew Martha Jane was going to go, and they were going to drive up from Tullahoma to Franklin, and we were going to go to dinner. And when my mom arrived at our apartment, Rusty was with her, and we did not know that Rusty was going to be with her, so that was very uncomfortable. I can remember how upset my sister was about the situation. It was very odd to see him there. And then when we went to dinner, they sat next to each other, and just the interactions between the two were of a couple. Like there was, like I felt like under the table leg touching, like getting really close together to talk, just like whispering to each other, like into each other's ears. Like it was so uncomfortable that after they left, after the dinner, my sister was like, we need to tell Daddy. Like, we need to tell Daddy that he was here tonight. And we had a conversation on whether we should tell our dad or not. I mean, it was that uncomfortable. But that's kind of when I knew that, I mean, why would she be spending time with this guy? We were already kind of suspicious after Ted, so it was strange for us to see her spending time with another man, for sure.
The conversation that you and your sister had, was that with Amanda?
It was.
Did you end up telling your dad?
No, we didn't. And I actually was the one that told her, I just think all it's going to do, we don't know anything. Like, we don't know. And I just felt like all that's going to do is upset him. And so I just, and she was like ready to tell him. She totally was. And I was just like, I just don't think that we should right now, because it's only going to make him upset. And we don't know. We don't know we haven't seen anything. Like, we haven't like caught anything, So I told her no.
So I want to fast forward to the wedding. Is that how you all kind of knew something was maybe going on between your mom and Rusty?
Yes, for sure.
And then your mom invited him to your wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a conversation about that with anyone?
So basically, I asked for guest lists from both of my parents, and they separately provided me guest lists. I saw that Rusty was on the guest list, and I called my brother and his wife at the time, Jenna, and I said, what should I do? He's on the guest list. She wants me to mail him an invitation, and if I press her on this, she will cancel my wedding. Like, she will cancel my wedding. It'll be over. Like, I felt like my hands were tied. Because that's how she was. They said, why don't you just send her guest list to Daddy, just so he can see it? And so that's what I did. I emailed it to him. And I think in the email I said, here's her guest list. I just wanted you to see who all she's inviting. And he never actually responded to my email.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit pane 1 through 10. Defense already had those exhibits, but this time I'd like to move to tender State's Exhibits pane 1 through 10.
Definitely. All right, there, minute.
Emily, I'm just going to walk through those with you on the screen, okay? The first few are, well, I guess these are pictures you provided the state from your wedding?
Yes.
Okay. This is a family photo?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's your mom in the kind of silverish dress?
Mm-hmm. It's like a blush pink, but yeah.
It was a blush pink. And then who's this next to you?
That's my sister Amanda.
Okay, and Scott, and your dad,
Right.
Chris and Jenna?
Yes.
Okay. Who are we looking at here?
So obviously that's me, that's my husband Chris, and that's two of my husband's friends, Jason, I can't remember his name.
Sure.
And oh gosh, her name is blanking on me too, but they're Chris's, like colleagues of Chris's, so.
And your husband's name is Chris too?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about your husband Chris.
My husband Chris, I'm sorry, my Chris.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Should have explained that to the jury. And you sent us this photo. Who is this back here in the background?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay, and who's that right there?
That's my mom.
What year did you get married?
2016.
And this you and your husband dancing?
It is, yes.
And right here in the background, who are these two folks right here?
That's Rusty and my mother.
And some more pictures of you and Chris dancing. And is it the same, your mom and Rusty back here?
It is.
When you got these photos back, did you notice?
Oh, yes. I noticed that. Mm-hmm.
And is this the same, your mom and Rusty right here?
It is, yes.
And then I want to draw your attention to, well, who's this right here?
That is Chad, Bruce, and Ella, my niece Ella.
Okay. And this is you and Chris?
Mm-hmm,
Okay.
That's right.
And then over here, we have what looks like Mr. Barton.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
And do you know who this is in the black or the dark color dress? Maybe blue, I don't know.
Yes, that was, her name was Sherry. She was a friend of my mother's, also a neighbor.
And then is that your mom in between the two? You can see her dress in between?
Yes, that's her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And who are we looking at here?
So, starting from the left, that's Chad Bruce there.
Okay.
In the sunglasses, that's Rusty Barton. That's my bridesmaid, Natalie Keene. And then that's Sherry, my mom's friend and neighbor.
Okay. And then who do we have here?
It's my mom and Rusty.
And then who's that back there?
That's my dad.
Who are we looking at here?
So that's Rusty in the red tie there. My dad is to his left.
Right here?
And then, I don't know who that is. Right there, that lady.
Okay.
I don't know if that's Sherry or not.
And so those were photos that were taken at your wedding.
Yes.
After the wedding, did anyone discuss Mr. Barton's presence? I mean, amongst your family, were there conversations? What was the fallout?
Yeah, not with me. My siblings actually did a fabulous job not making me aware of the situation while it was going on during the reception. I, was talking to everyone in the room. So I honestly, during the reception, did not notice
You
that
weren't paying
much.
attention to that.
Yes. And so even like that after the wedding was over, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at all. Even like my mom came up with Sherry to bring something to me after we had left, and I went down to the lobby and met her and Sherry, and I didn't think anything of it then, but I think it was in the days after the wedding. It was, I think, my brother Chris that brought up the anger that everyone was feeling during the reception. There was a lot of my siblings staring down the situation. I know my sister told me that she was almost having to be held back. She was so angry at her behavior with Rusty on the dance floor. She almost wanted to, it was a reception, we were all drinking. But, she was, very angry, and Chad almost had to, hold her back. And there's just, they were telling me things, and I, would think back on the reception and, remember glimpses of interactions. I didn't know what was going on, but, I remember my sister, almost looking like she wanted to, do something, and, Chad kind of, calming her down. But, my brother did tell me that, later, I can't remember how long it was after the wedding, but we were, I think, all just at that point discussing it, can you believe that? Oh my gosh, that was so crazy. And then, my brother Chris was well, we had gone to eat before we left town, and Daddy said, that's the last time she's ever going to embarrass me like that again. I can only imagine how devastated he was by that.
I want to talk about the days leading up to the week of July 5th of 2018.
Okay.
And Emily, you and I have chatted before today, right?
That's correct.
And I've shown you some text messages in those conversations that we've had?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Good. I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit P 11. You can go ahead and flip through that silently, please. And before we get to this exhibit, what did you have going on in 2017?
I had a baby.
What month in 2017 was your baby born?
Olivia was born November 27th, 2017.
And did you have a baby shower in Tennessee?
I did.
Did your family come up?
They did.
Who all came up?
My parents, my mom and my dad, my brother Chris, his wife Jenna at the time, my brother Scott, my sister Amanda. I think Chad was with her. I think, and Martha Jane was there. I think that was it from my the family. But like all the immediate family were there for sure.
After, what month was that?
I think it was October. Yeah, I think it was in October.
When was the next time you saw your family after your baby shower? Did you go up for Thanksgiving or Christmas, or down, I should say?
So I couldn't travel for Thanksgiving because I was pregnant and technically was supposed to have had her by then, but she was a week late, so I was being induced like literally right after Thanksgiving, so I had to stay in town, so I did not go to Atlanta for Thanksgiving that year.
Did you go down for Christmas?
We did.
Who all was together for that Christmas?
So it was all of us, my parents, Chris, Jenna, Ella, Addison, Scott, Amanda, I believe Chad was there, and then myself, my husband, and Olivia.
So Olivia was less than a month old?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes. She's tiny.
When Olivia was born, did your mom come up and help ever?
She was there. She came when I was induced. She was there. So was my dad. So was Martha Jane. And my mother-in-law, Carla. She came up as well. And yeah, she ended up staying with us for a couple weeks to help with Olivia.
And that was in November, December? Between November?
Yeah, I would say, mostly in December because she was born on the 27th. So I think we stayed in the hospital for a couple days.
Did she come visit you in January of 2018?
I'm sure she did. Yeah. She did come to visit, yes.
And when she would visit, you were in what city in Tennessee?
We were at that time, we had moved to Thompson Station, Tennessee, which is it's like in between Spring Hill and Franklin.
And state moves to tender, which I already have it up. State's Exhibit Pane 11.
Okay. Good.
Emily, if you could look at this screen, this is a text conversation between you and your mom from January 20th, 2018.
Yeah.
It appears you're telling her to look for some food on a menu. And you are in blue, or it says from Emily to Melody, and then Melody is in green. It appears you guys are getting ready to order some food.
Yes.
Okay, and is that place where y'all are ordering from in Tennessee or Georgia?
Yeah, it's in Franklin, Tennessee.
Okay. So your mom was coming up to stay with you on January 20th?
She came up. I don't know if there was a specific reason, honestly, but she came up and she said, "Why don't you and Chris go get something to eat, and I'll stay here with Olivia." And thought that was great, so we took her up on that offer.
Okay. And so then, this is you checking in on Olivia right here?
Yes.
Okay, and that's about 8:00 p.m. And then Olivia's laying here talking. She's very talkative today. And then you let her know when you're about to leave the restaurant. Is that you and Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next thread, it looks like there's a little bit of a break. So this is the next day on the 21st. You say, "Did you make it there?" Was your mom going somewhere that day?
She left. Yeah, she left. I mean, if I'm asking her that, I was making sure she made it safely wherever she was going.
Do you remember where she was going?
I don't necessarily exactly, but a lot of the time she would go to Tullahoma. She would go to Florence sometimes. She would have no other place to go in Tennessee other than Tullahoma, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so she's confirming she made it there about 2:00 p.m. You send her a photo, what looks like a photo of a TV show. She says you have to record it for her. And then she states she's on the way back at 8 p.m. So she was gone from what looks like about 2 p.m. Did you make it there? So she may have left a little bit before that. Till 8 p.m. she started coming home. Is that your understanding of that? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that makes it me think that she was probably in Tullahoma because of that time range. Especially leaving at 2-ish, she would normally would not go to like Florence to see her mom. Like she would have left really early in the morning to do that just because of the nursing home hours and things like that. So that makes me think that maybe it was Tullahoma that she went to.
Would you go with her to see her mom sometimes?
Yes, not all the time, but like we went and brought Olivia. Yeah, we brought Olivia. I think it was the Mother's Day after Olivia was born. We drove down, she and I and Olivia drove down to Florence to see my grandmother.
So it would have been May.
Yes.
And then she tells you that she's getting off 8:40, which is that your exit or highway or something?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 10:10 p.m. You let her know, we'll open the garage, Olivia's asleep. Okay. So the next thread is from June 25th, 2018. You say, I think we're going to come this weekend. What were you coming here for?
It was for my dad's. We were coming to celebrate my dad's birthday, and I think Father's Day was also wrapped up in there. But it was to celebrate my dad's birthday.
Okay. And it says right there, we can have a cookout for Daddy's birthday with everyone. Was that the plan, to have a cookout?
It was, yeah.
Okay. And she says, you're welcome to stay. She meant to send that to Amanda, that you were coming down with Olivia.
Yep.
And then you let her know you might have to get a jumper for the house for Olivia. Now, Olivia would have been about 8 months? Just under 8 months?
About 7 months, yeah, so
Okay.
7, 8 months. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second.
You let her know that it'd be helpful to have that for Olivia. Okay, so then you mentioned kind of your timeline, trying to leave the office by 2, stop for dinner in Chattanooga. That was sort of the plan to come down
Yes.
for your dad's birthday?
Yes.
And that was June 26th, 2018?
Yes.
And she confirms, and that she confirms they bought the jumper.
She did. She bought a jumper for her.
And she's excited to see her granddaughter. Gets her diapers. And then she got wash and lotion for Olivia, wipes, food, cereal. You chat about what kind of cereal Olivia's been eating. And then you guys chat about the plan for Saturday.
Yep.
And that Scott is going to smoke meat. And then it looked like, well, tell a jury about this text.
Yeah. So my brother Chris and I thought it would be kind of fun to host, if you will, at my parents' house, the cookout. Like my brother Chris was going to smoke the meat and I was going to make the sides. And I told my mom that we would really like to be able to do that for the family. And after I told her that, I found out that Scott was going to be smoking the meat. She had gone out and bought Scott a brand new smoker to smoke the meat, and I did reach out to her about that because I was like, why is Scott smoking the meat? I thought Chris was going to smoke the meat. So that was what that text message was about.
Okay. And then she lets you know apparently Chris has to work. Him and Scott were talking. And then that's where you kind of let her know you were a little frustrated about that.
Yeah, I was kind of being passive aggressive with her, you know, being like, like, that's kind of rude of Scott to just make that decision. I knew she was behind it, but I was just saying, like, that's not very nice of Scott to do that when he knew that Chris was going to do it.
Oh, so that's where you say it's not very nice of Scott
Yeah.
to have done that. And she kind of, have you met both your brothers?
Yeah,
She lets you know Chris didn't seem upset, asks what time you're leaving, and you were driving through Murfreesboro. And that was the 29th.
Yes.
And Olivia was asleep. And then you let her know you forgot the infant bathtub. She says, don't worry about it, we can grab one. And then you update her when you're in Chattanooga. All right, she tells you to be safe. Do we need anything? We're on the way back to the house. And then Melody says, going to get ice. And then this must be, okay, so then you arrive at some point, I guess, did you arrive on the 29th or 30th?
I'd have to look at a calendar. We left on a Sunday, so I believe we got there on a Friday.
You left Georgia.
We
on
left
a
Georgia
Sunday.
to go back
Okay.
to Tennessee on a Sunday. Sorry.
No,
and
that's
we
okay.
drove down to
Like,
Atlanta
took
on
you
a
week.
Friday.
Okay, gotcha. So then on the 30th at 2 p.m., did you run out?
Yeah, I mean, Chris and I, we left. We went to go to do something with Olivia, and we always just checked in with her.
Your
to
husband,
make-
Chris.
Yes, my husband, Chris, sorry. We would always just check in with her before driving out to the house just to make sure she didn't, like, need anything from the store or anything.
Okay. And then she's asking if y'all had breakfast. You said we ate breakfast, and she mentioned she had chicken salad ready in case y'all were hungry, and you stopped at Kroger. Okay, I'm getting to the bottom here.
Just a lot of back and forth.
And then you're on your way back home, it looks like, on the 1st. So that would have been Sunday. And then she's checking in on Olivia. And then you get, okay, so at Gary's birthday / Father's Day, was there a conversation about a beach condo, Chris going to the beach with your dad, or anything like that that you were privy to?
I mean, I knew that they were going to the beach. They had invited me to go, but I did not have the time off from work, so I wasn't going to go. But yes, I was aware that they were going to go to the beach.
Okay. And so you left on the 1st, and on the 2nd, looks like your mom texts you about that beach. A beach trip. Can you read that, please?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip. After I told him no, and and why. After I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this.
When you received this message, what were you thinking?
I thought it was intense, to be honest with you, but I thought it was intense. I don't even know if I responded to her, honestly. I know I sent it to my brother Chris, just to kind of give him a heads up of how angry she was.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that. What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know, I mean, he was such a, like, he always had his habits. So growing up, it was Sundays. He would go down to the computer and he would check the bank account. And usually it's like Sunday's the day that, like, you, like, don't upset him because he's about to get upset about the checking account. I mean, if ever there was any arguing between my parents, it was usually with how much money my mom had spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out. But he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis.
I want to talk about your house and
Judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode as a first-time home buyer. I was like, oh my gosh, like we've already invested all this money. We have not only done the down payment, but we've upgraded and things in the house. It was a new build. So we had put a lot of money into it. And so I was very nervous about losing it. My husband reached out to me and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage. And I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. This is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-witness about losing it? My husband reached out to me and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage. And I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad and I said, this is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because, my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us. So myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She was very angry that he was helping me. Very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is if she were put on the deed to my house.
okay, what does that mean for those of us that
She
don't
would have
really know the
ownership.
process?
She would have ownership of my house. And that was upsetting. But I was in a really bad situation and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now and we will refinance once, like, we'll let a year go by. We'll let this, judgment fall off, or like settle on your record. We will refinance and we'll get it under our name and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So, like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of, like, access, control to it. So that's what she said, is her reasoning. And she had made...
Okay, so at Gary's birthday / Father's Day, was there a conversation about a beach condo, Chris going to the beach with your dad, or anything like that you were privy to?
I knew that they were going to the beach. They had invited me to go, but I did not have the time off from work, so I wasn't going to go. But yes, I was aware that they were going to go to the beach.
Okay. And so you left on the 1st, and on the 2nd, looks like your mom texts you about that beach. A beach trip. Can you read that, please?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip. After I told him no, and and why. After I told him no and why, he never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
So you received that on July 2nd, so that would be the Monday before your dad's remains were discovered?
Yes.
Okay. When you received this message, what were you thinking?
I thought it was intense. To be honest with you.
Before your dad's remains were discovered?
Yes.
Okay. When you received this message, what were you thinking?
I thought it was intense. To be honest with you, but I thought it was intense. I don't even know if I responded to her, honestly. I know I sent it to my brother Chris, just to kind of give him a heads up of how angry she was.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that.
Mm-hmm.
What
I thought it was intense. I don't even know if I responded to her, honestly. I know I sent it to my brother Chris, just to kind of give him a heads up of how angry she was.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that.
Mm-hmm.
What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know, I mean, he was such a, like, he always had his habits. So growing up, it was Sundays. He would go down to the computer and he would check the bank account. And usually it's like Sunday's the day that like you like don't upset him because he's about to get upset about the checking account. I mean, if ever there was any arguing between my parents, it was usually with how much money my mom had spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out, but he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis.
I want to talk about your house in Tennessee that you and your husband purchased. Tell the jury a little bit about that and how your dad had to get involved.
Sure. So we bought that house in 2016. So anyway, you know, my husband and I, we were getting married. We decided that we were ready to buy a house. So we started looking at a house, and we found one in Thompson Station, Tennessee. And we were going to purchase it. All was good until we got to the underwriting portion of the mortgage application, and we discovered that my husband was not going to be able to be on the mortgage because he had a previous judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode. As a first-time home buyer, I was like, oh my gosh, like we've already invested all this money. We have not only done the down payment, but we've upgraded and things in the house. It was a new build. So we had put a lot of money into it. And so I was very nervous about losing it. So, I mean, my husband reached out to me and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage. And I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad and I said, this is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because, you know, my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us. So myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So, I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She was very angry that he was helping me. Very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is she would have ownership of my house. And that was upsetting. But I was in a really bad situation, and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now, and we will refinance once, like a year. We'll let a year go by. We'll let this, judgment fall off, or like settle on your record. We will refinance, and we'll get it under our name, and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of like access, control to it. So that's what she said is her reasoning. And she had made some comments like about him unexpectedly passing away. So she'd like brought things up like that before. So anyway, again, just to do it, just so we could get the house, I said, that's fine. So it was me, and then it was my parents together, like on the deed. So we closed, and we moved in.
Did your dad give you money for the down payment?
No.
Did he ever pay your mortgage?
No. He actually, in fact, told me before he did it, he said, Emily, if anything happens and you guys can't make the mortgage payment, I cannot make your mortgage payment. And I said, I understand.
Did you expect him to?
No, absolutely not.
You mentioned that your mom would make some comments about what if your dad unexpectedly died. What kind of context was that in?
It was more like there was, my dad was having these like medical health issues where he would feel, they would call them spells, but he would like feel like he needed to lie down, like he didn't feel well. So those were starting to happen more often. And I remember I came to Atlanta from Nashville to go visit my parents one weekend. I think I was by myself that weekend. It was before Olivia was born. And my mom and I had run out to like go to a local nursery, and we had come back, and we were in the car, and she said, like my dad's health came up. She brought it up, and she said, I'm not on any of the bank accounts. And I said, well, yeah. And she said, well, like what will happen if he like passes away unexpectedly? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, he's having all these like spells where he's needing to lay down and all this stuff. I was like, Mama, I just think he's depressed. Like, I just think like, that was the time where it was like their relationship was really bad. And I was like, I just think he's depressed. And when you're in that kind of state, you just need to go lay down. And I was like, but I did what every child would say to their parent, like, Mama, if that were to ever happen, it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Don't worry. She did bring up something about him having her removed as his beneficiary on her 401k. And I work in HR, so I'm kind of familiar with that. And I just said, I don't think that he can remove you as his beneficiary unless you got a divorce. And she said that he made her sign a piece of paper removing her from the beneficiary. And at the time, I didn't know that much about it, but I was like, if you're legally married, I'm pretty sure your spouse has to be your beneficiary in your 401k. So I just kind of put her at ease in that moment, like, no, everything will be fine. Like, we'll make sure everything's taken care of. Like, don't worry. If anything like that were to happen, it'll be fine.
Okay. I want to jump forward again, kind of to where we were the day of this text message, the second. Where were you that week, geographically, physically?
I was in Tennessee.
Did you have to work that week?
I did, yep.
And was your husband also in town with you that week?
Yeah, we were both working. Mm-hmm.
So on Monday, July 2nd, did you work?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Tuesday, July 3rd?
Still working. Yes.
What about the 4th?
We had the 4th off for the holiday.
What did you do?
We went to lunch. My husband Chris, and Olivia, we went out to lunch that day.
How do you remember that you went out to lunch that day?
I just think that after all of this, there was just like sticking points in my memory. But we went to Scout's Pub over in West Haven. My husband is in the restaurant industry, and he was the the director of operations for A. Marshall Family Foods, and like they own Puckett's. Anyway, Scouts is one of their newer restaurants, so part of his job was to go eat at the restaurants pretty frequently just to make sure everything was operating smoothly. So every time we had an opportunity, we would try to go to one of their restaurants to eat. So we did. We went to Scouts that day. I do remember, again, vividly, just because of the situation, I did take a picture of Olivia at the restaurant, and I sent it to kind of the family group email. I would try to do that quite often just because we were in Tennessee and they were all in Georgia. I would send pictures of Olivia almost daily to them.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
Did your dad ever respond to that photo?
You know, he didn't, and that was odd for him.
Would he typically respond?
He would, yes, definitely.
To a photo of his adorable granddaughter?
Yes.
So that was on the 4th, and then what did you do after lunch?
You know, I think we probably ran a couple errands, but you know, Olivia was little, so she was on the sleep schedule. So, you know, we would have gone home for her to take a nap, and we would have stayed home the rest of the day. We were home at that night for sure.
Your life was dependent on naps at that time.
Pretty much. She dictated everything.
But I think this would be a good time for a mid-morning break.
Speak clearly. All right, go ahead.
All right, Emily, we were talking about the week of July 1st. So you had testified that you sent a photo of your daughter on the 4th?
Yes.
And you did not hear back from your dad?
I did not.
Did you hear back from your mom?
I think my sister was the first one to respond, and then my mom didn't respond.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that. Mm-hmm. What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know, I mean, he was such a, like, he always had his, spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out, but he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis. I want to
talk about your house in Tennessee that you and your husband purchased. Tell the jury a little bit about that and how your dad had to get involved.
Sure. We bought that house in 2016. So anyway, you know, my husband and I, we were getting married. We decided that we were ready to buy a house. So we started looking at a house, and we found one in Thompson Station, Tennessee, and we were going to purchase it. All was good until we got to the underwriting portion of the mortgage application, and we discovered that my husband was not going to be able to be on the mortgage because he had a previous judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode. As a first-time home buyer, I was like, oh my gosh, like we've already invested all this new build. So we had put a lot of money into it, and so I was very nervous about losing it. I mean, my husband reached out to me, and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage, and I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad and I said, this is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because, you know, my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us, so myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She was very angry that he was helping me. Very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is if she were put on the deed to my house.
Okay. What does that mean for those of us that
She
don't
would have
really know the
ownership.
process?
She would have ownership of my house. And that was upsetting. But I was in a really bad situation, and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now, and we will refinance once, like, a year. We'll let a year go by. We'll let this, you know, judgment fall off, you know, or like settle on your record. We will refinance and we'll get it under our name and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So, like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of like access, control to it. So that's what she said is her reasoning. And she had made some comments like about him unexpectedly passing away. So she had like brought things up like that before. So anyway, again, just to do it, just so we could get the house, I said, that's fine. So it was me, and then it was my parents together, like on the deed. So we closed, and we moved in.
Did your dad give you money for the down payment?
No.
Did he ever pay your mortgage?
No. He actually, in fact, told me before he did it, he said, Emily, if anything happens and you guys can't make the mortgage payment, I cannot make your mortgage payment. And I said, I understand.
Did you expect him to?
No, absolutely not.
You mentioned that your mom would make some comments about what if your dad unexpectedly died. What kind of context was that in?
It was more like there was, my dad was having these like medical health issues where he would feel, they would call them spells, but he would like feel like he needed to lie down, like he didn't feel well. So those were starting to happen more often. And I remember I came to Atlanta from Nashville to go visit my parents one weekend. I think I was by myself that weekend. It was born. And my mom and I had run out to like go to a local nursery, and we had come back and we were in the car, and she said, like my dad's health came up. She brought it up and she said, I'm not on any of the bank accounts. And I said, well, yeah. And she said, well, like what will happen if he like passes away unexpectedly? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, he's having all these like spells where he's needing to lay down and all this stuff. I was like, Mama, I just think he's depressed. Like, I just think like, that was the time where it was like their relationship was really bad. And I was like, I just think he's depressed. And when you're in that kind of state, you just need to go lay down. And I was like, but, you know, I did what every child would say to their parent, like, Mama, if that were to ever happen, it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Don't worry. She did bring up something about him having her removed as his beneficiary on her 401k. And I work in HR, so I'm kind of familiar with that. And I just said, I don't think that he can remove you as his beneficiary unless you got a divorce. And she said that he made her sign a piece of paper removing her from the beneficiary. And at the time, I didn't know that much about it, But I was like, if you're legally married, I'm pretty sure your spouse has to be your beneficiary in your 401k. So I just kind of put her at ease in that moment. Like, no, everything will be fine. Like, we'll make sure everything's taken care of. Like, don't worry. If anything like that were to happen, you know, it'll be fine.
Okay. I want to jump forward again, kind of to where we were the day of this text message, the 2nd. Where were you that week, geographically, physically?
I was in Tennessee.
Did you have to work that week?
I did, yep.
And was your husband also in town with you that week?
Yeah, we were both working. Mm-hmm.
So on Monday, July 2nd, did you work?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Tuesday, July 3rd?
Still working. Yes.
What about the 4th?
We had the 4th off for the holiday.
What did you do?
We went to lunch. My husband Chris, and Olivia, we went out to lunch that day.
How do you remember that you went out to lunch that day?
I just think that after all of this, there was just like sticking points in my memory. But we went to Scout's Pub over in West Haven. My husband is in the restaurant industry, and he was the like the director of operations for A. Marshall Family Foods, and like they own Puckett's. Anyway, Scouts is one of their newer restaurants, so part of his job was to go eat at the restaurants pretty frequently just to make sure everything was operating smoothly. So every time we had an opportunity, we would try to go to one of their restaurants to eat. So we did. We went to Scouts that day. I do remember, again, vividly, just because of the situation, I did take a picture of Olivia at the restaurant, and I sent it to kind of the family group email. I would try to do that quite often just because we were in Tennessee and they were all in Georgia. I would send pictures of Olivia almost daily to them.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
Did your dad ever respond to that photo?
You know, he didn't, and that was odd for him.
Would he typically respond?
He would, yes, definitely.
To his photo of his adorable granddaughter?
Yes.
So that was on the 4th, and then what did you do after lunch?
You know, I think we probably ran a couple errands, but, you know, Olivia was little, so she was on the sleep schedule, so, you know, we would have gone home for her to take a nap, and we would have stayed home the rest of the day. We were home at that night, for sure.
Your life was dependent on naps at that time?
Pretty much. She dictated everything.
So I think this would be a good time for a mid-morning break.
Speak clearly. All right, go ahead.
All right, Emily, we were just kind of talking about the week of July 1st. So you had testified that you sent a photo of your daughter on the 4th?
Yes.
And you did not hear back from your dad?
I did not.
Okay. Did you hear back from your mom?
I think my sister was the first one to respond, and then my mom didn't respond until around 8 o'clock at night.
On the 4th?
On the 4th.
So other than that, nothing unusual on the 4th was happening? You're
not to my knowledge. Everything was normal.
I do actually want to back up a little bit before we get into the 5th. For April of that year, did you know that your dad had been in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get the chance to visit him while he was in the hospital?
No. So I found out that he was in the hospital, and I wanted to come, and he was actually the one that said, "No, don't come here. It's fine." But yes, I knew he was in the hospital.
Okay. But was that the only conversation that you guys ever really had about it?
No, I mean, I spoke with my mom, and I also spoke with my brother Chris. I didn't talk to my dad again, or like on the phone until I think the day he was leaving. But I mean, I think the reason why I was so upset was because when I would talk to my mom, she made it sound like it was really, really bad. Like, he was in really bad shape. I was expecting, in my mind, I was thinking it was really bad. Like he was going to the hospital. And it wasn't until I heard from my brother Chris that he's like, "No, Daddy said don't worry about coming up here. Please don't worry about him." And he's just sitting up in the bed and talking and watching TV. It's not as bad. That put me at ease, kind of hearing his version of the situation.
Okay.
Yep.
So you didn't end up visiting him?
No.
Because you learned it really wasn't that bad?
Right. And then I did ultimately talk to my dad, and he sounded normal. He sounded like himself, and he said, I'm going home. Like, no reason to worry. Like, my dad was always very much so, like, to put us at ease. Like, everything is fine. Please do not worry. I'm going home. Everything's good.
Now I want to talk about the morning of July 5th. What did you and your family do that morning?
So I worked on July the 5th. The office was open, so I was driving. I drove into work that morning. I dropped Olivia off at daycare, and I went into work that day, as did my husband.
And eventually, did you get a call from any of your family members looking for your dad?
Yes.
Who called first?
So my brother Chris called me first. I said that because of the fact that my dad hadn't, like, I had realized that morning that he hadn't responded to my text message, and that really made me worry.
Who was the next person you heard from?
I did talk to Chris like a few times, like he would kind of keep me up to date. The other person I spoke to was my mom. She called me.
Around what time was this? Do you remember?
It was before lunchtime. Tennessee's Central, so we're an hour behind. It was maybe like 10 or 11-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 11.
Find you, where are you, please call me back. Like, just, it was very brief, something to just be like, hey, if you get this, call me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next call I got was from Chris. And he said, he's gone. I said, what do you mean he's gone? What are you talking about? And he said, Emily, he's gone. And I was like, I think I talked to my sister Amanda, and she was very upset. And I just said, I'm on my way. I'll be there as soon as I can. And so I left the office. I called my boss immediately, and I packed up. I left. I went and got Olivia, and I called my husband, and he met me at home, and we packed up as quickly as we could, and we drove to Atlanta.
I want to talk about those phone calls briefly. How did Chris sound on the phone with you?
Frantic. Like, it first started like what is going on? Like, you know, when he said, I'm going to go up here and see what's going on. Like, it was almost like maybe like he went to the ER or something. But I know that when I first got word that he was missing, I called my dad, and it went to voicemail. And I don't know if I texted him, but I did send him an email to his personal email and his work email saying, like, we're trying to find you, where are you, please call me back. Like, just, it was very brief, something to just be like, hey, if you get this, call me. Mm-hmm. And then the next call I got was from Chris. And he said, he's gone. I said, what do you mean he's gone? What are you talking about? And he said, Emily, he's gone. And I was like, where did he go? He said, no, he's gone. He is gone. He's like, we think he's in the burn pile. And that's just kind of when it went, I just lost it. You know, I just said, I'm coming. I'm on my way. And then I think I talked to my sister Amanda, and she was very upset. And I just said, I'm on my way. I'll be there as soon as I can. And so I left the office. I called my boss immediately, and I packed up. I left. I went and got Olivia, and I called my husband, and he met me at home, and we packed up as quickly as we could, and we drove to Atlanta.
I want to talk about those phone calls briefly. How did Chris sound on the phone with you?
Frantic. Like it first started like what is going on? Like, you know, when he said, I'm gonna go up here and see what's going on. Like it was almost like, I need to figure out what's going on. But like when he got there and started looking around and like, they couldn't find him, like he was frantic. And when he called me about them after they had found him, essentially, it was just devastation in his voice.
What about your sister Amanda? How did she sound?
She was crying. She was crying. I mean, we were all extremely devastated. My mom called me when we were driving to Atlanta, and we just cried. We cried. I think the only words that I got out was, I'm on my way. And she just said, okay.
And so when you arrived to the house, do you remember what time it was, to the farm, I should say?
Yeah, it was early evening. The sun was setting, but it was early evening when we finally got there.
When you arrived, what was the feeling, the vibe of the scene when you got there?
It was very quiet. It was very, like, eerily quiet. Everyone was just standing around. No one was talking. And I was, when I got out of the car, I got Olivia out and I just immediately handed her, I think it was to Amanda or my mom. And we were all crying. Just tears.
Was law enforcement on scene at that point?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember speaking with any law enforcement on scene?
I did eventually speak with Detective Hayes, yes.
How long was that conversation?
I mean, it was a pretty good amount of time, maybe 30 minutes or so. I can't really remember exactly how long it was. It was a good length.
And while you were on scene, did you hear Scott mention anything about a gun?
No, he was just like, he's like, there's something going on here. Like he was like his senses were up. Like he's like, there's something going on. Like this isn't normal. I definitely, like driving down, in my mind was thinking that some terrible accident had happened. Like he had caught on fire, you know, doing something with the burn pile, and he had caught himself. Like I thought he had had a terrible accident. And then by the time I got there, it just quickly started to sink in the seriousness of what happened, and like just reading the room essentially. I think a lot of people, their suspicion of what actually happened was starting to grow.
Did Scott mention anything about blood to you?
No.
When did you find out?
Well, it wasn't like confirmation, but the first time I ever heard of him possibly being shot was Friday. So I guess that was the 6th. My brother Chris called me very, very early in the morning and said Detective Hayes called him and said that they had found a bullet in my dad's rib. And I said, like, what? Like, what? Like, it was surprising to hear that. And they were like, yeah. And, you know, he's asking, you know, me about it. He's asking where I was, and with like recommendations on what to do. And she got a name and she called, and we did later that day end up going to an attorney's office. Yes.
On the 6th?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did the whole family meet with the attorneys?
Yes, it was me and my husband and Olivia were the first to get to the office, and then Chris and Scott followed, and then Amanda. We were able to get get her out of the room with questioning, and Amanda brought her down to the office.
Brought who?
My mom, sorry, down to the office.
Were your brothers there as well?
They were, yes. And Chad Bruce was there too.
Chad Bruce.
Chad Bruce.
And who's Chad Bruce?
Amanda's now husband, then boyfriend.
After meeting with the attorneys, did things change among the 5 of you, your siblings and your mom?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I think something was brewing, I should say. That experience over that weekend, I know for me personally, definitely had me starting to lean towards somebody did this to him. And it was not, I mean, I think we all had our own perception and differently. But I know for me, I was kind of naive in the moment. But just the interactions over the weekend, how people were talking to each other, like by the end of the weekend on my way home, I mean, I told my husband what I thought actually had happened. So,
You mentioned that you started realizing that someone did this to your father, but you had heard about a bullet.
mm-hmm.
So were people not sure that
Yeah,
had actually happened?
We basically had the attorney saying they could just be lying to you. It's not like they're not.
It's not the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. It just goes to the feeling. Feelings of the parties.
Repeat the question.
My question?
Yeah.
What made her essentially say, we thought this could possibly somebody did this to him? Why was there hesitation when there was a bullet found in his body? It's to explain why they thought the way they did. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Repeat your question.
Sure. When law enforcement informed Chris that there was a bullet in his body, and you had mentioned that you were coming to the realization that someone may have done this to your dad, but knowing that there was a bullet in him, why did people still think that? Why did you think that maybe it was not a bullet?
Well, the attorney, I heard the attorney say, like, they could just, I mean.
Don't go into what the attorney told you, just what your response was.
Well, Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's to explain why she thought that maybe he wasn't shot.
I don't know that she needs to explain why she thought maybe he wasn't shot. She can just say that she wasn't sure because she didn't know.
But I'm trying to get out why she didn't know. Not the truth of the matter asserted,
She
Judge.
didn't know because she hadn't looked in the.
It just goes to the feelings of all the parties afterwards.
You can talk about that. So you can go into all that without going to what the lawyer specifically said to her.
Okay. So, at any point, did you actually realize, and was it confirmed, that your father had been shot?
Yes,
Okay.
I did receive confirmation later that my dad had been shot, and that was pretty much the sticking point for me.
Okay, so prior to that, it was still essentially up in the air with the family that
Right.
that was confirmed.
Like, this possibly could have happened.
Okay. You mentioned that was the sticking point for you. What does that mean?
I guess I just needed to hear that that's actually what happened. Like, I just needed to hear that from like a professional, so a trusting source, that's what had happened. And when I heard that, I thought, I mean, it just confirmed my beliefs.
What was the relationship like between you and your mom after this? Before you found out about the confirmation of the bullet?
I mean, it was normal. I mean, I was still talking to her. I mean, it kind of blurs together, but I mean, I know that there was a lot of her. I mean, we were all like just trying, like all hands on deck, just to help with getting information. Like, we had no idea if my dad had a will. We didn't know really anything. We were completely hit. We were hit by this out of the blue. So we were really just trying to figure out what to do, just to kind of take care of things and get access to things. And I mean, I was talking to her during that time. I mean, she's still my mom, so I mean, like, I didn't like act any differently with her.
Okay. And at some point, did that change?
Yeah, I mean, with Martha Jane. There was another time where she showed up at like 9 o'clock at night out of the blue. I had no idea she was coming, and she showed up at my front door, and she came in. At the time, I had received a letter from Sally Sims. She's the coroner, I think. She had, you know, we were again trying to get access to money so, you know, we could take care of things. We were talking about, you know, getting a funeral together. What we learned from the funeral home is if there is a life insurance policy and someone's the beneficiary, like, you could basically use that to help pay for the services. So we were trying to kind of get things together. And so because we didn't have a death certificate, that made it really difficult to do anything. So Sally was so graciously, or Miss Sims was so graciously offered me a letter basically saying, like, you know, my dad's birth date and you know, expected death date, but it was not a death certificate. It was just like on a letterhead.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? To see if you could start paying down bills and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. It was simply business related, just trying to like take care of things. Yeah.
And so your mom showed up at your house?
She did. She showed up demanding that letter, and use that to help pay for the services. So we were trying to kind of get things together. And so because we didn't have a death certificate, that made it really difficult to do anything. So Sally was so graciously, or Miss Sims was so graciously offered me a letter basically saying, like, you know, my dad's birth date and you know, expected death date, but it was not a death certificate. It was just like on a letterhead.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? To see if you could start paying down bills and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. It was simply business related, just trying to like take care of things. Yeah.
And so your mom showed up at your house?
She did. She showed up demanding that letter, and I didn't want to give it to her. I didn't want to give it to her at that time. Again, I had suspicions, and I just didn't want to give it to her.
Did you ask her questions during that confrontation?
Yes.
And what did you ask her?
I can remember, you know, she was getting angry that I wasn't giving her the letter, and I was saying, like, it's not a death certificate. You can't do anything with the letter. But I don't want you to have it. If you want it, you can call up to the coroner's office and you can get your own copy. But we did go into, I was like, you know, Mama, like, things aren't lining up. Your story, because like she would start going into like, well, when Scott reached down and picked up your daddy's skull, and I was just like that's the thing, is like things aren't lining up. Like, your story's different than their story, and I was like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And the conversation did not end well. She ended up storming out.
What was her response to you confronting her?
She was calm. She didn't.
Did she answer? Your questions?
I mean, not really. I think I was a little erratic at the time. But I don't really remember her saying anything like there was nothing that would like stood out to me that she said in the moment. You know, ultimately she turned around and walked out.
When was the last time you spoke to your mom?
So it was probably so my husband and I decided that with everything that was going on, it was best to try to do something with the house, because one, we were worried of the result of all this investigation was going to be, and also like we knew that we were going to want to move into a bigger home for our family's future. So we said, let's just kind of kill two birds with one stone. Let's get this out from under your dad's name or your parents' name, and let's find a bigger house. So I did reach out to my mom just to see if we could have like a cordial interaction to get the house sold. I told her, I said, my intention is to do what I said I would always do and get this house out from under Daddy's name. That's what I would like to do, and we're going to start that process. And she was not easy to work with. It was really bad. She just, you know, I don't know if she wasn't understanding me. I was basically trying to get power of attorney for her in the matter of selling the house, so she didn't have to like come up to Nashville to like sign stuff. Like I could basically sign for her, but she did not have trust in me to do that. And so she asked me, like she would ask me to send her all the paperwork, and I would, and then she just would ghost me. Like she would just go quiet, and she wouldn't. I even offered to give her money. I was like, hey, I'll give you $3,000 if you'll just do this for me. Like I'll give you some money. And even then she said no. And so ultimately we talked to our close friends there in Franklin, and they recommended an attorney to help us. We ended up going to court about it. And ultimately, it was decided in my favor, and the house was transferred into my name.
That was the last time you talked. That was the last thing you talked to your mom about.
Well, she was. I think the court date was actually like the day after she had gotten arrested. Okay. But when we decided that we were going to hire an attorney, I think that's when we decided. That's when communication stopped.
Did you communicate with Amanda during this time, prior to your mom's arrest?
Communication started to slow down with Amanda. Amanda was very supportive of our mom, and she did not agree with the fact that we weren't going to be very supportive, me and my brothers. And she was very angry that we weren't being supportive. And, you know, we were very honest with Amanda, like, you know, if you want to support her, that's your decision. But, like, we're not going to, like, be angry at you for doing that. But she seemed to be so angry at us for not supporting her that, I mean, she would send explicit text messages to us. She was very verbally aggressive. So the communication started to slow down quite a bit with Amanda, just because every time we would talk to her, it got pretty contentious.
I want to talk about your dad a little bit. Was he ever suicidal?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Did Melody ever seem concerned with finding out who did this in front of you?
No.
That's all I have for you, Emily. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So you fast forward a little bit, end up getting married in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tell the jury a little bit about what happened at your wedding.
I mean, it was a good wedding. I was the bride, so I was a little. And at that point, we were kind of aware that maybe something more was going on with him, between her, my mom and Rusty, and he came to the wedding, and from what I understand, they were like dancing together, like canoodling, if you will, during the reception.
You mentioned that you all sort of knew prior that something may have been going on.
Mm-hmm.
How did you know that?
Well, she would like talk, like, so before I even moved to Tennessee, if like I was like out with her, like if we were like running errands or going shopping or something like that, like she would talk about Rusty. Like she would just like bring him up, and you know, she would say something about like, oh, he's such a great grandfather to his grandkids, or blah blah blah, and I was just like, okay, like that's nice. But I don't know, when I told my mom that I was moving to Tennessee, I expected her to be upset, and she wasn't. She was almost giddy, and that to me was like another sign to me that it's like a reason for her to go to Tennessee, is because I'm up there now. And then there was one night after we had moved to Tennessee, my sister was in town. She was working for Tory Burch at the time, and she had to help out at the Green Hills location. And so she was staying with me, and we had planned a dinner with my mom, and I believe I knew Martha Jane was going to go, and they were going to drive up from Tullahoma to Franklin, and we were going to go to dinner. And when my mom arrived at our apartment, Rusty was with her, and we did not know that Rusty was going to be with her, so that was very uncomfortable. I can remember how upset my sister was about the situation. It was very odd to see him there. And then when we went to dinner, they sat next to each other, and just the interactions between the two were of a couple. Like there was, like I felt like under the table leg touching, like getting really close together to talk, just like whispering to each other, like into each other's ears. Like it was so uncomfortable that after they left, after the dinner, my sister was like, we need to tell Daddy. Like, we need to tell Daddy that he was here tonight. And we had a conversation on whether we should tell our dad or not. I mean, it was that uncomfortable. But that's kind of when I knew that, I mean, why would she be spending time with this guy? We were already kind of suspicious after Ted, so it was strange for us to see her spending time with another man, for sure.
The conversation that you and your sister had, was that with Amanda?
It was.
Did you end up telling your dad?
No, we didn't, and I actually was the one that told her. I just think all it's going to do, we don't know anything, like we don't know, and I just felt like all that's going to do is upset him. And so I just, and she was like ready to tell him. She totally was, and I was just like, I just don't think that we should right now, because it's only going to make him upset, and we don't know we haven't seen anything, like we haven't like caught anything, so I told her no.
So I want to fast forward to the wedding. Is that how you all kind of knew something was maybe going on between your mom and Rusty?
Yes, for sure.
And then your mom invited him to your wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a conversation about that with anyone?
So basically I asked for guest lists from both of my parents, and they separately provided me guest lists. I saw that Rusty was on the guest list, and I called my brother and his wife at the time, Jenna, and I said,
Michael Ray. I represent your mother. First off, you were interviewed by Detective Hayes on July the 5th, 2018, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So that would have been the day you came down from Tennessee. Where was that interview at? Was it at the free home precinct or was it at the house?
It was actually at the barn on the property. So it was on the property, but it was at the barn.
Okay. So still on the property?
Yes.
Was everybody else still on the property?
Yeah, everyone
That
was
being,
there.
you know,
Yeah.
Scott, Chris, Melody. Okay.
Yes.
Amanda, Chad.
I don't know if Chad was there at the time, but Amanda was there.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and tell you, because your interview, your direct, the order of it, I'm going to have to kind of jump around, okay? So if I confuse you, just let me know. You recall in that interview to tell Detective Hayes that you knew perfectly well that your parents lived in separate rooms, correct? Slept in separate rooms?
I knew that they slept in separate rooms, yes.
In fact, you actually told Detective Hayes that you found your parents' relationship odd.
I did.
You also, he had talked to you about any history of violence between your parents, and you recall telling him that you never even really saw them argue anymore, correct?
I don't know if I said that. I've never seen any physical act of violence between my parents.
Do you recall telling him that when they get upset with each other, they just don't speak to each other?
Yes, I would believe that. I would say that, yes.
And also, in fact, that you said that essentially for the past, at this point, at least the past decade, they essentially lived as roommates.
I don't know if I would call it roommates. I think that they slept in separate bedrooms, but I mean, their clothing were still, like, they still had closets in the master bedroom. I mean, my mom had closets of clothes all over the house, but like, they still went to the master bedroom to get dressed. I know my dad still used the master bathroom. My mom used the bathroom upstairs to get ready, but you know, she had like a ton of stuff. So, I don't know if roommates is the best, but yes, I mean, they were still contentious with the fact that there was a rift in the marriage.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. You don't recall any money issues between your parents, or your father did not have any money issues to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Were you aware of the level of financial support your parents had to give Chris and Scott?
Oh yes, I was.
And Gary helped you out too as well, right? Not to that level, but
Not to that level, no. Yeah.
because he co-signed on the house for you. He also helped you with the condo prior to moving to Tennessee.
Condo,
Apartment.
I paid my rent for my apartment in Atlanta, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your rent?
No.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your utility, cell phone, insurance, anything like that?
I was on our family plan for cell phone,
Okay.
and then I decided to go on my own account. I think that was like in 2012, I want to say. But I did actually separate from my family's cell
Okay.
phone plan.
Did you know that essentially Chris's entire utilities were paid by Gary?
I was aware of that, yeah.
And did you know essentially Scott's entire living existence was funded by Gary?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew that.
And did the whole family know that?
Yes, I mean, yeah. We all knew that for
Okay.
sure.
And did you have any access to, did you have a Gary credit card or a debit card?
No,
Did you have access or know any of his account information?
I did not know.
Okay. And kind of just jumping around, on the 5th when you got here, you had a conversation with Chris where you had to loan him $20 so that he could leave.
Yeah.
And I believe you had to loan him that $20 because he stated that he had bounced a check and his accounts were overdrawn.
I don't know why I assumed he just didn't have the cash, but I don't know what happened, why he needed it from me. He asked if he could borrow some cash, and my husband went to the ATM, got some out, and gave it to him.
Okay. See, but you don't know what he was using it for?
I assumed just to get home.
Okay. kind of just jumping around. So all the kids knew about Ted Wiley around 2008.
Yeah.
Okay.
around
And
that
at this
time.
point in time, Chris is a grown man, right? In 2008.
Yeah. Yes.
So is Scott.
Mhm.
Okay. I think you're in college at this point, right? So
I am, yeah.
You're grown. And I think Amanda's in college too.
Yes.
Okay. So all children are now adults on their own.
Right.
Okay. Now, you had told on direct examination, I think that Chris is the one that told you about Ted Wiley?
No, my
Or no,
dad.
I'm sorry. That Gary had told you directly about it?
Mhm.
Okay. And what did he called and told you that?
He did.
Okay. And then you had went through, and you had talked about this account where Melody had taken money out that your father told you about, the HELOC account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you aware that it's around this point in time that Gary had actually filed for divorce?
I don't think I knew that he had filed for divorce, like leading up to it or when it was happening. I think I found out about that like later on. I don't think I knew in the moment that he had filed for divorce.
Did you know that Melody taking the money out of the account coincides with being served with the divorce papers?
I probably don't. I couldn't tell you exactly when she did it or exactly when he filed for divorce, so I don't know if those happened together.
Okay. Regarding the money, do you know, did Melody just take that money when her and Gary got back together, or she put it back in the family account?
She did not return it, no.
Okay. And did your dad ever tell you what happened to it?
No, she just didn't give it back.
Okay. Gary do you know where it was?
She did say, I did ask her if she still had some of the money left, and she said she did have a little bit of it left, but I know my dad said she never returned it. He said that several times.
Okay. And that account, because you called it a HELOC account, it wasn't like she went and took out a mortgage, it's just money in an account.
No, they had the HELOC. They had it already open with the house that they were in, so it was like something they can draw from.
Yeah, so you can pull money out. It's not like going
Correct.
to get a new loan.
Right.
Because your mother wouldn't qualify for a loan because she was a stay-at-home wife.
Right.
Okay. Now, Rusty being at your wedding, I'll show you. Megan, do you turn it off? So Rusty was at your wedding, and you knew who Rusty was previously, right?
Yes.
You knew who the person was. Alrighty. And I believe you testified on direct examination that I want to make sure I got it correctly, that essentially that your dad was devastated.
Yes, I mean, he was very upset.
So your dad's devastated at your wedding, and I'll show you what's marked as pane 10. Your devastated dad is standing directly next to lighting a sparkler with Rusty Barton. Okay, good. And he's devastated at that point.
I would say he was probably more devastated. My dad was a very selfless person, and he would not have been sulking around, angry. He would have never made a scene at my wedding. So my dad, I think, at that point, with how much they had gone through with all like this stuff, I think that he was able to like compartmentalize things and focus on the event, what was going on.
Okay, but you would agree with me, even if he's not wanting to ruin your wedding, which I would agree. I don't think any father would want to ruin their child's.
Right.
Especially their favorite child. I think everybody agrees you're Gary's favorite, just so you know. He doesn't have to stand next to the man you supposedly believe is devastating the wedding, right?
Yeah, I know. When I saw this picture, I thought that was weird for sure.
All right. By the way, when was your wedding? What year?
2016.
2016.
July of 2016.
July?
It was in July.
July? Okay. All right. So 2 years before Gary's passing. Because he passed in 2018.
Yes.
Or that's when the remains were found. All right. So you had talked a lot about how you didn't want Rusty being at the wedding, right? Okay. And you said something interesting, I thought, that you couldn't do anything about it, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing. Wedding. She doesn't even have a credit card.
She has a lot of influence over.
She doesn't even have a credit card.
She has a lot of influence over everything, especially my dad. I mean, even though my parents were having a troubled marriage, I would say, he listened to her and did not want to upset her. And if she said, Gary, don't do this, he'd listen to her. He would do absolutely everything that she said.
You're telling this jury that the man who removed his wife from all financial accounts, and according to the state, removed his wife from all financial accounts, and according to the state, controls every ounce of her spending, still listen to her and would do what she wanted him to do?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That happened of the house as one of the owners, and in the middle of the house as one of the owners. And in the moment, I agreed to it because I was in a tough spot, and that's what had to happen. And I told my husband, we will refinance a year from now, and we'll get it under our names. So she agreed to it, but that was the terms of her agreement.
Yeah, and you had mentioned on direct, there was something about some Tennessee law where your spouse had to know.
I didn't know about that, but apparently that's something like our broker had said to us, that in Tennessee, when one spouse buys, I guess, real estate, the other spouse has to sign off on it.
Okay. Growing up, did you ever hear the name Angela Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. Did you realize that was your father's longtime assistant?
His secretary, yes,
Yeah.
the secretary.
And like she had actually moved from Alabama to Atlanta.
I don't know. Honestly, I was so young. I didn't know if she came from Alabama, but sure.
Oh, that's right. Because I mean, in '95 when they moved, you'd have been like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Or 8.
but you remember seeing her in Atlanta, right? When y'all lived
She
in
would
Alpharetta?
she would be at the office when we'd go up there to visit my dad. And then there would be times where Angela would kind of like babysit us.
Mm-hmm.
She'd come into the house and watch us while my parents were doing whatever they needed to do. Yeah.
And you had no idea that your father had at least somewhat of an affair with Miss Phillips.
I have no knowledge of anything like that.
Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
okay. Now you married a man named Chris Payne.
That's right.
Yeah, 2 Chris's in the same family. That gets confusing.
It does.
Trying to read my own handwriting. Just give me 1 second. Oh, so your daughter was born in 2017. Melody came up there, and I think you actually said stayed a few weeks with you.
Yes, that's right.
Stayed in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did I know Gary had come up to the hospital?
Mm-hmm.
Did he leave after that?
He did. Yeah, he stayed for a couple of days. I think he left the day that I was to be discharged. I think it's when he went back home.
Now, I want to, I'm sorry I'm having to jump around like that. This is that message that Ms. Francis was going over with you. This was sent on July the 2nd. And then about Chris charging money and all that stuff. In a trip you weren't going on, so you probably didn't care about. I'm assuming that's why you didn't respond. Then Ms. Francis did go over the following messages, which is on here, and this is pane 11, July the 4th, 2018. Melody has sent you, I Missed a Little Princess. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming that is in response to the photograph that you had sent of Olivia.
That's right.
Right, okay. And so that was at 8:15. And then the following day, because you had kind of bounced around on direct between, who calling and texting when everybody was looking for Gary. But you can see here, July the 5th at 12:23, Melody had texted you and said, call me ASAP. Okay. So, and if that was 12:23 here, that would be 11:23 your time in Tennessee. Celebration thing. In these text messages, you're a little upset about with Scott. Alrighty, but then you're also testifying that Melody had something to do with it.
Yes.
So what my question is, well, first off, because there's multiple Chris's. So who's going to smoke the food? Your Chris or Chris Farris?
My brother, Chris Farris.
Okay, so Chris Farris is going to smoke food at Purcell Lane. That was your plan. And then the plan just kind of changes. or for whatever reason, and Scott's going to smoke the food. Okay, who cares? Why is that such a big deal?
I just thought it was rude that my brother and I were planning to do these things. We thought was a nice gesture for the family, and it seemed like we were trying to get roadblocked.
Why are you vague? Why are you? Yeah, why are you vague? Why are you throwing Scott and Melody in together? There's no indication of any of that.
Well, she went out and bought Scott a brand new smoker. I mean, I just thought like I thought it was like very not as heavy as a situation as I thought it was.
Okay. Would you be surprised that Scott testified in being one of the people that took him to the hospital of how bad he actually was?
No, if you're wanting to go to the hospital, I would imagine you're probably not in good shape.
Yeah. And it was only just because he had gotten some treatment, and then when Chris got there, he was feeling better.
Possibly.
I mean, that would kind of make sense, right? And,
sure.
You know, when you get lucky, when you go to the doctor, you feel better.
Right.
Now, out of your two brothers, which one are you the closest with?
Probably Chris.
Well, let me ask you this way, too. You and Amanda, are y'all fairly close? Were.
We were, yeah. I would say that once Amanda and I got into college and then into our young adult lives, we definitely got closer.
Okay. So, but out of the two boys, you're probably closest with Chris.
I mean, at that time, I would say I was probably closer with Amanda at the time out of all the siblings. But ever since this, yes, I have grown significantly closer to my brother Chris and Scott.
Okay.
Well, you know, sometimes we'll go through stretches where Chris and I will talk like every other day, and then there's times that we don't talk for a few weeks. And then Scott, we probably talk about once or twice a month, you know.
Okay. How much have you talked to him? How much have you talked to Chris, let's say, past 2 weeks, since this trial's been going on?
The past 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Pretty
since
often.
Beginning of October?
Yeah, pretty often.
Every day?
Sure.
How about Scott?
I mean, no. Maybe every other day. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty often.
Have you talked to him since they testified here today?
Just because, I mean, yes, I'm staying at my brother Chris's house, and Scott is watching my kids today, so yeah, I have talked to them.
Okay. Did they talk about what they testified to?
No.
Say that again? They did not?
No.
Okay. All right, moving up to around July the 5th. There was a lot going on back and forth with the whole bullet issue.
Yeah.
So who gave you confirmation that there was a bullet?
Manny Aurora, the attorney that was representing my mom at the time, he called me and told me.
So he called you?
He called me with the confirmation, yes.
So you didn't learn that from Detective Hayes or any of your brothers?
No. I mean, the first time that I heard of a bullet was from my brother Chris saying that he had received a call from Detective Hayes saying that they had found a bullet in the rib. But like I said before, we weren't.
Was it?
It was about, I think it was $3,000, yeah.
Okay, $3,000. Were you paying him back?
The plan was to pay him back, yes.
Okay. When did he give you that money?
It might have been like May of 2018, I want to say. It was like early summer, I think it was, when that happened.
What was it for?
My husband needed to hire an attorney.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it was for legal counsel.
Yes.
All right, for your husband. All right, and I'm assuming, because you said that was the plan to pay him back, you had not started repaying him.
No, in fact, I was supposed to make the first payment to him in July.
Okay. Well, when you were with this supposed conversation you had with your mother, mm-hmm. do you recall telling her that you had this loan with your father and you're not going to repay her?
I did say that in anger. I did say that to her, that I wasn't going to, I had it with him. I wasn't going to pay her back. I was with him, but that was kind of in the moment. I think I just reacted in a hateful way, I should say.
And you'll agree, because Garrity, I lumped them together. Gary and Melody, they're married, right? It's theirs, right? Mm-hmm. Just like you and Chris are married. Mm-hmm. So what's Chris is yours and what's yours is yours.
Right.
That's what my wife says.
Right.
Okay. So, I mean, you can understand her saying, hey, repay the debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving up to this whole Sally Sims thing, what kind of letter did she send you?
I mean, I probably still have it at home, but it's just kind of like recording his birth and death date, and that he was deceased.
Okay. Why would the coroner or deputy coroner, why would she send that to you?
I was communicating with her, just trying to see if we got any updates. I wasn't reaching out to detectives, just to kind of respect her attorney at the time's wishes. But I felt comfortable reaching out to her. She was so nice, and she always said, like, if you need anything at all, just reach out. And so I don't remember like requesting it. I think I was just talking about the issues that were coming up with not having a death certificate, and she offered that to me.
Okay. Basically, like as a compromise of, well, we don't have a death certificate, but I do have
Right.
this letter. And because it's 11 months and some change before the actual autopsy was released. Were you aware of that?
I don't know dates like that.
Okay. One second, Judge. I just got to look up one thing real quick. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
I don't have any redirect.
All right, you sit down. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, and please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Sally Sims. I've been county coroner since 2020.
And Ms. Sims, and so can you tell the jury about how you were called out to 2155 Purcell Lane on July 5th, 2018?
I was dispatched by our internal call system back then, before we went through dispatch, and I was told that a decedent had been found in the fire pit. So I got dressed and got my vehicle and put the address in, and it was just down the street. So I was there and met detectives.
About what time did you arrive to the house on the 5th? And if you have to refer to a report, you're more than welcome to.
I believe I was dispatched at 13:15, so it would have been probably about 13:30, I believe.
So is that 1:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you see when you arrived at Purcell Lane?
I met detectives down the driveway, and we walked down into the backyard, and there was a burn pit, very large burn pit back there. And I stepped around Detective Kuykendall and saw the remains.
Ms. Sims, I put up State's Exhibit S. Farris 11. Is that the property of Purcell Lane, 2155? Purcell Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Scoot it just a little bit and pull the mic in front of you.
So when you arrived, so the driveway is over here,
Yes.
right? And then there was another driveway up to the barn. Where did you pull your vehicle in?
Just at the top of the driveway.
And which way did you go around to get to the burn pile?
Around the left side of the house.
So if you're parked in the driveway, you walked around the left side? I guess this would be the left side.
Yes, as you're facing the house, I went to the left.
Okay. So by the chicken, did you pass the chicken coop when you walked through there?
I don't remember seeing a chicken coop. I was looking down.
Sure. So when you arrived at the burn pile, what did you see?
When I looked around the detective, I saw it was still smoldering, and I could see a partial skull, partial mandible, a femur. I think that was it.
What was going on through your mind when you saw those remains?
Immediately, I backed away, following my own footsteps backwards, that this was not a decedent that had fallen in the pit that day.
Was that the information that you were provided prior to arriving?
No.
Okay. What was the information you had when you arrived?
Can I look at my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
It was that son had found his father in the burn pit.
Okay, that was the only information you had.
Correct.
But at that point, when you saw the burn pile, you had no idea how long the body had been on that
No.
fire. Okay. So, what were your duties on scene that day?
So I need to secure those remains as evidence.
And how did everyone go about doing that?
We actually backed out of the scene, went back up to the top of the driveway, and they obtained search warrants.
When a coroner or a deputy coroner is called out to a scene,
Not initially, no.
okay. At any point, did you
Yes.
speak with family members? Around when was that? The next
Yes.
speak with family members. Around when was that? The next day, the same night, or a week later?
It was a couple of days after to a week later. I spoke with Miss Farris on the phone.
Okay.
Later, I spoke with Miss Farris on the phone.
Okay. The defendant.
Correct.
So, what was determined based upon the state of the remains on scene? What decisions were made that assisted you in projectile in that burn pile?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
As Dr. Gooding was handing me the remains, I was putting them on a gurney that had a sheet and our body bag down there to secure them. And she handed me an object, and I looked at it, and I looked at the other detective, and I said, "Is this what I think it is?" And he photographed it. I believe it was around dusk by then, and he photographed it, and we both looked at it very closely, and he said, "Go get Captain Pinion." And I did.
And what happened after that?
Captain Pinion came down, took a look at it. Everything from my point of view, Dr. Gooding and I were still continuing to do our job.
You just let the authorities know and continued to work?
Absolutely. They secured the projectile, yes.
Okay. Around what time or how many hours were you on scene that evening? Do you remember?
I think I began around 1 o'clock or 1:30, and I think it may have been like 12 midnight, I think.
Once the remains were secured, what did you do next?
We took them back to the morgue, secured them in the morgue. I called GBI and told them what we had, and they accepted the case, and I think they were transported by another deputy coroner. I think it was the next morning.
How does that assist with your role? Once you're off the scene and the remains are secured, what is the next step in your role as the deputy coroner?
I report to GBI. I start subpoenaing all medical records that I can. I talk to the detectives and see what else they need. And once I start getting medical records, I go through those and see what else we need to obtain. And generally, I talk to the families.
Tell the jury about your conversation with the defendant that you mentioned earlier.
She would call, it was either on Tuesdays or Wednesdays every week, just to see how the case was going, to see if I had any updates.
When was the next update that you were able to share with anyone in the family?
I actually didn't share any updates. I think I spoke to the daughter at one point. They were trying to obtain death certificates, which I could not complete until we had a full autopsy report from the medical examiner's office.
When did you obtain the autopsy report?
I believe Dr. Atkinson called me a couple of days later and described what he had found. And I didn't do the death certificate. I think it's for a couple of months, I think.
And why is that?
We were still obtaining evidence and information.
Did you, the phone call that you received from Dr. Atkinson, was that his formal report?
No. Mostly medical examiners will just give the coroners or a deputy coroner a report of what they found and what they were going to proceed with and how we were going to go about it.
When you were at the burn pile, did someone, did you take note of how hot the burn pile was on either side?
Yes.
And what were those findings?
It was the fire chief that did that. The heat was 200 houses, kind of kitty corner across here, and I had 2 horses down the barn, and it was 4th of July, and the people behind us were always setting off fireworks, and I could smell burning. And I told my husband, "Can you just walk down to the barn and make sure there's no fireworks or anything? Everything's good down at the barn." And I was standing outside in the driveway, and he came back up and said, "I don't smell anything down there." And I thought to myself, it's coming from the left side, which I had never smelt anything from the left side. Usually it's from behind. So I was like, oh, somebody must be burning things over to the left, way left. And that night, I remember we had isolated like rain showers because I was happy. I didn't have to worry about the horses with the fireworks.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
And when you say the left side, what direction is that?
Let's see, that would be south, north. It's the north from the Forsyth County line.
Is that in the direction of the Purcell Lane property or a different
Correct.
direction?
No. In the direct, like 11 o'clock. If I'm standing in my driveway, it's 11 o'clock, the Purcell house.
When you are called out to a scene and you have to gather information to determine how an individual passed, is that accurate?
Yes.
You receive a lot of information from, let's say it's an investigation. You receive information from the investigators to make that determination?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sims, I want to talk to you about a little bit of your experience as a coroner. You deal with a lot of dead bodies.
Yes.
Okay. And have you dealt with individuals more than 250 pounds?
Absolutely.
Have you been able to maneuver those individuals on your own?
Yes.
How so?
I mean, we can put slide mattresses. You know, we have sliders that we can put them on. It depends whether you're moving somebody from a bed or whether you're moving them from a floor. You can put tarps under them to move them out from where you need to be. Obviously, in most cases, I do have the officers help me.
You do have help. But you have done it before on your own?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. When you were around the property that evening, it had rained, you said, on the evening of the 4th.
Yes.
So you were out there the evening of the 5th.
Yes.
Did you notice anything on the property, any tracks or any marks or anything like that on the Purcell Lane property?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a Kubota in the backyard, and there was track marks from the Kubota.
Was it like a tire mark?
Yes.
Okay. And did you point it out to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ray.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sims. My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. First off, I want to show you what's already been admitted, because you were talking north and south, so I wasn't quite sure, okay?
Absolutely.
So, what was previously admitted as Aerial 2.
Is there 372? Does it show Highway 372?
Okay, you see Aerial 2 here? Can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were talking about you smelled something. Where are you at? On the 4th?
In my driveway.
I know. Where is that? None of us know.
Well, it's off of 372.
Off of 372?
Highway.
Okay. In this photograph, can I see your house?
I don't see my house.
Okay. So it's none of these houses here, right? Let me make it easy for you. This is Hickory Hill Road.
I am not on Hickory Hill Road.
This is Hickory Hill Court. Not you,
No.
right? All right. This is Purcell Lane. That's not you.
Correct.
Okay. And in this entire photograph, I can't see your house.
You are correct.
Okay. But you're saying you live close enough to the Farrises that you can smell burning.
Correct.
Okay. How far do you live away from 2155 Purcell Lane?
I'm on the left. I'm off of 372.
So you're north up on like Birmingham Highway?
South on 372.
Okay. So
When you come out of Purcell Lane, go left.
okay. Like, is that a mile away?
About a half a mile.
About a half a mile away. Okay, and you're standing in your driveway, and you can smell something, and you're sitting here telling this jury that you think it was coming from Purcell Lane, a half a mile away. Can you even see their house?
Cannot see it, no.
Okay, so you're just looking through the trees being like, that must be 2155 Purcell Lane burning something.
No, I can smell it from that direction.
Okay. Did you know when you went out there that now you've not only there as the coroner, but you've also made yourself a witness in the case?
Correct.
Did you notify anyone of that?
The detectives?
Okay. Do you think they put any of that in any of their reports?
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen their report.
Okay. I think we'll be asking them about that later. Didn't you think that it would be important if, hey, I may be a witness in this case? Maybe I should let the elected coroner know?
Earl Darby, coroner, was notified.
Okay. Is that in your report?
No.
Don't you think it would have been prudent at that point in time, since you may also be an eyewitness, that another deputy coroner should have been out at the scene?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Since now you may be a potential eyewitness in the case when you get there, that possibly another coroner should be there who is more independent.
Another deputy coroner was there.
Who was that?
Blaine Ross.
Was he working in the fire removing the remains with you?
He was.
Who was in charge of Mr. Ross? You, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you arrived at 1:30, right?
Yes.
Or 13:30, I think is what your report
Yes.
says. Now, you just stated on direct examination that Dr. Gooding handed you remains.
Yes.
You took those remains and were looking at them, right?
Yes.
And you observed what you believe to be a projectile.
Yes.
Okay. Are you the first person who saw the projectile? As far as you know.
Besides Dr. Gooding, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Gooding saw it first.
She handed it to me, yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is she handing you remains and just being like,
She's
"There are more remains coming," or, "Hey, this is extremely important. There is a projectile in this remain"?
No, she was handing me remains.
Okay, so you don't know if she saw a projectile in the remains.
Correct.
Okay. Who was you testified that there was a detective there with you when you saw the projectile. Do you recall who that was?
Call him OJ.
Is it
Detective
like
Olin?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It starts with an O and it's
Yes.
last name unpronounceable. Okay, it's him?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a Detective Westbrook?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Westbrook previously testified that he's the one that found the projectile. That wouldn't be correct, would it?
I was handed by Dr. Gooding, so if he was in the grid with her and Detective Shaw, then yes, he would have seen it.
how far apart is Gooding from you when she hands it to you?
Several steps.
Several, okay. More than 10 feet.
No.
Okay. So relatively close, right?
Yes.
All right. Can she actually hand you the remainder, or does she have to like pick it up, walk it to you, and then hand it to you? Or can she just pick it up and hand it to you?
No, I think she walked to me.
Okay. Few paces?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you had all of the remains back, you stated that you took those to your office.
We did, yes.
Okay. And where they were secured at that point in time?
Yes.
And then it was the following day on July the 6th where they were transported to the crime lab, correct?
I believe it was, the day after.
Now, you were talking to Ms. Frankish on direct that you had a phone call with the, was it Dr. Anderson, the forensic pathologist?
Dr. Atkinson?
Atkinson.
Mm-hmm.
So, when did he call you?
It was days later.
Days later?
A day or two later.
Okay. And in that conversation, and I don't want to get too much into it, he's going to testify on his own. Did he just say, hey, I'm going to label this as a homicide?
No, we talked about what he had found.
Okay, just his findings.
Correct.
To your knowledge, had he made any conclusions at that point in time?
No, he had not.
Okay. Because as the coroner now, then deputy coroner, when you have a case like this and the medical examiner is going to issue his findings, right?
Yes.
Cause and manner of death.
Yes.
Right? Is that finding in that autopsy, is it sent to you so you're notified of it?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have received it in this case too, right?
Correct.
And you received that sometime around the beginning, or I'm sorry, around June 12th of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So almost an entire year later, right?
I would have to go back and look.
Okay. How common is it? How long does it normally take? And granted, it's gonna change depending on the case. How often does it take you to get an autopsy back?
It takes several months, sometimes up to 6 months.
Sometimes. So this one's a little unusual, right?
Correct.
That it took. I'm saying you don't know, but I'm saying it took around 11, almost 12 months. That would be unusual.
Not necessarily.
Well, you just said it generally takes 6 months.
Generally.
Generally.
There are some cases where we have to send off DNA, and it can take up to a year or two.
Okay. Do you know in this case if they sent off any DNA?
I do not know at this time.
Okay, that's fine. But the normal amount of time, according to your testimony, would be about 6 months.
Correct.
Now, you also stated on direct that you waited several months to issue the death certificate. Now, was that after you received the autopsy report?
I would have to go back and look at the death certificate to see when it was issued.
Okay.
Because generally we get a report from GBI, and that can take months, and then I can issue a death certificate.
Oh, correct. What I'm asking is let's just say it took 11 months to get back the autopsy report.
Yes.
After you received that report, do you normally immediately do the death certificate?
I do.
Okay. But in this case, you said you waited several months.
There was an issue between the funeral home and the family. They had picked one funeral home, and then they had changed their mind. And the Roswell Funeral Home had issued it in a system called Gavers, which we do computerized, and they couldn't take it out, so I couldn't do it.
Okay, so it didn't have anything to do with the case that it took you so long to issue the death certificate. It was something outside of your hands.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom to. Also, going back to the smell that you were talking about, you stated that was on the 4th of July?
Yes.
Let's talk about, you were talking about you saw track marks in the backyard?
Yes.
Well, were those back here, because that's the way you went in, or the top of, what is this, Farris 11, back here?
Yes, as you're facing the house, if you go around the left side, then it's the pile, the burned, smoldering pile was right here, and the Kubota was like towards the front of it.
Towards the front of it. Okay, so
In front of the back of the house.
Say that again.
The back of the house is right here, and the Kubota was right here, and the pile is right on the other side.
Do you know who the lead detective was, crime scene technician on this case?
Crime scene was Detective Shaw, I believe.
So obviously you would have pointed that out to Detective Shaw, right? Or one of the other technicians?
I was talking to Captain Hands at the time we were talking.
Captain Hands at the time? Okay. Who was he? What was he doing?
He was the captain for CID on scene.
Okay. You also talked about with Ms. Frankish about that you could move, or you have moved somebody approximately 250 pounds by yourself?
Correct.
But that is using straps and tarps and things such as that?
Correct.
Okay. So basically using other implementations?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm assuming if you put, have you ever had to drag somebody through the woods like that? Using straps or tarps or anything?
We have had to retrieve somebody.
Yeah. And I'm
From the
assuming
woods and-
you could see your drag marks where you were pulling the remains?
Well, we put him on a gator.
Oh, okay.
The one I was thinking.
All right. So you could probably see tire tracks then, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I got, Judge.
I have no redirect.
All right. You step down, Ms. Sims.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that.
Mm-hmm.
What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know, I mean, he was such a, like, he always had his habits. So growing up, it was Sundays. He would go down to the computer and he would check the bank account. And usually it's like Sunday's the day that like you like don't upset him because he's about to get upset about the checking account. I mean, if ever there was any arguing between my parents, it was usually with how much money my mom had spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out, but he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis.
I want to talk about your house in Tennessee that you and your husband purchased. Tell the jury a little bit about that and how your dad had to get involved.
Sure. We bought that house in 2016. So anyway, my husband and I, we were getting married. We decided that we were ready to buy a house. So we started looking at a house, and we found one in Thompson Station, Tennessee. And we were going to purchase it. All was good until we got to the underwriting portion of the mortgage application, and we discovered that my husband was not going to be able to be on the mortgage because he had a previous judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode. As a first-time home buyer, I was like, oh my gosh, like we've already invested all this money. We have not only done the down payment, but we've upgraded and things in the house. It was a new build. So we had put a lot of money into it, and so I was very nervous about losing it. My husband reached out to me, and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage, and I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad and I said, this is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us, so myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She was very angry that he was helping me. Very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is if she were put on the deed to my house.
Okay. What does that mean for those of us that
she
don't
would have
really know the
ownership.
process?
She would have ownership of my house. And that was upsetting. But I was in a really bad situation, and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now, and we will refinance once, like we'll let a year go by. We'll let this, judgment fall off, or like settle on your record. We will refinance and we'll get it under our name and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of like access, control to it. So that's what she said is her reasoning. And she had made some comments like about him unexpectedly passing away. So she'd like brought things up like that before. So anyway, again, just to do it, just so we could get the house, I said, that's fine. So it was me, and then it was my parents together, like on the deed. So we closed, and we moved in.
Did your dad give you money for the down payment?
No.
Did he ever pay your mortgage?
No. He actually, in fact, told me before he did it, he said, Emily, if anything happens and you guys can't make the mortgage payment, I cannot make your mortgage payment. And I said, I understand.
Did you expect him to?
No, absolutely not.
You mentioned that your mom would make some comments about what if your dad unexpectedly died. What kind of context was that in?
It was more like there was, my dad was having these like medical health issues where he would feel, they would call them spells, but he would like feel like he needed to lie down, like he didn't feel well. So those were starting to happen more often. And I remember I came to Atlanta from Nashville to go visit my parents one weekend. I think I was by myself that weekend. It was before Olivia was born. And my mom and I had run out to like go to a local nursery, and we had come back, and we were in the car, and she said, like my dad's health came up. She brought it up, and she said, I'm not on any of the bank accounts. And I said, oh yeah. And she said, well, like what will happen if he like passes away unexpectedly? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, he's having all these like spells where he's needing to lay down and all this stuff. I was like, Mama, I just think he's depressed. Like, I just think like, that was the time where it was like their relationship was really bad. And I was like, I just think he's depressed. And when you're in that kind of state, you just need to go lay down. And I was like, but I did what every child would say to their parent, like, Mama, if that were to ever happen, it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Don't worry. She did bring up something about him having her removed as his beneficiary on her 401k. And I work in HR, so I'm kind of familiar with that. And I just said, I don't think that he can remove you as his beneficiary unless you got a divorce. And she said that he made her sign a piece of paper removing her from the beneficiary. And at the time, I didn't know that much about it, but I was like, if you're legally married, I'm pretty sure your spouse has to be your beneficiary in your 401k. So I just kind of put her at ease in that moment. Like, No, everything will be fine. Like, we'll make sure everything's taken care of. Like, don't worry. If anything like that were to happen, you know, it'll be fine.
Okay. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Special Agent Elena Honey, ELAINA HONEA.
Thank you, ma'am. And was your former last name Coffee?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury where you're currently employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the GBI?
About 12 and a half years.
What is your job?
I'm currently a crime scene specialist and have been for the last 11 years.
What does that mean?
As crime scene specialist, we specialize in actually processing the crime scene, collecting evidence, and processing items for DNA or latent fingerprints.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and background to get to where you are?
Yes, I have a bachelor's and master's degree in criminal justice. Then when I was employed with the GBI, once I became a crime scene specialist, I've taken several hundred hours in crime scene specialized training, to include 400 hours from the National Forensics Academy, which is commonly referred to as the Body Farm in Knoxville, Tennessee. It's in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
And do you have to continue training in this area that you work in?
Yes.
How many hours would you say a year do you do continuing education?
Probably at least, on a slow year, 40 hours is minimum, but usually it's several weeks of training, which average 40 hours of training a week.
Have you been an instructor for training?
Yes, I have.
Like what kind of training?
I teach an advanced crime scene processing class to numerous local agencies. In addition to that, I have taught basic bloodstain pattern analysis for the National Forensics Academy.
And have you, you've trained in, you mentioned bloodstain pattern analysis. What is that? Can you describe that for the jurors?
That is it's the basic course. You're identifying what types of bloodstains there are, as far as whether it's a drip stain or just identifying what type of bloodstain it is. In addition to that, you may be able to determine if it's an impact stain. You may be able to determine a point of impact, where somebody was when they were hit that created a blood stain.
And you have another focus in shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes.
And how much training have you had in that?
A lot. I've had a couple hundred hours, I believe, in shooting reconstruction.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in criminal trials?
Yes, I have.
About how many times would you say?
I believe around 18, give or take a couple.
Okay. At this time, the state moves to admit Ms. Honey as an expert in crime scene processing, to include bloodstain pattern analysis.
As for those of you, I don't have
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, witness has been tendered as an expert. An expert witness is someone who has experience in training over and above that of a normal layperson, and therefore they are allowed to testify as to their opinion based upon that expertise. All right, go ahead.
And Judge, at this time, I would move to admit her curriculum vitae as well, as states, I guess it would be Honey Exhibit 1A.
All right, any objection? No. All right, submit.
Okay. Am I saying that properly, Ms. Honey?
Honey.
Honey.
Yes.
Okay. We're all saying it wrong. Okay. Did you have the opportunity to get called out to 2155 Purcell Lane on July 7th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
I was requested to assist with a blue star analysis, which is a chemical that reacts with the presence of blood.
Who did you meet once you arrived on scene?
It was crime scene investigator Daryl Clark.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, you mentioned Blue Star, can you tell the jury a little bit about Blue Star and how that works?
Blue Star, a lot of people have heard of luminol. Blue Star is another chemical very similar to luminol. The purpose of it is to locate blood that is not visible. We have multiple types of chemicals that we can use. If we see blood, we can enhance it. If we don't see blood, we'll use Blue Star or luminol to search for blood.
And does Blue Star have any, does it react to anything else?
Yes, there are false positives, usually a cleaning solution, and I'm sure there's a list of false positives that it could react with.
When it reacts to those other materials, does it react the same way that it does to blood?
It reacts similarly. Usually when you see it, it looks more crystallized. I don't really know how to explain it without actually physically showing you, but it does react with metals as well. So when you see it on a metal surface, it lights up very quickly and then dissipates, as opposed to when it reacts with blood, it stays luminescent for a few seconds longer than when it reacts as a false positive.
Did you have the opportunity to photograph your what you did at 2155 Purcell Lane that day?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence copy 1 through 22.
Noted.
If you could please look at your screen for me, and we'll walk through this with the jury. We're looking at coffee 1. Is this one of the photos that you took at 2155 Purcell Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the dining room.
And we'll go ahead and move to coffee 2. Is that the same area?
Yes. So the other thing to mention with Blue Star and luminol, it has to be very, very dark in order to see the luminescence of the chemical. So when I'm taking pictures, some of the pictures are going to be brighter than others, so I'll take multiple pictures of the same area if I see luminescence there and maybe the photograph that I took is not fully showing what I'm seeing. So this is just another picture of the same area, the dining room table.
Are you sort of testing your lighting there?
Yes.
And when you have the photo in front of you after you've taken it, can you also adjust the settings of that photo to see the luminescence better?
You can on the computer. I'm sure you can on my camera, but I don't.
On the computer,
yeah,
is what I meant to say.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you coffee 3. Is that same area, different lighting?
Yes.
Okay. Coffee 4, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this so you can describe what we're looking at here.
So this is the same area. This is where I actually have the Blue Star present. And you can see that it's luminescing. If you look at the 2 candle holders, they're bright blue towards the top. It's luminescing with the metal as a false positive. But I try to photograph with light and the luminescence by keeping my shutter open so that you can see the specific area in the room that I'm photographing, but also showing luminescence. So you see the luminescence on here, and if you go back to the picture before, the candle holders aren't going to be blue like they are in this picture. You see that they're more of like a bronze goldish color, but then if you go ahead, that's where I sprayed the Blue Star. I was searching for blood. I got a false positive on the metal.
How did you know this was a false positive?
Just because again, when it luminesces, it shows up immediately and then dissipates, and then also it only showed up in the areas that metal was there. So it indicated that it was likely a false positive, not consistent with a blood luminescence.
So you mentioned that you should be fairly quick to catch the reaction when it's a false positive. You keep your camera, you kind of were talking about how you did that. Can you describe that a little bit?
So I leave my shutter open. I use a remote. I open my shutter. I put it on what's called bulb, and that's where the shutter stays open as long as I want it to. And this is how you may see pictures that if you're taking a photograph of a car moving and you leave your shutter open, you're going to see the car as a streak going across the screen because your shutter's open and it's not actually like capturing the image because the image is moving. So that's what I'm doing, but my focus is of a still object. So I'm leaving my shutter open so that it will capture whatever's lighting up in that photograph, which is the luminescence of the candle holders. And then I'll hit my flash to light up the scene a little bit just so you can see where we're located in the crime scene. And then I'll close my shutter with my remote, and I have this image that shows the luminescence from the Blue Star, and it has lit up the scene as well.
coffee 5. And what are we looking at here?
This is also in the dining room. This rug was underneath the dining room table, if I remember correctly. And this is the basement door that goes down to the basement. So this is just an image of the dining room floor before I've sprayed Blue Star.
So how did you know where to spray it? Did you spray it all over the house? Were certain areas pointed out to you? Describe that for the
I believe certain areas were pointed out to me, if I remember correctly. What I did was I made the Blue Star, I mixed up the Blue Star, and then I did just a cursory spray to see if I got anything in the general areas that they mentioned. And once I found the spot, that's when I set up my camera to obtain photographs.
And did you only photograph what luminesced?
Yes.
The areas that luminesced?
Yes.
So if we're not looking at photos, so we're not looking at places that did not luminesce?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did spray other places where it did not luminesce?
That's correct.
At 2155 per cell lane. Okay, so this is coffee 5. I'm moving to coffee 6. If you could zoom in a little bit, explain to the jury what we're looking at now.
So it's hard to see up there, but you can actually, can I stand up?
Of course, if that's okay with the court.
If you see right here where the rug was, you can actually see some spots that are luminescing consistent with blood. It's hard to see with the lighting, but right above the little hand, you can actually see where the area is luminesced on the rug.
And so there are, oh, that would be a very good, I'm going to try to zoom in. You can kind of see, is that a place where it's luminesced up
Yes.
here where the cursor is?
Yes, there's just what looks to be just a couple drops towards the top, but then the slightly larger spot on the rug right there, where the cursor is.
I'm gonna mess with it over here. Let me see if I can get it. My monitor looks completely different.
Okay. And is this also an area that luminesced, this tiny spot over here where the cursor is?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the stairs down to the basement?
That's correct.
And the dining room rug?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue. Okay. And moving from coffee 6 to coffee 7.
Excuse me. So this is a little bit farther over. If you're facing the basement, it would be to the left. You still can see the rug. You can still see where the basement door is. This is a little bit farther in towards the kitchen area. If you look to the left of that wall, that is actually walking into the kitchen, if I remember correctly. So this is just, again, I'm working with photographing areas that I saw that luminesced before I actually get a good picture of it luminescing.
So I'm going from coffee 7 to coffee 8. We'll zoom in here a little bit.
So this is that same area on the floor, and it's difficult to see up there, I think, but there are...
We'll talk through it.
Okay. It's luminescing, consistent with blood, and it's in some linear curved marks, consistent. It looks like maybe it was wiped up or cleaned up. It's not consistent with liquid blood and how blood disperses onto an object. It's more linear, like it was wiped through or wiped up. And if you look at the previous photograph, you're not seeing the blood visually, which indicates that it was cleaned. You're just seeing the streaks of blood that were cleaned up or wiped up.
And if someone were to have cleaned that with some sort of bleach or anything like that, would the Blue Star have reacted to that cleaning solution?
Yes, it would.
And would you have caught that in the same photo?
Yes.
Okay, so what's luminescing here is consistent with cleaning up.
It's consistent with cleaning up. What I can't say without a DNA test of this area is it cleaned up because there was bleach placed on it and it was streaked across like that, or was it cleaned up because it was blood streaked across? All I can say is that luminescence is consistent with blood and it appears to have been cleaned up. It's got streaks through it that are consistent with being wiped up.
All right. Okay, I'm showing you coffee 9. I'll go to 9 first. What are we looking at here?
This is the same area. This is a little bit farther. I believe it's a little higher up, closer towards that wall than the previous photograph, but some of them you can still see the streaks, but you can also see what appears to be drop, like drips. They're more circular in nature over to the side.
Over here?
Yes.
Now, can you describe when the blood is on top of something textured, like wood or carpet, what does that do to the solution, to the blood?
When it's mixed with Blue Star or just in general?
In general.
So anytime it's on a textured surface, like let's say you drip blood directly down, you're going to have a circular blood drop on the floor if there's no movement or anything like that. When it's on something textured, it then becomes a little staggered. It doesn't look perfectly round. It's irregular in shape. So you may not be able to determine what degree the drop was dripped onto the floor, especially if it's 90 degrees or close. There could be movement, there could not be. It's not something that you can definitively determine.
And then what happens when you put Blue Star on them?
Blue Star is a liquid, so if you have blood present and you spray Blue Star, you have the potential to manipulate the shape of the blood stain, because you're introducing a liquid to a previous liquid, even if it was previously dry.
From 9 to 9.1, where we had adjusted the lighting on that. Looks a little different on the screen up there, but
yeah.
And that is next to the area that appeared consistent with cleaning swipes.
Yes.
Okay. Moving from 9.1 to coffee 10. So what are we looking at here? And I'll start up here. Just zooming in.
This is a photograph from the basement. I'm towards the bottom of the stairs, photographing up. So that door at the top of the photograph goes into that dining room area. So we're on the other side of the door now. And on the, second step down, we had an area that luminesced consistent with blood.
And then, is that
yes
at the bottom?
Also so that bottom stair in this photograph and the next one up also had areas consistent with blood that luminesced.
Okay, I'm going to show you, that's this 10.1 where the light was adjusted, but it appears we don't need that anymore. And then I'm showing you coffee 11. So I'm going to start up here towards the top of the stairs.
So this is standing at the door looking down the stairs. So we're still at that door in the dining room area. Again, you can see that second step down, that one blood drop, or that one area that luminesced consistent with blood is the one that you saw from the bottom of the stairs looking up. And then the step below that one has a few more stains that luminesce consistent with blood.
I'm going to move to towards the end of the stairwell.
Yes, and then you've got one towards, I guess it's several steps up, you've got a little bit of suspected blood, and then the bottom step has an area a little bit larger than some of the other areas that we've been looking at.
Okay, and then this is 11.1, lightened up a little bit. It's those same areas.
Correct.
Okay. And did you continue to do Blue Star down in the basement at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is this a photo of that area?
Yes.
And I was showing coffee 12, now I'm moving to coffee 13. What are we looking at here?
I'm not sure these are my photos.
This is coming down the stairs into the basement. Does that, here, let me show you your photos. Coffee 16?
Yes.
Okay, is this a photo you took?
Yes, so this wall that you're looking at, if you look to the right of it, that's going back towards the stairs, luminous, consistent with blood.
I want to focus on these areas. Are you able to tell directionality or anything of that sort from these areas?
No, not from these stains, none at all.
Okay. And how come?
Again, mixing the Blue Star, which is a liquid, it's going to potentially alter what the actual stain looks like. And I don't recall being able to see these stains ahead of time, so they may have been cleaned up prior to me examining them.
You could not see them without the Blue Star?
Correct. If I remember correctly, I could not see them without the Blue Star.
This is 16.1, where we just brightened it up a little bit. And this is coffee 17. Do you remember where this was?
I believe this is the stain that you saw in the previous photograph over towards the right, going back towards the stairs, I think.
Okay. Okay, if I could just have 1 moment. Thank you.
All right, that's right.
Afternoon, Agent. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Who called you to come out?
I believe it was the crime scene investigator, Daryl Clark, Daryl Clark, crime scene investigator at the time.
Okay. Because
Well, I think my supervisor called me, letting me know that they were requesting crime scene, and then I contacted him for information.
Okay.
Turn the lights back up and
No, you keep that.
Okay, we're gonna use them somewhere.
Because you actually get out there. It's actually Saturday at 7, correct?
Correct.
They said looking down.
So they had already been out there for 2 days now.
I have no idea when the initial call came in.
Okay. All right. Do you know why they called you out?
I don't recall the specifics. I don't remember if they didn't have Blue Star or they had run out of Blue Star. I don't recall the specifics. They just reached out to us to spray Blue Star.
Okay, just specifically to do Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay, because there has been prior testimony by other crime scene technicians of things that they had Blue Star.
Okay.
Tractors, RTVs.
Yes, I didn't do any of that. It was just the residents is all they requested.
Did they ever have you, because I don't see it in any of the photographs, did they ever tell you about a suspected blood droplet by the front door?
No.
You were never directed to that area to see if that was blood?
No.
Okay. Who pointed out the areas to you?
I would assume Daryl Clark, but I could not be specific. I don't remember definitively who pointed it out.
Do you recall who was out there while you were
There
doing your testing?
There were a couple, whoever the lead investigator was, I believe he was out there.
That guy?
Maybe. It was a long time ago. I don't remember specifically.
But there were other investigators out there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I want to show you, I think it was coffee number 6. Start there. That is, you're saying right there around that hand there that's a possible blood drop on the carpet.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Now you're just there to do this, right?
Yes, I am there to identify areas that luminesce. I did not swab any blood. I did not submit anything. I did not have anything to do with this investigation.
You were spraying
except
Blue
to
Star?
spray Blue Star.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let me ask you, we'll come back to that in just a second. With your Blue Star, I know it comes in tablets, correct?
Yes.
Then you mix those with a solution or with a liquid?
Distilled water.
Okay. So you mix the tablets in the distilled water. What do you mix it in?
It's a spray bottle, and we buy new spray bottles specifically to mix the Blue Star every time we use them.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So you buy a brand new spray bottle.
Yes.
So like the spray bottle you use here, it's no good anymore.
We don't use it again. No, we throw it away because the granules, as the distilled water, the Blue Star mixture settles, the granules get stuck in the straw at the bottom that goes up through the spray bottle, so it's no good after a day. Okay. So we don't reuse it.
Okay. Would you also agree with me that if, for example, let's say you did reuse a bottle, mm-hmm.
that if you ever used it for something else, it could give false positives. Like you started mixing regular water in.
or any other chemical?
I don't know. I've never done it.
Okay. What do you know, or do you learn through your testing that what would happen with Blue Star if you mix tap water with Blue Star to spray it?
I have just never done it. What they've always said, use distilled water. That's all we use for any chemical processing of anything we do.
Because the Blue Star is actually reacting to iron, right?
I don't know. Possibly.
Okay.
I believe it is reacting to the amino acids in the blood.
To the amino acids in the blood. Okay. But you can't say definitively whether it's human blood or not.
Correct.
So
I can't even definitively say that it's blood. All I can say is that luminesce is consistent with blood.
Okay.
Again, I didn't take any of the swabs. I didn't submit anything to the crime lab.
And yeah, we'll come back to that. So basically, it's just something that might be blood.
Correct.
That gives you just an idea of a direction you might need to look.
It's a presumptive test.
Okay. Now, because you had talked with Ms. Frankish about false positives.
Correct.
Does Blue Star, does it have on the bottle, or do you learn through your training, it's like, hey, these things will cause false positives, so just keep an eye out for it?
It possibly on the package in the instruction manual.
Because I think you would testify with Ms. Frankish that it reacts to bleach.
It can. I believe it can. I know luminol does. I've just always assumed Blue Star does too. It may not.
Okay.
I've never tested it on specifically bleach.
Okay, here it was, coffee 8. So you're saying that that's what's illuminated. It might actually just be bleach.
Correct, which is what I said.
Okay. That's why I was just trying to make sure that
it could be a cleaning solution. It could be blood. Again, like all the areas that luminesced, they may be blood, they may not be.
Okay. Have you ever gone on Blue Star's website?
Just to order Blue Star.
Okay. Have you ever looked at they have on their website a published report regarding false positive studies?
No, I have not read that.
Okay. Are you aware that certain household products, certain ones can cause false positives,
Mm-hmm.
right? Are they, food products can cause false positives. Were you aware of that?
I've heard that, yes.
Also, other chemical compounds can cause false positives.
Okay.
And yeah, okay. But you are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So, when, for example, let's go back to the rug. Coffee sticks. Go back to the rug. So, I know that nobody asked you to swab anything or test anything or anything like that. But, so let's just say that you're on a crime scene of an R circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And that would probably be, Agent Hamby? Wouldn't he be one of the main investigators in that?
He's a supervisor now, but yes.
Okay. So let's say y'all are out at the scene. You got a presumptive blood drop on a carpet, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. In coffee 6. What are you doing with that?
I would then swab it for submission to the crime lab. I would then test it with another presumptive test like phenolphthalein. And if it came back positive with phenolphthalein, I would probably then do a animal versus human blood test kit, which is a hexagon OBTI test kit to tell us on scene whether it's human or animal. But most importantly, it would be swabbed prior to any secondary testing.
Okay. And it might even be taken into evidence, right?
Oh, it definitely would be.
Okay, definitely.
The swabs of suspected blood, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how about why wouldn't you just take the whole rug?
If the one drop is there, probably just the swabs, or I would cut out a section of it. If there's significant blood on that rug, then yes, we would take the whole rug.
Okay. Let me show you coffee 10. So we got presumptive blood here on the stairs too, right?
Correct.
Up at the top?
Yes.
So you would do the same thing with that?
Correct.
And you would have done the same thing with the coffee 16, for example?
Yes, any area that luminesced with Blue Star would have been swabbed.
Okay. Would have been swabbed, taken into evidence, and sent to the crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did anybody ask you to go do any Blue Star testing out in the barn?
No.
Did anybody ask you to go to the barn at all?
No.
All right, it's just this one specific spot.
Yes.
Okay. As an investigator, before I get into that, let me ask you about this. So I know this was the photograph when you were just getting your lights situated. All right, so coffee 1 here. But you didn't find any blood on this silk chair, either one of these silk chairs? No blood on the table?
No.
And then that one photograph. You know, I never realized that. I thought those things were just blue. But that's false positive from luminol because you had sprayed all of this in luminol.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, none of this gave any indicators.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's your actual title?
Crime scene specialist.
Crime scene specialist. So as a crime scene specialist, if this rug, for example, is in that house in 2019 with presumptive blood on it, that's probably bad crime scene investigation, right?
The following year?
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily say bad. I would say if swabs were obtained from the area, or at least a section was cut out, the whole rug is not necessarily considered evidence as long as you collect the evidence off of it. Circumstances, it just depends on the circumstances of the investigation.
Okay, but if let's say for example, it wasn't swabbed and it wasn't sent to the crime lab.
I'm not going to testify to whether it's bad or good.
But you would have done it, right?
Personally, yes.
Okay. You'd have. How about the carpet on the stairs? Would you? I know you would have swabbed it. It's a possibility.
I probably
would have.
I would have cut it out. Yes.
Okay. And yet again, you didn't go out to the barn. You weren't asked to.
No.
How about out in the garage with the Kubotas and the tractors and all that?
No.
Nobody asked you to test any of that?
No.
Regarding those presumptive blood droplets, you can't tell any type of directionality.
No.
That is because when you spray the Blue Star, it changes the shape of the droplet?
It could. It also, like I said, I don't recall it being visible when I first started spraying, so it's possible that when it was cleaned up, it altered the shape. There's any number of reasons why it could have. There could have been a towel on top that it bled through. There's various reasons why I wouldn't be able to, but the main thing is that, yes, you're introducing a liquid to blood, which is also a former liquid, even if it's dry.
All right, and since you can't determine any type of directionality, you can't even definitively say that's a presumptive blood trail, right? Because you can't say it has a start or an end.
Correct.
Okay, it's just.
I don't know if it started in the basement and went to the living room. I don't know, or the dining room. I don't know if it started in the dining room, went to the basement. I could not tell you.
You can't even say that they're actually connected. I mean, it could be just two different people.
Correct.
Two different things.
Yes.
Okay. Completely unrelated to each other.
Correct.
And lastly, and I think you've already answered it, but you cannot say that is the blood of Gary Farris, correct? In the upstairs.
Correct.
In fact, can't even say it's human blood at all.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. No, hold on 1 second. You remind me. Just one second. I'm going to show you some photographs. They're not yours.
Okay.
Because you. Let's see. This was Thrasher 279. All right. Were you aware that in this case that there was a projectile found in the basement? Somebody notify you of that?
I don't remember if they did or not.
Okay.
I recalled it being a shooting, but
Okay.
a possible shooting, but no, I was not aware of.
All right. I want to pull up. Just give me 1 second. This also isn't your photograph, but is that how the basement looked when you went there? That is Thrasher 46.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. So your luminol testing was, and just follow the little mouse pointer, was kind of right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you luminol any of this, such as the chair, the ottoman, the couch?
I don't remember. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten any kind of luminescence, or I would have photographed it. So if I don't recall how much down there I sprayed.
Okay. Do you recall if you sprayed particularly right here in front of this chair and this rug?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If I had and it had luminesced, then I would have photographed it. So
basically, the jury's got your word that if right here Blue Star had a luminescence, you would have taken a photograph of it.
If I sprayed there.
Okay.
If I sprayed there and it luminesced, I would have taken a photograph.
Okay. Well, I mean, surely if law enforcement knew there was a projectile there on the floor, right? You can see it right here.
Yes, I can see it.
For you right there.
Yes.
So they knew there was a. So presumably they would have told you, "Hey, there was a projectile found here. We need to test here too, right?"
I would think yes, but like I said, I can't remember if anyone told me.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not they asked you to do any testing down the hallway in the basement, or was it strictly?
I believe it was from the dining room to the basement area. I don't remember how far into the basement that I went. I know I made it to that one wall, but I don't recall if I made it any farther.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you. Our police court, the state calls Aaron Norris. Ms. Norris, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat if you would, and just real quickly state your full name for the record.
My name is Erin, E-R-I-N, Norris, N-O-R-R-I-S.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before she testifies, there's a matter the parties want me to bring up to you. And as they have indicated, they have worked together to try to streamline some of the evidence in the case, believe it or not. And I've entered into some stipulations. They want me to go over one of those with you currently. So the state and defense have entered into the following stipulations that have been approved by the court. The named victim in this case, the decedent whose remains were found on the property of 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia 30004 on July 5th, 2018, is Gary Wayne Farris, date of birth 06/27/1960. All the phone records collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the Google records obtained through the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the records obtained for cell phone towers, AT&T and Verizon during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the digital evidence, including cell phone data obtained, extracted, searched, or analyzed during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death is authentic. All the reports and any opinions therein from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. And then I'm going to give you a charge on the laws of that, where parties stipulate to testimony, document, or exhibits that is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it were given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. You make all decisions in the case based on the evidence presented. All right, with that, Mr. Fogus, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Norris, where do you work?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and it's more commonly referred to as the State Crime Lab.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there for 16 years.
What kind of education do you have?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Georgia.
And when you started working with the GBI, did you have to take any tests or do anything to get on with them?
Yes, when I first was hired on, I went through an extensive training program for DNA analysis, which lasted about a year, and that entailed different training presentations and also practical written and oral examinations that I had to successfully complete throughout that training program, and then ultimately had to pass a competency examination that mimicked what casework would be like and get the correct result.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
By how many times?
Probably about 60 times.
What's your area of expertise?
In DNA analysis and also serological screening.
At the State Crime Lab, are you a supervisor?
Yes, I am currently an assistant manager in the forensic biology department at our headquarters laboratory.
And do you assist and train other people in the area that you work in?
Yes, I do.
What all areas do you cover? What scientists do you lead?
So I do supervise about 2 laboratory technicians that assist with different operations around our section, and I supervise a few serologists. So those are people that are screening evidence for bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and I also supervise a few people that are specializing DNA analysis.
How many DNA tests do you think you've done or been part of through your career?
I've probably worked on at least 1,000 cases.
There's this time I tender Ms. Norris, an expert in DNA and specifically analysis and the interpretation of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I instructed you earlier, based upon her expertise, she has knowledge above that of a normal layperson, therefore can give her expert testimony and opinion based upon that experience. All right?
Ms. Norris, you know that you're going to actually go through a bunch of reports for us today, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you volunteered to, we've agreed by stipulation to all the reports in this case, and what we're trying to do is use you to introduce a bunch of reports. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
All right, now, what I want to do is I'm going to actually tender in, it's going to be GBI DOFS. So the GBI DOFS 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and that will be for Ms. Norris. It's 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. Then I'm also going to tender to this time GBI DOFS report 3, which is the fibers, and 4 is the arson. And then I'll just have her. I'm going to actually have you do 2 for us at the end that you're not involved in at all, but we've agreed to them, okay?
Okay.
So this time, Judge, I tender in 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 3, and 4 of the GBI DOFS reports.
All right.
All right. Ms. Norris, just kind of briefly tell the jury when a test comes in and when you're testing something, for example, here blood or something like that, just kind of give us a tutorial real quickly of what the GBI does to test for DNA.
So when the evidence comes in, we're going to review any case file information that is submitted with that evidence. So that will include a submission form, which will tell us what's being submitted, as well as an incident report, which gives us a brief synopsis of what the case is so that we can better determine what type of testing to complete on each item that's being submitted. So in the biology section, the first step that we would look at is screening the evidence for bodily fluids, potentially screening for blood, semen, or saliva, depending on the case circumstances. And then if we indicate a positive result in that serological screening, then that sample would move forward for DNA analysis, where we would test the evidence to try to obtain a DNA profile from it, and then compare that DNA profile back to a DNA profile from any known individuals that were related to the case.
So basically first to see if it's blood, human blood to test, and then if it is human blood, pass it on to do the ultimate DNA testing.
Sometimes we're testing specifically for human blood and sometimes just for blood in general, but yes, we would test for blood first and then send it on to DNA analysis.
And does the GBI test every request that law enforcement asks them to do?
No, we do not. So because of limited resources, sometimes we do have to choose samples that we feel like will help answer any case questions that are needed.
You ever been part of any conversations with law enforcement explaining why you won't test certain things?
Yes.
Is that common?
It's not uncommon.
And is that getting back to law enforcement sometimes will request to test lots of things, but ultimately what you test is what the crime lab decides to test?
Ultimately, yes, we do try to pick the items of evidence that we feel like will give the best answers to any case questions, and that may also come down to what we expect we may be able to get good results from or not.
And how many people in your area test for DNA? How many employees or scientists there that do that?
I believe we have approximately 15 DNA analysts currently at the headquarters laboratory.
And how many requests do you get a year to test?
I don't know, but we are getting in hundreds per month. So.
Do you know how many y'all are clearing a year?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Is it a lot?
It is, yes, it's a number of cases, yes.
When the test comes in, when it comes to the chain of custody, make sure everything's done right, does the GBI have certain professional credentials or policies they go by?
Yes, we have a set of policies and procedures that we have to follow every time we're analyzing evidence. And those policies and procedures are rooted in our accreditation standards that we must follow, and we are audited to every year.
Are y'all audited every year, you said?
Yes, every year.
Do you know when that's going to be, or is that a surprise audit?
No, we typically have one internal, which I believe just occurred, and then we have an external coming up next May.
How tense is it at the crime lab when this is going on?
Not too tense, because we're trying to consistently keep up with these standards. So the idea is that when we're audited, that we are hoping to not have any findings.
How's the crime lab doing under its guidelines and its accreditation?
We still are holding our accreditation, and from my understanding, there were no findings in the last audit.
When you test something, how many scientists actually know? For example, we're going to have a report by different people that we've agreed that you can introduce, but how many scientists actually look at when there's a final report, how many scientists have looked at that, I guess the specimen or the actual test itself?
So it depends. We do sometimes do kind of an assembly line type of procedure, because there are multiple steps, specifically in the DNA analysis. There are multiple steps that occur to get to the end result. But by the time the report is issued, there would be one analyst who has reviewed every single part of that case file and has made the decisions in the case file and issued that report. And then a second trained analyst would review everything in the case file and make sure that they would come to the same conclusions as the reporting analyst.
So generally two?
Yes, two people will have looked at everything.
And if there's an issue, are y'all make sure internally that you're working that out before a final opinion is released?
Yes, so that peer review process, the report would not get released if there was a discrepancy between the reporting analyst and the peer reviewer. That would need to be resolved before the report would ever be issued.
How do you actually test for DNA? What kind of machines do you use, and what is the process?
So the process takes place in 5 steps. The first step is going to be extraction, where we'll take a cutting of the sample and place it in a tube, and then we add chemicals to that tube to help break open the DNA and separate it out from the other parts that are in the sample. And so we put that on what we call BioRobot EZ1 that does kind of a cleanup process, so that what we're left with at the end of that step is just DNA in a liquid form inside of a tube, and we've gotten rid of everything else. Then the next step in the process is quantitation, and that we are going to place on an instrument called a 7500 that's going to run through multiple cycles to estimate how much DNA we were able to recover from that first step. And then the third step is amplification, and we're going to make billions of copies of approximately 21 locations on the DNA that we are interested in looking at, and that takes place on what we call a thermal cycler. And then lastly, we will do a step called detection, where the sample goes onto an instrument called a 3500, and it is going to separate the information from each of those locations that we tested for, and ultimately a software program will create a DNA profile from the results. And that profile is going to look kind of like a graph with peaks along it, and we can use those peaks are going to be the DNA markers that we're going to use for our interpretation.
The methods and the procedures that are used to test for DNA in this case, are they something that can be reproduced?
Yes.
Are they something that are observable?
Yes.
Are they something that are measurable?
Yes.
And when these tests are done, do you follow your procedures and practice that's generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
And when the result is issued, are they reliable, something that can be relied upon by the GBI and also the clients are the ones that ultimately get the reports?
Yes.
And does the GBI participate with any national organizations to make sure that their standards are consistent with what other people are doing with DNA?
So as I stated before, we are an accredited laboratory through ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, where ANSI stands for the American National Standards Institute. And that is a nationally recognized accreditation board that a lot of forensic laboratories around the country are accredited to. We also, in the forensic biology section, follow the FBI's QAS standards, which is the quality assurance standards.
When I think of DNA, I think there's some evidence, something is there that you may not be able to see, but scientifically you can determine what it is that relates back to a person. So it traces back to a person. But what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and you can think of it like a blueprint for the human body. And it's located in the cells throughout the human body, and it would be unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Let's go through some of these reports here. On the screen in front of you should be GBI DOFS 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the requested service? I'll do this with all the reports. So what is this report? What's the service requested?
This was a blood examination.
What's the report date?
The report date was 9/16/2018.
And to show we're all on the same page, it was requested by Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Correct.
It has an agency number listed with them, is that right?
Correct.
It says who it's requested by, is that right?
Correct.
Subject Melody Farris, subject Scott Farris, and victim Gary Wayne Farris. Do you see that?
Yes.
So make sure we're talking about this case. And then it appears in that the evidence, there's a section that says 7/18/2018, the laboratory received the following evidence from Cherokee County Sheriff's Office via lockbox. What's your lockbox? What does that mean?
When agencies are submitting evidence directly to the laboratory, they'll come in and they place the evidence into a lockbox. Once they shut the door on their side, it can no longer be accessed from that side. It can only be accessed on the other side of the lockbox by our lab support staff at the lab. So they'll remove it from the lockbox and give each case a unique identifier for DOFS, or the Division of Forensic Sciences, and then each item will get its unique item number that we'll track, and then it'll be entered into our laboratory information management system, or our computer system, so that we can track everything through that.
If I asked you right now if you could log into your computer just a random case, could you actually trace a piece of evidence like GBI item 2 or some other case? Could you actually see where it was at its stages through the process?
Yes, so we do track the chain of custody is what we call it. So each item, once it's given that unique case number and item number, each item will get a barcode that traces back to that item specifically. And then every time we move the item throughout the laboratory, that barcode gets scanned. Each person has their own unique identifiable barcode, and each location or storage location has its unique barcode. So every time it's scanned to a person or a place, we are tracing that chain of custody through the barcode system.
Is keeping up and being very careful in the chain of custody and not corrupting physical evidence, is that something that GBI puts an emphasis on?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that part of your accreditation too?
Yes, it is.
If you pretty much were not very good at that, the GBI, could you lose your accreditation?
Yes.
Now you said DOFS case number, so this 2018-101-6730, is that going to be the same number for all the different types of testing and reports in this case?
Yes, it is.
So the autopsy would reference that same number, is that right?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Under evidence, it talks about receiving things from a lockbox, and then there's this long number, 2018-101-6730, and there's a dash or a hyphen, 002, and then below that 029. Now I usually refer to those as like item 2, item 29. Is that kind of what we do when we go through these reports?
Yes, that is correct. That dash 002 and dash 029 refer to the item number.
So when I say item 2, we're going to be talking about this thing here. Is that right?
Correct.
And item 29, we're going to be talking about this other thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you could just read into the record what is the results and opinion, the expert opinion for this first test, 9/16/2018, the blood examination by, I believe it was it Angel Seacrest?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, tell us what the conclusion is.
The results from chemical and serological testing of the skin from the projectile from item 2 are consistent with blood of human origin. Samples are being submitted for DNA testing.
All right, and we're going to see item 2 is the projectile, then 29 is the skin that was taken from that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Ms. Seagrass, was she at the time qualified as an expert to do this type of testing?
Yes, she was.
So this is a preliminary test saying there's blood there. Let's pass it on and do some DNA testing. Is that kind of how you do that?
Yes, correct. If there is blood indicated, then it would go on for DNA analysis.
All right, let's look at this next. This is GBI DOFS 2. What's the type of requested service?
This is a blood examination.
And what's the report date for this one?
Also 9/16/2018.
I believe this is also going to be done by forensic biologist Angel Seagrass.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the evidence here. So item 13, I think what y'all usually do is like item 13 comes in with a lot of material and then you break it down individually. So 13A, 13B, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct. So for instance, if we have a paper bag that has multiple boxes that contain swabbings in it, then we will do what we call itemization. So in this instance, it went to 13A and 13B to represent different boxes that were within the outer package.
Let's look at the expert opinion in this. I think I want to work backwards. Can you just read into the record what the results and conclusions are?
Chemical examination of the swabs from items 14A, 14C, and 15A indicates the presence of blood. The samples are being submitted for DNA testing.
14A, which is a sealed package labeled EM1 sample wet, so evidence marker 1, and we've talked about that in the case where that's at the basement. And then 14C, evidence marker 2, sample wet. So 14C, 14A, 14C, and 15A, which is the blue shoes in the closet, shows the presence of blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And then 13A, which is garbage can stain side, and 13B, garbage can stain face, fails to reveal the presence of blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you say fails, what does that mean? When something fails, what could that be?
It would indicate that the blood is not present on the item. So for these specific items, we would have done chemical testing, which would include 2 different tests that we would test for blood, and they are expected to change a specific color when blood is present. And that would be one of them turns green in the presence of blood and the other one turns pink in the presence of blood. And for these 2 samples, neither of those tests came back with a positive result. So that's why we say it failed to reveal blood.
All right, I'm going to go to GBI DFS report number 5. What type of requested service is this one?
This is a DNA typing.
And what does that mean?
That means that we're doing the DNA analysis or DNA testing. So that's that multi-step process that I was talking about, where we get a DNA profile from the evidence and then compare it back to DNA profiles from any known individuals in the case.
And what was the report date on this one?
This was 11/5/2018.
And this was done by Kayla Bailey, a forensic biologist. Was she an expert with the GBI at the time that these reports and testing were done?
Yes, she was.
Qualified to do her job?
She was, yes.
And in this one, we have some evidence that was received. And I'm going to start at the bottom. So beginning with the paragraph where it says, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris, could you read that for us?
Actually, if I may, this report was actually replaced by a later report, which we call an amended report. And that is because there were deemed to be errors on the report. And so we did an investigation, what we call a corrective action report. And we reissued a new report with the corrections. So as far as the lab is concerned, this report would be null and void. It's been replaced.
Makes sense. But in this one, just to go through it real quickly, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris matches the profile obtained from the swabbings from the basement floor 14A, which is EM1 sample wet, and 14C, EM2 sample wet, and then item 29, the skin recovered from item 2. But you replace this, I think, is it going to be with your...
Yes,
11?
That is the report that's titled amended report. So all of this information will be in the amended report. Yes.
All right. And what was off on this one that she had to go back and replace it?
There were a few things that were noted. One of them was a technical note, which was in the statistical frequency that was calculated for a match. There was one marker that was included that should not have been, so that the statistical frequency had to be recalculated.
And when y'all catch something that's off, do y'all correct it like you do?
Yes. That is part of our quality system, that as soon as we identify an error, as I said, we open what's called a corrective action report, we do an investigation, and we do steps to go through to try to make sure we haven't made more errors and how to prevent them from happening in the future and to rectify it. So in this case, we issued the amended report.
Let's look at GBI DOFS 6, this 6 report here. What is requested? What type of service?
Blood examination.
And what's the report date?
12/18/2018.
And what is the results and conclusion for this one?
Chemical examination of the shirt from item 6 indicates the presence of blood. Samples are being submitted for DNA analysis.
Okay, there was a kind of a burgundy t-shirt that was taken from the scene, which is item 6, and 6 is the actual t-shirt, and then 31, what is GBI item 31?
So that was a cutting that was taken from the shirt, which would have been taken by the serologist at the time of testing, and that cutting is what is actually sent forward for DNA analysis.
GBI DOFS 9, the 9th report. What is the requested service here?
Blood examination.
And what is the report date?
6/26/2019.
All right, let's go to the results and conclusions. Let's walk through this. So what's the first sentence here?
Results from chemical and serological testing of the swabs from items 19B and 25B are consistent with blood of human origin.
All right, so 19B is a sealed package labeled swab to sample. And if you go back up one, this kind of comes in, that's going back to the Kubota tractor, is that right?
That's correct.
So Kubota tractor, swab to sample, and they've heard about it being on a foot step on the tractor. So that's 19B, and 25B is going to be sealed package labeled from L2 shifter, but if you go back up one level to 25, is that relating to the Kubota RTV?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and we talked about the shifter on the RTV. So the tractor, 19B, and the RTV, 25B, this is saying that so far is consistent with human blood?
Yes, correct.
All right. Then that's forward on for DNA sampling. And then begin with chemical examination of the towel. Read that sentence for us, please.
Chemical examination of the towel from item 26A and the washcloth from item 26E is inconclusive for the presence of blood. The two presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result.
All right, so they saw some photographs of some towels and washcloth in the scene in a washing machine, I believe. What are those? So what is that saying? 26A, which is a white towel, and 26E, which is a white washcloth. What is that saying there?
So there could be a couple different reasons why we may define something as inconclusive for blood, and that's, as I previously mentioned, that we're doing two different color change tests on the sample. So one instance of being inconclusive would be that one of the tests changed to the color we were expecting if blood was present, but the other test did not change color. So that could result in an inconclusive. The other way that we may end up with an inconclusive result is when the test results in the color change other than the expected color. So I mentioned before how one is expected to be green in the presence of blood and the other is pink in the presence of blood. So if we get a color other than the expected result, we would deem that inconclusive.
So you can't say it is or it's not, it's just inconclusive?
That's correct.
And then what could cause a test to come back? Could washing towels that have blood on, could that affect it and make it be inconclusive?
It's possible.
Could chemicals, as in trying to clean up the blood, could that make it inconclusive?
Possibly.
Now, 26B, C, D, and F, these washcloths, read that line to tell us what that result is.
Chemical examination of the washcloths from item 26B, 26C, 26D, and 26F fails to reveal the presence of blood.
No, so couldn't find any blood. The opinion is we cannot find blood on these samples.
In those items, both tests did not result in a color change.
Is there scientifically, is there a reason why if there was blood on an object, like you knew there was blood on an object, is there a way to clean that or cause it not to come back and be negative or failed to reveal the presence of blood? Can you clean it up or can you dissipate it somehow?
If the blood is removed from an item, then yes, it would. Our test would not show blood.
Could washing do that?
It's possible, yes.
Could the situation that you find the item, say how it is in nature or the circumstances of where it's at, could that corrupt or cause it to fail?
It would depend on the circumstances. If it's just the blood is removed or just not really enough there for us to detect it in our tests, that would really be the only reason I would think we would not be able to get a positive result.
Again, this one was done by Angel Segrest.
Yes.
All right, let's see. How many reports have you presented before at trial? Is this the most?
This is probably the most, yes.
All right, let's go to number 10. And again, this is because the parties have worked together to stipulate these things. GBI DOFS 10. What is the requested service here?
This is DNA typing.
And what was the report date for this one?
This was 8/8/2019.
All right, now this is going to refer to, you see the line that says the DNA obtained from the swab from item 19B contained the DNA profile of one individual. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so again, 19 is going back to the Kubota tractor. So 19B is the swab taken from the tractor. All right, could you read the results? And I'll let you explain all the scientific language after that, but if you can just kind of the introductory part about talking about whether it matches the profile of Gary Wayne Farris.
The profile obtained from the swab from item 19B matches the profile of Gary Wayne Farris, and then the remaining are the locations that were tested and compared.
And this is STR testing or loci?
Yes, STR stands for short tandem repeats, and that's the DNA analysis that we're performing.
And it says 1 or 2 alleles were obtained at TPOX. What does that mean?
So TPOX is one of the locations that we test for in the DNA. And when we say 1 of 2 alleles, that's because each person would be expected to have 1 or 2 alleles at every location that we test for. One marker will come from your dad, and one marker will come from your mom. So if mom and dad are giving different markers, we'll see 2 different alleles or DNA markers. And if mom and dad give the same information, then we'll see 1 DNA allele or marker at the location. So in this specific statement where we're saying that the profile of Gary Wayne Farris contains 1 of the 2 alleles observed in the profile, that's because the bloodstain card that was later identified to us come from Gary Wayne Farris, we got an incomplete DNA profile from. We were missing a DNA marker from the location TPOX. So that's what that's referring to. So because it was not missing, we could not do because it was missing, we could not do a comparison from any of the evidence samples to that specific DNA marker because it wasn't there to compare.
And we've stipulated that the remains are Gary Wayne Farris. Now tell us the numbers. I've seen numbers, y'all have beyond million and billion and trillion, y'all go way out there. So tell us, in this match, it talks about the frequency and the numbers associated with the match to Gary. Read that and tell us what that means, if you would.
So the frequency in which the profile obtained from the swab from item 19B would be expected to occur in a given population is approximately 1 in 8 nonillion, using the information that we compared.
The higher the number, the more strong match it would be. Is that fair to say, or how would you categorize that?
It would be more rare the higher the number is.
So higher the number, more likely it does match to the person.
Yes.
All right, now, 25B, and again, 25B is from the swab, the L2 shifter from the Kubota RTV. The profile from that, who did it match?
Sorry, I just want to clarify when I said yes. The match is a match, meaning all the information that was present in the swab's profile matches to what information we had in the bloodstain card from Gary Wayne Farris. So that is a match. It's the statistical frequency is just giving weight to that match. So how often would we expect to see that profile? So the higher the number, the more rare that specific profile would be to find in the population.
And in this case, we're able to take a sample for the defendant to match it. What match came back to 25B?
So the DNA obtained from the swab from item 25B contained the DNA profile of one individual, and that profile matches the profile of Melody Farris.
And what was the probability, statistically speaking, for that?
The frequency in which that profile from the swab from item 25B would be expected to occur in a given population is approximately 1 in 4 octillion.
Is there any way to quantify that number, how many zeros that is?
If I may refer to my notes. So that an octillion would be a number with 27 zeros after it.
And again, that was 25B, the L2 shifter, go up one level, goes back to the Kubota RTV. All right, let's go to Norris. You have another one here. GBI DOFS 11. What type of request is done for this one?
So this is the amended report that we discussed previously.
And what was so amending, I think it was report 5. And what is the report date on this one?
The report date is 10/7/2019.
And what we're going to be talking about is item 2, which is the bullet. Seal pack contained 38 bullet. Item 29 is the skin recovered from item 2. And then we also have 14 A and C, evidence marker 1 and 2 from the basement. And then 15A, which is a swab from the blue chute in the closet. All right, so first you start off and say this report replaces the November 5th, 2018 DNA typing request in its entirety. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's get down and go through these results. Let's talk about the DNA obtained from the swabbing from the basement floor. Tell us about item 14A and 14C, which is EM1 and EM2. Tell us about that and what does it match and the statistical numbers for those.
So the results from each of those swabbings contain the DNA profile of one individual, and that DNA profile matched the profile of Gary Wayne Farris for all locations that we could compare at.
And what is the frequency of that match?
The frequency of that we would expect to see the profile approximately 1 in 8 nonillion within a given population.
All right, so the match, what we're talking about here, the DNA obtained from the swabs from the basement floor, item 14A and 14C, EM1 and EM2, and the skin recovered from projectile from item 2. So item 2 is the actual bullet and 29 is the skin itself. That is what matches Gary Wayne Farris. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, with a frequency of approximately 1 in 8 nonillion.
All right. Now 15A, I believe, is going to be the swab from the blue shoe that was in the closet. And tell us about the matching to this.
So the DNA obtained from the swab from a blue shoe from item 15A contained the DNA profile of one individual, and that DNA profile matches the profile of Melody Farris, and the frequency in which that profile from the swab from the blue shoe would be expected to be seen within a population is 1 in 4 octillion.
Ms. Norris, if you can help me be a narrator for me, I'm going to go to GBI DOFS 3 and 4. You did not test these. We stipulated to them. So, Judge, at this time, I'm tendering to evidence GBI DOFS 3 and 4.
All right.
All
right, they're moved. Busted.
All right, here we go. So if you can help me, tell us what is the requested service on this one?
Requested service is fibers and textiles.
And what was the date, the report date?
Report date was 9/20/2018.
All right, now, the evidence that was received to the 38 bullet, 29 the skin, and then 30 sealed packs contain 1 microscope slide with possible question fiber from item 29. So this is relating to fibers and textiles, see if there's anything on that. Can you just kind of read the results and conclusion beginning with the material, that sentence?
The material, item 29, recovered from the projectile, item 2, was examined to determine whether or not it is textile in nature. Examination of the material, item 29, recovered from the projectile, item 2, fails to reveal characteristics typical of textile material. Further examination reveals individual fibers embedded in the material. These were collected and preserved for possible future analysis.
And then GBI DOFS number 4. What is the requested service?
Requested service is arson analysis,
What's the report date?
9/26/2018.
Now, under evidence, there's GBI items 7, 8, and 9. Could you tell us what 7, 8, and 9 are?
Item 7 is a sealed can or cans containing gauze identified as recovered from hands of Melody Farris. Item 8 is a sealed can or cans containing gauze identified as recovered from hands of Scott Farris. And item 9 is sealed can or cans containing debris identified as recovered from the scene.
These, I think of accelerants, but I think the term that is used is ignitable liquids is what GBI uses. Can you just read the results and conclusion for us?
Analysis by gas chromatography / mass spectrometry of the gauze, item 7, fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. Analysis by gas chromatography / mass spectrometry of the gauze from item 8 fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. Analysis by gas chromatography / mass spectrometry of the debris from item 9 fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. The procedure employed does not detect the presence of light volatiles such as certain alcohols and acetone.
Nothing further, Judge, this time.
All right, Greg. Good morning, Ms. Norris. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. I just got a few things to go over with you. Do you know anything about this case?
Not a lot, just whatever was in our case file.
Okay. But do you know that Mr. Farris's body was burned?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. Because I'll show you. So this was Shaw 10. This has already been admitted. So that was essentially the remains, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm showing you that because I got a question to ask you. That question is, in GBI number 5, item number 4 is a bloodstain card. All right? So you're familiar with bloodstain cards?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it is?
Yes, so blood would be collected from a person and then placed onto what we call an FTA card. It's a specialized paper that helps to preserve blood, and so that the blood would be deposited onto that card, and that's what we're referring to as a bloodstain card. And that's what we would take a cutting of that card to test for our DNA profile.
Okay, you saw the photograph that I showed you, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea where they got blood?
I do not. I have no knowledge as to how the bloodstain card was collected or preserved.
You just get it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and I'm going to kind of bounce around. Mr. Fogus had asked you about the towels that were tested. From your knowledge, do you know where that white towel came from?
I do not.
Okay. When you write these reports, and I'll show. Let me go ahead and just pull them all up. It'll be easier that way. 1, 5. So when you write these reports, and so like an item 26, so that's the bag, and inside of that bag are washcloths and towels.
Yes, correct.
And then you have to essentially you add in this information based on what you're seeing either on the outside of the bag or the contents of the bag.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or with the submission information.
So if it said like white towel found in X location, you would probably note that on your report.
I can't speak to what was done in this case since I did not create the evidence in this case. But
No, I'm just asking for you. Like if
for me
would you would have
personally,
done
yes, I would, but
Okay.
it doesn't mean that every person at the laboratory would include all of that information.
Okay, and I was just confused because in this report, the white towel 26A and the washcloth 26E are both inconclusive. They didn't do this. So basically they're tested 2 times and on one test you got one result, and on another test you got another result?
That could be one possibility, or it could be that the test produced a color other than the expected color change in the presence of blood.
Why would you have an expected color change?
Because the chemicals are designed a specific way to where when blood is present, so the one chemical we expect to turn blood because of the chemical reaction that is happening, and the other one will turn pink because of its specific chemical components in that reaction that's occurring.
Okay, so I guess the important thing to note is with 26A and E is that we don't know if it's blood.
That's correct.
Now, could there have been any additional testing done on that had it been requested to see if a determination could be made?
For blood specifically?
Correct.
The only other test that we could perform for blood is one that we test for specifically blood of human origin, which is called a hemotrace test, and that was not done on these specific items.
But it could have been done?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Now, EM1 and EM2, I am assuming that is what the swabs were labeled as, correct?
Yes, that would be my assumption as well, based on usually when we have quotation marks around something, that's exactly what was written on the item package.
Exactly. And it also says EM1, EM2 wet sample. Let me say all of these photographs have already been admitted. So, and you probably not going to know this, but is it a fair assessment that if something comes in and it's labeled EM, well, can we agree that EM is evidence marker?
That would be my general knowledge, yes.
And if I had a case and something was EM1 and EM2 and I had evidence marker 1 and 2, that's where those samples were taken from?
I would generally accept that, yes.
Okay, so we can kind of presume that this is 1 and this is 2 that you tested?
Yes,
okay.
That would be my expectation.
Okay. Now, tell me about, because you were saying that in this test, where is it? That you got an incomplete DNA profile obtained from the blood
Yes, but I believe this is the report that we are not using. But yes, there was an incomplete profile obtained from the bloodstain card.
I will go to the one y'all amended.
Thank you.
An incomplete DNA profile was obtained on bloodstain card item 4.
Yes, correct.
That part wasn't amended.
That's correct. That was correct in the original report.
I think it really wasn't the only thing that was actually changed in the amended report, where the only thing that was any matter was the number.
Yes, there was the statistical frequency for some of the samples was amended, and if you look at the first paragraph in the results and conclusions section, it details out the changes that were made.
Oh, okay. Results and conclusions?
This would be, I'm sorry, this is the wrong report. This is not the amended report.
Wow. You put in the amended one, right? The amended report.
Yeah,
Number 11. So you essentially, you made a statement indicating how many individuals were obtained, and these are the things right here that you changed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you still got an incomplete profile on the DNA card.
Yes, correct.
Why do you have an incomplete profile?
So there can be different reasons why we have an incomplete profile, but with the knowledge that the body may have been burned, that's not unexpected. When we have DNA that's been exposed to high heat or extreme conditions, sometimes DNA will be lost in that process. So that would be my expectation here, is that it was just due to the condition of the sample that we were not able to get all the DNA information at all locations.
Okay. And let's talk about item 25B, the L2 shifter. So that was a swab taken from what you've got, or somebody could put in quotation, I think Ms. Bailey, taken from the L2 shifter, right? That's what the package would have said.
Yes, that's what the package would have said those swabs were from.
So if we've already heard evidence about what the L2 shifter was, then that's what that is. So now with that, there we go. With 25B, so that was Melody's DNA that was found on that swab.
The profile matched Melody Farris, yes.
Now, nothing in your report actually says that swab contained blood or anything like that. Could that have just been a dry swab?
It's from the same swabs that were tested in the blood examination report where blood was indicated on that sample.
Okay, there's a sample of blood on the swab, and then that's what you tested and compared the DNA to.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any, firearms training with the GBI, and not actually shooting, testing, and things like that?
No, I do not.
Okay. So we all will wait to ask you about that. How about regarding the arson analysis report? Do you have any training on that?
No, I do not.
Okay. But you'll know this. This is an easy question. We can assume that, such as in item 7, 8, and 9, or I'm sorry, just 7 and 8, gauze identified as recovered from the hands. You would assume that is swabbed on the hands, right?
Just to clarify, I do not have any training or expertise in this method, but as a layperson, my expectation would be yes, that gauze was used to swab hands.
Okay. All right, that's all I got, Judge.
Anything else? All right, let me step down. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all got another witness ready? All right.
We do.
Y'all anyone need a break?
Testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, if you could have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My first name is Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N. My last name is Atkinson, A-T-K-I-N-S-O-N.
Dr. Atkinson, where do you work?
I am employed by the state of Georgia. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation at the medical examiner's office there. I am a forensic pathologist, also known as a medical examiner.
Excuse me. Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury your educational background, what led you to the job that you're in now?
Certainly. My education, training, and experience is as follows. I received a bachelor's degree from Georgia Tech in Atlanta in 1996. I then received an MD from the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Georgia in 2000. For the next 5 years, I completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Florida in Gainesville. For the next year, 2005 to 2006, I completed a pathology fellowship at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. For the next year, 06 to 07, I was in private practice doing hospital-based pathology in Macon, Georgia. And then for the next year, 07 to 08, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. So upon completion of that fellowship at Emory, I began my employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in 2008, and I've been there ever since as a forensic pathologist.
Can you please describe to the jury what does a forensic pathologist do, and what is pathology?
Well, pathology literally means the study of disease. So most pathologists work in hospitals looking at biopsies or anything that's been removed in the OR or in the clinical lab. So when you have a blood draw, there's going to be a pathologist supervising the lab. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology, and a forensic pathologist performs autopsies. We are called upon to determine the cause and manner of death on people who have died. In the state of Georgia, if someone dies through violent means or under unknown circumstances, the coroner takes jurisdiction of the body and can certainly call upon a forensic pathologist to further examine that body and examine the body, which is what we do at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
You mentioned some training earlier. What does training consist of for pathology?
Well, to be a pathologist, you certainly need to graduate from college, graduate from medical school, and then after medical school, you complete a residency program, which is either in anatomic pathology or clinical pathology, or the vast majority are combined anatomic and clinical pathology which is what I did. So once a residency in anatomic and/or clinical pathology has been completed, then that person can certainly go out and practice independent pathology. Forensic pathology is just a small subspecialty that very few pathologists specialize in.
And do you complete continued education in this field?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that to the jury? How many hours and what types of trainings?
In order to maintain a Georgia medical license, a licensee needs to complete at least 40 hours of continuing medical education every 2 year cycle. I am certainly board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And in order to maintain that board certification with the American Board of Pathology, I need to have 70 hours every 2 year cycle to maintain the board certification.
What are your duties as a forensic pathologist?
As a forensic pathologist, we are a consultant to coroners throughout the state of Georgia. If a body falls under a coroner jurisdiction, then that coroner can decide that further examination of the body, such as an autopsy, needs to be performed. The coroner can either hire their own forensic pathologist, or they can use the state's forensic pathologist, because there's no back charge from the state to the county. So most coroners in Georgia tend to use the GBI as their forensic pathology consultation service for autopsies. Once the coroner calls the case in to the GBI medical examiner's office, our office will either accept the case for autopsy or let the coroner know, hey, that's a straightforward natural death, or that we can't help, that does not need an autopsy. So about half the cases that are actually called in come in for autopsy. Once the body comes in for autopsy, we as the medical examiner will read the basic information that the coroner has given our office. If the body needs an x-ray, we'll x-ray the body, then we'll wheel the body out on the gurney into the autopsy suite. We'll examine the body as is. Typically there could be clothing, medical intervention, things of that nature. We'll remove all that. We'll take photographs as needed. And then we'll proceed with the autopsy, which I'm sure you've seen it in the movies. We make a wide incision in the torso to examine the organs in the torso. We make an ear-to-ear incision in the head, reflect the scalp, take the skull cap off, examine the brain, and finally we examine the neck organs. Once we have completed an autopsy, we will release the body to the next of kin, to the funeral home of their choosing. And an open casket funeral usually can still be done because clothing will cover the Y incision here, and the hair and the pillow will cover the incision in the scalp. Typically 3 to 6 months later, we will release an autopsy report, which becomes a public record. And the final 2 lines of the autopsy report will mention the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I perform approximately 300 autopsies per year. So just with the GBI, approximately 5,000 in my career there over the last 16 plus years, and then another 250 in fellowship, forensic pathology fellowship, and another 75 during pathology residency. So over 5,000 autopsies at this point in my career.
Have you ever been admitted, have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
It's approximately once a month, so I believe I'm up to about 165 times or so. The vast majority of those are in counties throughout the state of Georgia.
At this time, Judge of the State would tender Dr. Atkinson as an expert in autopsies and forensic pathology.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Atkinson, did you have the opportunity to perform an autopsy on Gary Wayne Farris in 2018 and 2019?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the jury why this autopsy was different than the majority of the other autopsies you performed?
This autopsy was different because the body had been severely burned, and we had cremated fragments of tissue. It wasn't a whole entire body that came in a sealed body bag. We got boxes and bags of just fragments of tissue that had been severely burned, and the pieces were small, and so we can't get a height. Things that are limiting are we can't get a height, we can't get a weight, we can't get a hair length, a hair color, eye color. We can't examine the heart for coronary artery disease. So many things are limited when we're examining burned, cremated remains. So this case, we did have to have some expert consultation as well, because one of the things we're interested in is proving who this body is, and number two, figuring out the cause of death.
Dr. Atkinson, did you, after your autopsy, did you put together a report that reflects your work on Gary Wayne Farris's remains?
Yes, I did. It's a 4-page PDF report electronically signed by me. I brought a copy of that with me today, and it can certainly be reproduced as many times as needed.
State moves to admit GBI DOFS 8, State's Exhibit GBI DOFS 8, his report.
No good. All right, admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And did you also take photographs as you conducted this autopsy?
Photographs, we have a forensic photographer who works in the autopsy suite. So photographs were taken under my supervision at my direction. Yes, photographs were taken during this autopsy.
And at this time, the state moves to tender GBI ME 1 through 28.
Objections? No. All right, they're admitted.
Oh, I should say through 27. Thank you. All right, doctor, how did you know who the identity of the remains were in this case?
Well, I'll preface this by saying there are 3 ways to scientifically identify someone who cannot be visually identified. Those 3 ways are through dental comparisons, through fingerprint comparisons, or through DNA comparisons. These remains did have some burned, fragmented areas of the jaw with teeth. So we consulted with Dr. Frazier, who is a forensic odontologist, who actually looked at the morphology of the teeth and the fillings and the restorations of the remains, and compared those with Gary Farris's dental records that were known when he was living. And so when Dr. Frazier, the forensic odontologist, compared those two, there was similar morphology, and he certainly made the scientific identification that way.
Doctor, I want to walk through the photos that were taken during Mr. Farris's autopsy, okay? I'm pulling up GBI ME 1. And what is this number?
This is just a index shot. This shows the plaque with the case number. So all the subsequent photographs that will follow this plaque on the SD card in the camera will belong to this case. For the record, the case number is 2018-1016730.
Thank you, doctor. And I'm going to move to State's Exhibit GBI ME 2. What are we looking at here?
Okay, the body actually came to us in 3 different body bags, and within those body bags, there were fragments of tissue. So this is a body bag with the fragments of tissue. You can certainly see some long bones that are fragmented with some soft tissue that is adjacent to those bones.
I'm going to go ahead and scroll up. What are these bright spots here?
Those are going to be the restorations on the teeth. So that's a fragment of jaw.
Okay. What are we looking at over here?
Okay, those are some more soft tissue and bone fragments that were burned, that were placed in the body bag from the scene.
And when you talked about long bones, is that kind of this area?
That is correct. There at the bottom, you could see there was a nail, basically a construction debris. We see that not uncommonly in fires where other things other than the body are placed in the fire to burn. So there was just a nail that was within the fire pit debris.
What is this curvature here in these bones?
Okay, I'd have to correlate that, but that certainly could be it looks like a hand with some of the hand bones.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get to see those in a minute. I'm going to pull up GBI ME 3. Is this the same bag?
Yeah, this is going to be the same. Or this is a bag that has some of the skull, and then the piece at the very bottom was the fragment that had the bullet in it. So that's the fragment of some ribs with a bullet within the fragment.
Where my cursor is right here?
That is correct.
Okay, and then again, those are
teeth. Those are not bullets. Those are a crown, or a crown on top of a tooth is metal and will show up on an X-ray. It's a similar size and shape as a bullet, but it's not a bullet because it's a crown on the teeth.
What are we looking at here?
And this would have been the third
Sorry,
the third
let me just
bag.
put this on the record. GBI ME4. Go ahead.
This would, like I said, there was three body bags. Each bag had smaller bags within it, or bags and or boxes. And so this is the third bag with more of the fragments of the burned remains of Mr. Farris. And you can see the bones and the soft tissue here as well.
All right, GBI ME5, same.
Same description, that is correct. This one clearly is a box because you can see the rectangular shape.
GBI ME6, what are we looking at
And
here?
now we've separated parts of the jaw and the fragment with ribs. So all of the white radio opaque fragments in the bottom of this X-ray are going to be the crowns on the teeth, but the fragment way in the top of this photograph is that rib fragment with the bullet. So you can see how they look similar on X-ray, but clearly the teeth are the dental fillings and the dental crowns and the dental restorations, and then the fragment away from the teeth and the jaws is the bullet that was near the ribs.
All right, moving to GBI ME7, is this the same items?
Yeah, this looks like more of a duplicate radiograph.
Okay. Now this is GBI ME8. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is one of the body bags that has been opened, and you can see the cremated remains of Mr. Farris within this cardboard box. This white paper towel or paper blanket has been placed in the bag, and you can see how the remains have been burned, but they've been taken out of the fire, cooled, and then placed in the box. You can see how they're white in areas and they're black in areas, as you would expect in something that has been burned.
Moving to GBI ME9, same box.
Yeah, more of the same description.
And what are we looking at in GBI ME10?
Typically, we take a picture of the zipper pulls as the body bags are received, and we received Mr. Farris in 3 distinct body bags. So this is one of the body bags, and you can see the yellow tag is placed at the scene with a unique number on it. So this came to us as just Cherokee County UID, which stands for unidentified, and you can see our case number, the 2018-1016730 here on the body bag.
Okay, now I'm gonna show GBI ME11. What are we looking at in this?
And we're looking at more burned debris of Mr. Farris within this cardboard box.
What are these large sections over here to the right?
Well, those are going to be the soft tissue, the large pieces of skeletal muscle that get burned down and shrunken.
GBI ME12.
This actually looks like a piece of cranium or skull. You can see it's kind of bowl-shaped like your skull would be.
Where my cursor is right here?
Correct.
Okay. GBI ME13, just the end of that same box. What are we looking at here?
This is that I'd have to see it up close, but that may be the rib piece with a bullet in it. But we took it out separately and then took some additional photographs, and we did not remove the bullet because we wanted to present that all to Dr. Gooding, the forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Another bag.
This is one of the 3 bags again with the same description with the yellow tag with the unique number.
And that's GBI ME14. Okay, now we're on 15.
Right. Rather than a cardboard box for that one body bag, these actually were brown paper bags within the overall body bag. So we took pictures of the brown paper bags as they were received, and now we're going to take pictures of what is the contents of these brown paper bags.
Okay. And GBI ME16. GBI ME17.
That same description, more of the same. We're just documenting photographically what was received.
All right, and then in GBI ME18, is this the bag and then what was inside the bag?
That is correct.
Okay. What are those Do we even know what those fragments may come from? How do you determine that?
These are just small fragments of bones and a little bit of soft tissue. We were able to save a portion of skeletal muscle to submit as evidence, but again, the forensic anthropologist, she was able to separate each one and say, these are skull bones, these are vertebral bones, these are rib bones, these are pelvic bones, these are long bones. But sometimes when you get to the bones in the ankles and the wrists and the hands and the feet, sometimes it's very difficult to tell because the burning has changed what they originally look like.
All right, GBI ME19, another bag.
More of the same, yeah. The quadrant B and E-4, some of these markings had to do with the scale of that was marked out at the scene. So if somebody wanted to say, well, what part of the fire pit was this bone found in, or what part of the fire pit was this piece of muscle found in, she could go back and tell that. But yeah, as far as the forensic pathologist, this is just the markings on the bag. So we're documenting that these fragments came in this bag, and the markings of the bag were this. And this clearly looks like a long bone that's been burned with some attached skeletal muscle here.
And that's GBI ME20. Okay, going to 21.
Same description, yes.
Looks like almost the same photo. Okay, 22. Another bag.
Another bag, yes.
Okay.
And same description. Burned fragments of bones and soft tissue. You can see there's black areas and white areas, and it's certainly consistent with a body that has been burned in a fire pit.
And then 24, unopened.
Same description.
25,
and same description. Just different markings on the brown paper bag.
Now, is this another possible long bone with muscle?
That's exactly what that is. Yes, long bone with muscle.
And when we say long bone, what is that? What could you be referring to?
We're talking about bones in the arms and the legs. So the humerus, the radius, the ulna, the femur, the tibia, and the fibula. Those are going to be your long bones.
Okay. And this is GBI ME26. What are we looking at here?
This was the fragment. You can see there's two ribs and a bullet. So we kind of try to turn it and get all different perspectives showing where the bullet was and where the ribs were.
And is this the bullet right here, the red?
Yes, it
item?
is. This is a little out of focus. It looks like the camera is focusing on the 3-inch ruler behind the behind the tissue fragment, but you can certainly see the bullet, which is pointing back towards the camera, and that way you could estimate it you could call it a medium caliber jacketed bullet just by looking at it in this photograph.
And that's GBI ME27. I want to walk through a little bit of your report. So when you are conducting your autopsy, where do you get the background information from the scene recovery?
All of the information comes to us from the coroner, and in this case it was Coroner Sally Sims. So Coroner Sally Sims is essentially the customer, or who we were writing the report for. So Miss Sims is at the scene. She's the one talking to police. She's the one getting the investigative information from the police. So she's going to report that information to our office.
So I want to go to page 2 of your report, down towards skeletal analysis. You have it divided into a couple of sections here: skeletal inventory, trauma analysis, and perimortem trauma. So what are you concluding under skeletal inventory?
Okay, let me just preface this by saying the dashed line at the top of page 2 through the dashed line at the mid portion of page 3. This is verbatim from Dr. Gooding's anthropology report. Since Dr. Gooding's anthropology report was crucial to the, quote, autopsy findings, in the skeletal analysis.
Judge, I object, and that's hearsay. That's not his report. He's copy and pasted another expert's report into his report, so that expert needs to testify about what that is.
That's fine, Judge. We'll move on. It's already, the report's admitted.
Right. He can testify as to other reports he uses in reaching his conclusions.
As an expert, yes, Judge. Okay, so did Dr. Gooding's report assist in your conclusions in your report?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So going to the skeletal inventory, what does that mean under Dr. Gooding's section?
Basically, what Dr. Gooding stated was that the remains represented one individual. There were no duplicate bones. For example, if she found 2 right humeruses or humeri, then she would say, at minimum, we have 2 individuals. So looking at all the remains that we have just gone through in all of the state's 1 through 27 photographs, if somebody says, I think this is 10 people buried or in this fire pit, what Dr. Gooding is saying is, well, we have no duplicates, so, it represents one individual because there's no duplicates. There's no reason to believe this represents 2 people or 3 people or 4 people at this point.
And was that consistent with your observations of the remains?
Yes, it was.
And then moving down to the perimortem trauma, it discusses the projectile found.
Yes, and like I say, you've still got the picture on the TV screen.
Yes.
And this is a bullet within that's lodged in one of the fragments. So, as an anthropologist or as a pathologist, we can say that this Mr. Farris was shot at least one time. Could he have been shot more than that? Of course, because bullets can exit. Could there have been some other skeletal trauma that was not noticed because of the fire, distorted and made that trauma unavailable for us as the examiner to see? Absolutely. Can you get shot and not have any bone trauma? Of course, you can get a gunshot wound that only hits soft tissue. But what we know is what we can see in the remains. So from these remains, there's at least one gunshot wound, and this is going to be the end of the pathway. I clearly state out in my report that the entrance wound cannot be found, the pathway of what exact organs it hit cannot be found, and the range of fire cannot be assessed because there's no way to assess for stippling or things like that when we don't have any skin to examine with an entrance wound.
And when you say stippling, I know we don't have that in this case. Is that just a way to determine how close the shooter was?
That is correct, yes.
And so her conclusion about the location of the projectile is, did you also conclude that same location with your observations of the bullet here on the screen?
Right. As we saw from the previous photograph, you saw the 2 ribs. So you know the gunshot wound is in the torso somewhere.
And then I'd like to go down to the summary, your summary of findings. You've already covered some of this, but it states that you were unable to assess for the entrance wound.
That is correct.
Okay. And the range of fire, which you just described, and the direction of the wound path. Can you describe that to the jury, the wound path?
Certainly. Typically, when we autopsy someone who has been shot, we're able to say, here's the entrance wound, and then we assess for soot and stippling. Clearly, there's soot everywhere because he's been in a fire pit. So we say where exactly on the body the entrance wound is. The entrance wound we're going to assess for soot and for stippling to see if it's intermediate or close or contact range. Then we're going to assess where it went. So a typical gunshot wound may go through, for example, a typical gunshot wound of the torso may involve the skin and soft tissue of the chest. It may involve a rib. It may involve one or both lungs. It may involve the heart. It may involve the spine. It may involve the spinal cord. There's lots of things that a bullet could hit in the torso. And then the final thing we're going to say is there an exit wound or is there a bullet? So it's, half the gunshot wounds we autopsy and we describe exit, half don't. And the final thing we'll say when we describe a gunshot wound is the direction. Is it front to back? Is it left to right? Is it upward, downward? We'll always try to describe it in a three-dimensional direction using up, down, right, left, front, back with the body in anatomic position. So sometimes that can help the police investigators try to get the position of the body when the gunshot wound was sustained, but certainly at autopsy we can't determine the position of the body when the gunshot wound was sustained, even if we know the direction through the body with the body in anatomic position.
And then under your comment and opinion, You state there was extensive postmortem thermal damage, which made further characterization of this gunshot wound difficult. Is that essentially what you just described?
That is correct, yes.
And the reasoning for that. And then your job is to determine cause and manner of death. Can you describe what cause of death means to the jury?
Certainly. Cause of death can be anything listed in a text fashion. Heart disease, stroke, pneumonia, blunt trauma, gunshot wound, sharp force trauma. So the cause of death may or may not tell you exactly what the manner of death is, but I listed the cause of death as a gunshot wound of the torso based on the autopsy findings coupled with the police investigation. Go ahead.
You were going to move on to manner of death, I imagine.
Well, I was going to move on to manner of death, and there's basically 4 manners of death for a death certificate, and each death can be categorized as one of those 4, and I'll list those as follows: natural death, accidental death, homicide, or suicide, and they're basically self-explanatory. A natural death is a death through disease process. An accidental death is something that is inadvertent and untoward and unexpected. If you fall off a ladder and hit your head and die of head trauma, that would be an accidental death. Homicide and suicide, or death at the hands of another, is homicide, and then death at your own hands is suicide. If for some reason you cannot put it into one of those 4 categories, you could certainly use undetermined or pending investigation or something of that nature. But here in this case, I listed the manner of death as homicide because we had police investigation that there was no evidence that this was a natural death. There was no evidence that this was an accidental death, and there was no evidence that this was a suicidal death. So it was apparent that he was shot by another individual. Therefore, we relayed to the coroner to sign the death certificate as cause of death, gunshot wound of torso, and manner of death, homicide, because that was the reasonable conclusion to make given the facts that we had.
Thank you, Doctor. You testified earlier that you did not remove this projectile?
That is correct. We left it in there for Dr. Gooding to remove during her further examination. So Dr. Gooding helped with the recovery at the scene. Then we got the body, which is where all the pictures were taken. And then Dr. Gooding got to examine the remains again in a controlled setting, with adequate light on a table in a laboratory, because it's a whole lot easier to remove or to examine the remains in a controlled laboratory setting rather than out in the field when I believe the fire was still smoldering.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to admit State's Exhibit GBI ME-28, which is the bullet from the assignment.
Right. Any objection? All right, submit.
Dr. Atkinson, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Atkinson. My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. You're a day early, so I don't have my questions printed.
Can you repeat that?
I was just saying that you're a day early, so I don't have my questions printed out for you. So give me just 1 sec, okay? So you can't tell me, as the medical examiner, whether or not Gary Farris died as a result of a gunshot wound to the heart, can you?
Yeah, there was no heart available for examination. Yeah, I've made it clear that the pathway, the entrance wound, is unable to be assessed due to all of the postmortem thermal damage.
So you can't say that any vital organ in Gary Farris's body was hit by a bullet? Yes or no?
That is correct.
Okay, because you can't tell me where the bullet went in, it didn't go out, and you can't assess the pathway of the bullet, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you also, on direct, you stated that y'all consulted with numerous experts, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We consulted with Dr. Gooding, the forensic anthropologist, for examination of the bones, and then we consulted with Dr. Gordon Frazier for forensic odontology consultation, who confirmed using dental records and the remains that this was indeed Mr. Farris.
Okay. And is that the only 2 experts that you spoke to?
I believe those are the only 2 consultations that that our office did. That is correct.
Are there any other medical examiners at the GBI?
Yes.
How many?
Currently, there are 15 medical examiners statewide, and we have 3 offices, one in Metro Atlanta, one office in Macon, and one office in Savannah.
Okay. Did any of those other medical examiners look at these remains?
That's a difficult question to answer because the follow-up would be, well, who looked at it? So in our normal course of business, we have an autopsy suite that is open. We have 8 stations, and there's typically up to 3 medical examiners performing autopsies at once. And we also have forensic pathology rounds where other doctors will see what else is going on in the lab. So potentially everyone in the office that was there that day would have seen these remains. That is correct.
Okay. Well, and you just said something interesting. You said this day. So did your examination of these remains take a day?
The actual examination of the remains and taking the photographs, yes, that was all done in one day.
Okay. Did you take those photographs?
Like I mentioned to the counselor earlier, we have a forensic photographer in our office, so these photographs were taken under my supervision at my direction.
So the answer is no, but you were there.
That is correct.
All right. And what day were these photographs taken and the remains reviewed by you?
I'm going to refer to my autopsy report. That would have been on July 6th, 2018.
Okay. 2018. So on that day, you did the photographs and you looked at it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then why did it take till June 12th, 2019 to issue your report?
Again, typically we're going to wait until the final police investigation, and it took an extra few weeks to get him ID'd, his ID confirmed, and that's an average turnaround time. That appears to be 9 to 10 months, which that's not uncommon for a complicated case. That's par for the course.
You had the forensic dental stuff. You had that by July, right? 2018.
I believe Dr. Frazier's report, which I did bring with me, his report was dated November 8th, 2018.
Okay, so you had it at least by November.
That is correct.
But didn't you also just receive like a letter from the dental forensic people saying, hey, I think this is Gary Farris?
I'm looking at the dates on these, and it looks like the forensic anthropology report was dated May 31st, 2019. So it looks like my report came out like 2 weeks after the forensic anthropology report came out.
Okay, that's not what I asked you though. I asked you about the dental stuff. Like,
okay.
Did you get a letter from the dentist who examined it saying, hey, I've looked at everything, it looks like it's Gary. It's not an official report, it's just a letter?
Right, the letter was dated November 8th, 2018.
Okay, so as early as November, you had these remains, you knew it was Gary, and then we're waiting till June 2019 to issue your report. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, also, and you had brought this up with Ms. Frankish, the first part of your report, not the first part, the part where it says scene recovery introduction, that is verbatim copy and paste from Dr. Gooding's report.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gooding is a forensic anthropologist, and if you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Gooding is a forensic anthropologist.
Okay. And you're a forensic pathologist.
That is correct. I am a forensic pathologist.
Dr. Gooding can't make determinations of cause and manner of death. Like you can.
Again, your question is difficult to answer, but I can say that the coroner consulted our office in order for me as the assigned forensic pathologist for this case to determine the cause and manner of death such that the coroner could sign the death certificate.
Okay. But the coroner had to wait for your report to come out to do that, correct?
The coroner is independent. The coroner consults us and can either agree or disagree with anything we say. They just consult us for an opinion.
So the coroner actually, she doesn't need any permission from you. She could issue a death certificate for whatever she wanted to?
That is correct. Absolutely.
Okay, so if she testified earlier and was saying she had to wait on you, that's not exactly correct, right?
The coroner can choose or not choose to consult any forensic pathologist. The coroner, most wise coroners will consult a forensic pathologist to assist them in figuring out why someone died to get an accurate cause and manner of death. But does the coroner have to consult the GBI? No, of course not.
Okay. Now, the remains when they came in, I know you said you were there for photography, but for making your final determinations in the case, did you actually go through all of the remains?
Yes, I did.
You did? Okay. Moving to your report, you're unable to assess the location of the entrance room. You testified to that.
That is correct.
All right. You're unable to assess the range of fire.
That is correct.
Unable to assess direction of a wound path.
That is correct.
And you are also unable to assess any type of diseases or anything like that due to the condition of the remains.
That is correct.
And also due to the condition of the remains, you couldn't perform any types of toxicology analysis either.
Again, we collected some skeletal muscle, and I do not believe it was tested. Certainly toxicology could have been if needed, but I do not believe any was done.
Who would make that determination? Obviously, you could have made that determination to do that type of testing, but could the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's office, could they have asked you to make that determination or do that test?
If someone had wanted some toxicology performed, they certainly could have called our office and requested some toxicology be performed on skeletal muscle, yes.
Okay.
But typically for gunshot wound, homicides, and suicides, our office typically does not perform any toxicology unless it's asked for by another interested party, whether it be the district attorney, the police, etc.
Okay. Moving on, I want to talk about cause of death for a little bit. Can you tell the jurors what hemorrhage means?
Hemorrhage is just bleeding. Anytime a blood vessel gets disrupted, blood will come out of the vessel and into the surrounding soft tissues.
So if, for example, I got shot and I'm bleeding, that would be a hemorrhage?
Yeah, typically if someone gets shot, there will be hemorrhage along the wound path of the bullet. That is correct.
Okay. And that's only true if the individual is alive at the time they are shot, correct?
In order for bleeding to happen, the heart has to be pumping. So yes, the person has to be alive for bleeding to occur.
All right. And the soft tissue that you examined where the bullet was found, you didn't see any evidence of hemorrhage?
It was too burned to assess for hemorrhage, like I mentioned in the report. But so the answer is yes, I did not see evidence of hemorrhage.
Okay. So with that, based on the logical assumption of what hemorrhaging is, if you didn't see any, you actually can't say to a medical certainty that the bullet entered that soft tissue while Gary Farris was alive.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, also going on to the wound path and the direction, if you can't determine the wound, we'll back up. Can you tell the jury what a wound path is? I don't know if Ms. Rankin, I didn't hear her say that.
A wound path is going to be what the bullet hits along the pathway from the entrance wound to either the exit wound or the lodgement of the bullet. For example, skin and soft tissue, skeletal muscle, bone, such as ribs, lungs, heart, aorta, soft tissue in the back, things of that nature. So the wound path is going to be a list of everything the bullet hit from when it entered the body to when it either exited the body or lodged somewhere.
And in this case, since you don't have a wound path, the only thing that you can say is that it's in that soft tissue. That is correct? You can't say that it hit any bone or skeletal structural or any internal or vital organs.
Right, yeah. The fragments that we examined were so burned that we cannot see an entrance wound, a wound path, All we saw is the bullet.
Okay. So you would agree with me that if you can't determine what was hurt, then you can't say that that was the cause of death.
Again, if you're only examining the body, as a medical examiner, we have to we have to get the investigation and the remains. So we have to look at the entire case and come to a reasonable conclusion. And it was a reasonable conclusion that a gunshot wound is what led to Mr. Farris's death. And that was the opinion, that was my opinion.
Okay. Even though you can't tell anybody of actually how he would have died, even if he was alive when he was shot.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's move to manner of death, because I thought that was interesting when you were talking with Mr. Frankish. So essentially, because I missed it, I know you've got accident, you've got homicide. What are the other two manners of death?
The four manners of death are natural death, accidental death, homicide, and suicide.
All right. So homicide, suicide, accident. What was the other one?
The four manners of death.
Natural cause. Natural cause, homicide, suicide, accident. Is that the four?
Yeah. The four causes are natural, accident, homicide, and suicide. So if those are the four you're listed, yes, those are the four manners of death.
Okay. So you had testified on direct that natural cause, obviously there's a bullet there, so you don't think natural, right? And you have no organs to examine to see possible natural death, right?
That is correct.
All right. Suicide, people shoot themselves all the time, don't they?
Again, it's rare, but people do commit suicide with firearms, yes.
Okay. And have you ever done an examination on somebody who committed suicide and there was a bullet in them?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So we got suicide, accident. Well, propose me this. I'm standing out and I get shot and I fall into a burn pile. Would that be an accident? If I don't know who shot me?
Typically, we would call that a homicide.
True, because it's another person. Presumably that bullet came from somewhere, right? So that's why it'd be a homicide.
Again, I guess a better answer would be that you would have to know more about the circumstances. For instance, if someone was standing next to you and dropped a firearm, and the firearm discharged when it struck the ground and then struck you, then that we would call an accident. But accidental gunshot wounds are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of gunshot wounds are either homicide or suicide.
Okay, so that was a good example. So, there's a gun there, it's dropped, shot, falls into the burn pile. So, leaving accident in there as a manner, there's at least a theory behind it, right? Because you just told us that. It's not a theory you went with, but there's a possibility.
Can you restate your question?
I said, well, so both of them, like with suicide, we stated that you've done examinations where there's a bullet in somebody that committed suicide. So that's a plausibility, right?
Given what you're stating, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And accident, we came up with dropping a gun, accidentally getting shot. That'd be an accident. So possibility.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Suicide, accident, homicide. Natural causes. Well, the bullet kind of takes natural causes out of the way, right?
It could, yes.
Okay. Unless, do you know, or did y'all get any medical records or anything obtained that showed that Mr. Farris had previously been shot? Years ago.
We did not, and furthermore, examining the remains, it looked like a fresh bullet, meaning that the bullet was not oxidized or had been in the tissue for very long, nor was there a fibrous capsule or such, or if it was a long-standing retained bullet. So it did not appear to be a retained bullet from a remote gunshot wound.
Okay.
That I could tell.
All right, and that's the bullet that you're referring to now?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, you're also aware that the crime lab that was tested, there were no accelerants found. Are you aware of that?
I do not know if I was aware of that. I may have heard that several years ago, but I'll believe you that no accelerants were found.
And there was no evidence discovered that there was any dismembering of the body or tending of the fire.
That is correct. I do not believe there was any evidence that the body was dismembered.
Okay. Based on the remains and the results in the examinations that you did, you cannot make a determination of how Mr. Farris got into the fire, can you?
Again, as the medical exam, I guess the answer to your question is no, but with a qualification.
Okay, qualify.
The qualification is I am the medical examiner, so I'm examining the remains. Our office is not the investigating agency, so our office is not the one interviewing witnesses, determining exactly what happened. So we have to believe what the investigating agency's information that they give to us in order to complete our reports.
Okay. And without being able to do any kind of lung examination or carbon monoxide testing, you actually can't even make any type of determination of whether Mr. Farris was alive or dead when he went into the burn pile.
Yeah, there was no carbon monoxide or carboxyhemoglobin testing that was performed. And there were no lungs available for examination because all of the organs of the torso had burned up in the fire.
Okay, so give me just one second. I always say it's one more and then it's not, so bear with me. So just explain to me that if you can't tell me, let me just read it, that'd be even easier. If you don't have the evidence to establish what caused Mr. Farris' death, okay, it's kind of a longer question. If you don't have it that established what causes death, and you can't determine how he got into the fire, then how do you know his death came about? So you have a basis to certify the manner of death.
Well, to answer your question is we have to couple the autopsy findings with the investigation, and the reasonable conclusion to make when we have burned remains with a bullet in the torso is that he was shot by another person and placed in the fire based on the investigation and based on the consistent findings that we saw at autopsy. That is why it is my opinion that the cause of death is the gunshot wound of the torso and the manner of death is homicide.
Now, even though you can't tell us any vital organs that were hit or actually what caused his death, right? You can't tell me he bled to death. I'll make it simple.
Well, I guess to answer your question, I'm going to have to kind of go on a tangent a little bit.
Well, no, we ain't going down that road. I asked you a very simple question. You cannot tell me he bled to death.
Based on autopsy, that is correct.
Okay. And you can't tell me any vital organ that was injured, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're aware that, I don't know if you, I know that Dr. Gooding did, they reassembled the skull and they found no evidence that Mr. Farris was shot in the head.
I was aware of that, yes.
Okay. So we got no internal organs, no head shot. You'll agree with me on that?
I will agree. I will agree with you with an explanation. You said there's no internal organs, but you failed to mention that all the internal organs have been burned up. So it's impossible to see a gunshot wound through an internal organ when the internal organ is burned up. So you appear to be saying that since there are no internal organs for you to examine, that there's no way that the internal organ was damaged or injured by the bullet. And so that's not necessarily a conclusion I'm willing to agree with, but you are correct when you say that there are no internal organ injuries and there is no hemorrhage because there's extensive post-mortem thermal damage of these remains.
And you're right. The organs are burned up, and you can't do that. But that's not my job. You're the one testifying that he was killed and the manner of death is homicide. So I'm asking you how Gary Farris died.
Right.
How did the bullet kill him?
Right. It is my opinion that Mr. Farris was shot at least one time in the torso. One of those gunshot wounds of the torso was recovered in the burned remains. based on what we found at autopsy, coupled with the investigation that we were told. Our office does not do investigation. So that's again, that's why we're trying the case. That's for the jury to decide. It is certainly my opinion, and the opinion of the office, that this is a gunshot wound of the torso, cause of death, and a homicide manner of death.
Can you say to a medical certainty that that bullet actually even entered the body cavity?
Again, the answer to your question is no, with an explanation.
Well, I don't need his explanation unless Judge wants him to have it.
I'm sure Ms. Raymond will ask.
No further questions.
Dr. Atkinson, please explain.
Well, like I've tried to explain before, we're not even saying that this is the only gunshot wound. If you read the report, it says at least one. Typically, about half of the gunshot wounds I examine exit the body. Typically, about half remain in the body. So I called the cause of death gunshot wound of torso, but I don't even know that this is a single gunshot wound. It could be multiple gunshot wounds. There could be multiple gunshot wounds that involved other bones or other soft tissue. But the reasonable conclusion to make was gunshot wound of torso because there's a bullet in the torso. I don't think that's an unreasonable conclusion to make.
What is peer review?
Peer review is when another doctor reviews the autopsy report to make sure the conclusions are sound, and for typos and other things that may show up and need to be corrected before the final report is released.
Was your report peer reviewed for this case?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to object to that, to the specific point that he stated that it was to make sure that it was a sound decision in his report. I would object to that, but that's just bolstering his opinion. We're trying to.
Where we go to the question.
I'm done, Judge. I was going to sit down.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'm going to ask you more questions.
All right. You can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
All right. We got 2 minutes for another witness.
Mr. Wiley, you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and lower your hand. Good morning.
Morning.
You do not want to be here today, do you?
No, sir.
That's fair. We've subpoenaed you to come in from Alabama, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, state your full name for the record and spell it for us.
Ted Wiley, T-E-D-L-W-Y-L-I-E.
Go ahead and scoot up and pull the microphone down towards you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiley, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melanie Walker Farris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? She's sitting over here in the black.
Yes,
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
It's probably been maybe 85,
and
86, something like that.
When did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Farris?
Around that same time.
And how long were you and Sherry Farris in a relationship?
Probably 20 years.
During that time, did you meet the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses?
Move the. No, I'm not talking about
Okay.
witness. Let's move the easel so the juror can see.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Farris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all first meet? Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all would meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
But she's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom at the hospital.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out?
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan, or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been $6,000 or $8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
Okay. And that was in 2000, I believe 2009. Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true though that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll. Tell us about that.
I have a building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
And did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I don't think that I did.
So, is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has. She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she
Probably
written?
not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go on to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, on the mend.
But she would come on and see you too?
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the
the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4, maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018, so y'all's relationship was over in about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So, 2018.
Well, I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018, so sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped?
I hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure, I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you,
yes,
and
sir.
they see you. In July, this is Riley 1, this is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary, or know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you, someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think I talked with Sherry about that. That was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July 2018. Gary was killed in July 2018.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Nothing else, John.
Sure.
Mr. Wiley?
Yes, sir.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody.
Judge, I apologize. The juror just indicated to me that she couldn't hear me speaking much.
Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Again, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody.
Yes,
Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that, because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010. Right?
Probably so.
Okay, all right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all
Never.
about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just didn't. We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
Okay. If I may have a few moments, Judge. That's all I have.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
Judge may be released.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
Call our next witness.
Judge, we call Christine Lavoie. Go ahead and tell us your full name, where do you work, and what do you do?
My name is Christine Lavoie, Christine Lavoie. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Ms. Lavoie, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And if you would, we've heard yesterday from Ms. Norris, but if you would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No.
But you have to have some type of bachelor's degree to work at the crime lab?
Correct, a bachelor's in life science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and make sure you're qualified to do the job?
Yes.
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you keep up with the current trends in science in your expertise?
Yes.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've been there and experience? Do you have more experience than other people, less experience? Where do you fall in that?
I'm considered a senior analyst.
And is that supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes.
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
Not outside, no.
Are you part of any kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
About 90 times.
And just this time I intend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. Witness need to be an expert, as I told you before. You can give an opinion testimony based upon her experience. All right.
All right. So we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things, and we're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Let's. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports in the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have 2 reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your 2, the ones which is a DNA typing? GBI DOS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes.
Judge, this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 into evidence. You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing.
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and inclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and then 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along a line. And if there's only one person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles, is that right?
At least 2, yes.
All right, now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Farris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the T-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So True Allele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it? What is the basic? If I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? If I said the regular DNA testing, what is that? STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years, so that would be the regular type of testing?
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA testing. What I need you to get across to the jury is, how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So, like I said, True Allele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. True Allele has a capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean. But we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. True Allele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability? It uses a formula and software to compute things?
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is True Allele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So True Allele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI and DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's True Allele.
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the T-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the T-shirt, is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe True Allele could actually help us identify the other contributor, we asked you to test it further using True Allele, is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under True Allele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here.
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Farris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Farris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, True Allele could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the true allele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA?
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be. Proceed, John.
Go ahead.
Again, apologize. It's rules of evidence come up. All right. So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Farris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with true allele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are 2 DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's?
Correct.
But you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, were you right? Or Cross? Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. LeWood. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt, and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then somebody at your office at the GBI, they got a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right, and then there was originally a test done on that, and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Miss Farris?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that is Miss Farris's T-shirt? And you may not know.
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the True Allele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping?
Correct.
All right. And somehow, and we don't got to get into how, because I don't care, but somehow that separates out and you can determine 2 mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, True Allele couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that?
So True Allele can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about True Allele.
Okay.
True Allele
True
can't
Allele
do that.
cannot.
Okay. Okay. And that's all I have, Judge.
I have a question. All right. If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right, and so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the 2 parents and the child, and there are 3 combined DNAs? How can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA.
All right, how is that?
Because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the 2 other grandparents don't get passed down, or it gets combined and then doesn't get passed down?
There could be some similarities.
All right. Okay. I know enough just to be dangerous. That was really more for my information than anything else. All right.
Well, just one thing, just to follow up.
Go ahead.
with DNA typing, you can, well, to make it too quick, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes.
And the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
Correct.
Okay. Nothing.
All right. That's what I've been told by the owner. That's why I'm up here and not over there. All right, you can be excused.
Thank you.
All right, our next witness.
Emily Bagwell.
I'll stand up and stretch.
Say your full name for the record.
Emily Bagwell, Bagwell.
Ms. Bagwell, where do you work and what do you do?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and I'm the technical leader of the Firearm and Toolmark section.
So you deal with guns day in, day out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, if you would, your educational background that qualifies you to do what you do.
I have an Associates of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's degree of Forensic Sciences from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So how did you get interested in doing being a firearm scientist?
While I was a graduate student in Baltimore, I reached out to the local crime lab, the Maryland State Police Forensics Laboratory, and they had an opening for an intern in their Firearm and Toolmark section.
Did you grow up shooting firearms and things like that, or was it just kind of something else you got interested in?
No, sir, just a career path.
Are you someone that is a collector of guns or anything like that?
Maybe now I am.
Do you enjoy the science aspect of what you do?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the GBI, when guns come in, how many guns do you think y'all are testing a year?
Well, we pick up evidence from our evidence receiving section every day. If there's 1 gun or 15 guns, it would be difficult to quantify, but we do typically pick up evidence every day. There's always something for us that's firearms related to pick up. It's hard to quantify how many cases we're releasing every year, but we see quite a few.
And how long have you been doing this with the GBI?
Since December of 2015.
And how many firearm scientists does the GBI have?
We currently have 22 reporting analysts across the state.
Where are all they stationed at? Where are their offices?
We have 7 regional laboratories. 3 of those, well, in addition to headquarters, 3 of those perform firearms and toolmark services. So that's going to be our headquarters lab in Decatur, our western lab in Midland, which is close to Columbus, and our coastal lab in Pooler, which is close to Savannah.
Now, which office do you work out of?
I work at headquarters.
Does the GBI headquarters have a warehouse or something where they hold the firearms? How many firearms do y'all have in y'all's property now?
Well, there's a combination because we have evidence where firearms are evidence, and we also have an in-house reference collection. Both of those other laboratories in Columbus and Savannah also have their own reference collection. I don't know how many firearms we have in our reference collection, but where we store our reference collection of firearms is also one of our storage locations for evidence inside of our section, but additionally we have evidence storage in our evidence receiving section, as well as a long-term storage facility in our vault, basically downstairs in what we call the crypt at headquarters.
Is it a bunch?
It's a bunch.
How much do you think y'all got?
Just in the reference collection, we should have probably over 650 in the state. But that doesn't include any of the evidence that are all packaged in boxes that we'll eventually analyze.
If the jury could go to your office and see what you do, what's your office like?
Just my personal office?
Like where you test firearms and things like that.
So our laboratory, it's not like your conventional forensic testing laboratory, but it's still a forensic testing laboratory. The firearms section is on the 2nd floor at the headquarters building, and we have about, I would say, 3 wings where we have some offices where you don't share with someone. I do not share an office as the technical leader. Both of our managers have their own offices. Some of the senior examiners have their own offices, but a lot of people bunk up, and there are 2 people in an office just because we have a lot of people. We have 2 areas where we conduct our test firing. So we have a shooting range where we'll shoot shotguns for just kind of shooting shotguns. We do not collect projectiles from shotguns, so we kind of just shoot those into the air in the range and collect fired cartridge cases. Also in our range is a test firing capture system called the Cotton Box. That's for shooting high-powered firearms such as rifles. So they're shot in the range. Across the hall from the range is our tank room. It houses all of our reference ammunition, which is all across the walls. And then on the back wall of the tank room is a 600-gallon water tank. It's a large rectangular metal box with 600 gallons of water, and that's how we capture our handgun test-fired bullets.
Have you testified in the courts of the state of Georgia as an expert before?
I have.
How many times have you been labeled an expert in firearm science?
87.
Just this time I tendered the witness as an expert related to firearm science. No, Judge.
All right. Again, she's been tendered as an expert witness.
All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's talk about the case. In this case, we've asked you to you're going to be looking at, I believe, 2 reports. And I believe you did one of them, then Vanna Kelly did the other one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by stipulation, we've agreed to these reports and the contents, and we've agreed that you can handle the questions relating to both of those. When you test guns, as in the testing that's done in this case, can you just kind of tell the jury what type of tests were done on firearms and also the ammunition that is related to your report?
So more specifically, on the first report that was authored by Vanna Kelly, there weren't any firearms that were provided, but she received fired bullets. So when you submit evidence to the crime lab for firearms analysis, what that would include is a microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. The purpose of it, the whole purpose of firearms identification, is to determine if fired ammunition components came from the same firearm, different firearms, if a firearm is submitted, if it came from that firearm, or if it didn't. So in this case, those ammunition components were compared to each other to make that determination. Were they fired from the same firearm? Did they possess characteristics that could allow us to inform our customer if there was a list of possible firearms they could be looking for in terms of an investigation? And then later we received additional evidence, a lot of additional evidence that I examined, a lot of fired bullets. At that point, we had reached an agreement with the customer. We wouldn't do any microscopic comparison because there were so many and they had sustained a lot of damage. We wanted to turn some results around quickly, so what we did was we looked at those characteristics that were shared between these fired bullets to determine if there was a list of possible firearms that could have fired them, and to answer a question if any of them were a specific caliber. There was also a firearm that was submitted at the time that I did do a visual examination of, but it didn't have any characteristics in agreement with anything prior submitted for Ms. Vanna Kelly's report or the evidence that I was going to examine during my analysis. We weren't doing any comparison on my part, so we did what we had agreed with the customer.
And what was the caliber that we were interested in this case?
38.
So 38 special, 38 caliber is what we were looking for, is that right?
38 special is a specific 38 caliber. There's also a 38 caliber called 357 Magnum, and then there are some other specific calibers within that caliber family as well, such as 38 Smith & Wesson and 9mm. But typically, when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38.